know the AFL is the greatest game in the country.
We know it's the most skillful, it's the toughest, and it's the most exciting sport there is.
From 55, that's a monster bomb!
But every year, in the middle of winter,
for just 80 minutes,
across 3 Wednesday nights,
we all agree this might be the greatest sporting theatre there is.
He's over! He scored!
How good is Origin?
Oh, it's the best, Louis. It is the best.
There's the big hit.
Oh, bang! That's a big hit.
And the miracle try.
He's over in the corner. Oh, that's miracle stuff.
With a rivalry as heated as any in the world.
With a melee over the touchline. They come from everywhere. This is wild.
State of Origin, Game 1.
Catch every minute live this Wednesday night
On ABC Listen.
And that is unbelievable to watch.
take our word for it, it's sport at its very best.
Origin 1 is on ABC.
Join us Wednesday night from 7 as the Men's Origin Series kicks off for 2026. Origin 1 will be at Stadium Australia.
Live and free Origin footy on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
Bradley Hill traps it here, snaps and goals. Martin scoops it up, shakes the tackle. Martin, goals. But he is one of the most electrifying forces in the game, Maurice Rioli. And that's a moment as good as any you'll see in the competition this year. Off to Wanganeen-Malera, a little bit of class. He shows them how it's done. You can't keep a good man down.
Want them big bright lights, I want that center stage. All eyes on me, ain't this why you came?
He bursts away from Windsor. Good luck catching him. Cameron with a touch of class.
Bouncing ball, Simpkin goal.
Give me my moment, step aside.
Sir Doug Nicholls Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen.
Red and black versus yellow and black. The decimated Tigers up against the winners of just one of their last 23 in the Bombers, who opened more than a 2-goal favourite, would you believe? And the colours of the Aboriginal flag coming together to unite as part of Dreamtime at the G. It is the 22nd edition of this concept, would you believe? Richmond with the ledger 12-9, but the Bombers are the winners of the last 3 editions of this game. Great to have you with us. It is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport as Sir Doug Nicholls Round continues, and the centrepiece of it, of course, is always Dreamtime at the G. In recent years, it's been moved to the Friday night stage, and it's always a joy to be here with our Friday night crew. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Kelly Underwood's alongside me for the call. Hello, Kel.
Hello, Corbin. Wonderful to be here. Who would have thought? Dreamtime at the G, and it's 17th v 18th. It just feels pressure-packed already, even though we're only up to round 11. And given the what's to come in the next 24 to 48 hours with Scott Pendlebury's huge milestone, and we'll be able to talk about that shortly. Plus, the Cats are playing the Swans. It's almost a game that's been forgotten about. They're going to go head-to-head in the twilight slot tomorrow night. This one, crowd-wise, what were we thinking? I'd love to know in the box, because I've just run into the Richmond CEO, Shane Dunn, and he's told me what the expected crowd was, and I was really surprised. What would you think it would be here tonight for the two bottom teams?
I did hear some optimistic takes. I was thinking around 70.
Yeah, he says 75 will be
Which
here
is
tonight.
Incredible, isn't it?
I don't know if there was an issue with the trains, but I've never experienced the traffic so bad trying to get into the MCG before this game. It was traffic chaos out there. So 75,000 for the two teams that are sitting on the bottom of the ladder. We know the significance, obviously, with Dreamtime at the G, and it is and it's absolutely beautiful occasion to be here for. So it's more than football. But in the next 3 hours, we'll be talking that it is probably quite a bit about football, because the stakes are pretty high.
It's one of those awful foreboding feelings, I'm sure, for Essendon fans coming here tonight, that there's not a lot to gain and there's a whole lot to lose. And it'd be nice to win, but you better not lose, is the feeling around it for the Bombers. The legendary cat, Cameron Ling, three-time premiership player, premiership captain, is here as always on a Friday night. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs, Cal, Mick, Hodgie, everyone out there. It's got to be more than football tonight, Cal, because if it was just football, we wouldn't be quite so excited and upbeat about the whole thing. No, exactly right. I'm pumped that Richmond were able to field a full AFL-listed team. That's one tick. We didn't have to call up the VFL sup-list players.
Your fitness, mate, you would have been tagging in the middle. Could you imagine Lingy tonight and tagging in the middle? 70,000 people watching.
Well, the Tigers don't usually tag, so they'd love him to chuck the jumper on and go out there under Zach Merritt.
Wouldn't it be fantastic?
You clearly were not around the Barwon River region of Geelong today, seeing me jog at walking pace, still getting a sweat up. So, no, they do not need me out there no matter what.
And you're right. I actually did the game for a television broadcast across town at Docklands last Sunday afternoon, and they had 25 fit players going into the game. Hang on, is that right?
Yep, 25.
Yeah, 25, including the 3 emergencies, and then Gray did his hamstring. So at the end of the game, they were down to 24 fit players.
Yeah.
Luckily, a couple have been able to work themselves back this week. But it's like, I mean, it feels worse than the injury crisis at Essendon last year.
So Caleb Smith, who's named on the emergencies for the second week in a row, he's not actually fit to play.
That's right.
He's got a groin injury, and yet Adam Uze said publicly, look, he's there because we need to name an emergency, but he's on managed minutes in the VFL. There's no way that he could play an AFL game. So that's the length that the Tigers are still in, with really 2 fit emergencies in Fawcett and Samson Ryan. And apart from that, they've got what they got.
And what have they got? The mid-season rookie draft this week.
Tuesday night.
So whoever gets picked up in that is every chance to be debuting for the Tigers next weekend. Extraordinary.
And that's why the Bombers, even though they've won one of their last 23, are more than a 2-goal favourite heading into tonight. The coaching icon is here, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history. That record is not up for grabs this weekend. He's here as always, Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
Hello, Cool. You sure? The record's going everywhere, aren't they? Boomer, poor Boomer. I mean, when he broke the record, he had one paragraph on the bottom, third back page. I've been reading about Penders now for 3 weeks, or is it 3 months? Every page, it's been front, back, middle, every station, everything. That's the difference between North Melbourne and Collingwood, you see. They can pump up anything.
Can I ask you how much has the phone been ringing this week? Have they been who's calling, who's emailing, who's sending letters?
Well, Kel, off air, as I said to you, I don't think I've had so many phone calls. I thought I'd won Tassaloto. I think someone must have been ringing up saying, congratulations, you just won Tassaloto. And my great excuse is, oh, look, sorry, I'd love to help you with SEN, but you know what? I work for the ABC. So that worked with 4 states. Then I had some, the other state, FM stations, and you go, no, look, but no, you're on the ABC. That's got nothing to do with it. Oh, I'm sure it has. Look, if you can work it out.
It says it in my contract.
So that one's there out. I've knocked back your show Sunday. I'm just over it, Cal. Totally over it. No, but I love him to death. Don't worry. It's just that I just think it's been. It's bigger than the game. I don't think any individual or anything is bigger than the game, but it is a wonderful occasion. And then myself been invited to the President's Lunch to help celebrate it. Then I'll quickly get there, and Corby said to me, make sure you're there on time, which, is the boss. The boss is like.
Absolutely.
So I'll leave my steak half eaten. I'll get up here so we can celebrate him as he runs down the race and do all that sort of stuff. But it's an outstanding achievement. There's only 6. And when you look at the 6, 5 of them are very, very quick. Pender's brain is as quick as anyone, and that's what got him over the hump. No doubt. They've missed very few games through injury, and I half suspect that of the 6, Harvey certainly is one, and I could almost say another couple prematurely retired. Really, I reckon they could have got another year or 2 out of them. They looked at the age, not the performance.
Yeah, right. Brent Harvey's one of them.
Oh, I think so. I really do think so. Because the other question was, should he go on? Forget the age. And forget the fact, he might be holding a kid. Let the kid be better than him to take over. And he's in their top 10 players or 15 players. Why would you want to play in that top 15 retire? And if he wants to. But if he wants to play on and he's formed the way it is, we watched him a few weeks ago here smash Essendon, win the Anzac Day medal, and you think that has got to be a great performance to say, well, I've lost nothing.
He's got to be a different cat. I mean, to get to this number, he has to be a bit of a different cat. What were your first impressions, or is there anything that stood out early, a story where you went, yeah, you know what, this kid's different?
There's two things, Kel. There was, and one of them I haven't mentioned actually when I think about it on air. One I've said before, that when you draft players, you draft them in November. And by that stage, in those good days when you're able to get a few miles in players, that's why most of them breaking down, is that you used to take your players away on training camp or train them up. So you have your training camp, then you draft players, and I end up having 5 or 6 new players arrive, one was Pendlebury and Thomas and Denny Stanley and young Cookie and some, I think it was 5 or 6.
I was there the day.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
They were drafted together and having the photos.
Yes, right. Yeah. So, and both from Gippy, so, they obviously played together. So we took them away for a very mini camp, 2 or 3 day camp, and we're playing golf. I'm not a golfer, but I took the boys up there and they can just have a hit and giggle and, play a bit of golf. Well, it was about say, 3rd or 4th hole, I'm thinking, this bloke is so serious. The other boys are having a hit. If they missed it, they missed it. If they screw one off the side, everything had to be perfect. The line-up had to be perfect. The shot had to be... If it wasn't a perfect shot, didn't matter. He went down and made the second shot a perfect shot. And he had a bit of a chip at the boys. And I thought... And I had to take him aside. I said, Scotty, I'll handle that stuff. People at 18 are generally immature. I reckon I can handle that. I'm 50, whatever it was, 45, whatever. And he said, yep, good. But I got the impression from there on in that he knew where he wanted to go. And you've got to have ability with you. So he's got the ability, he's got the drive, he's got the patience to be able to work it out what he wants. There he goes.
What's the second story that you haven't said?
Well, the second story was we were on a training camp probably a year later, and we're in Arizona going down the Grand Canyon. We're going from south to north, which is really hard. It's about 9.5 to 10 hour walk, and about 6 or 7 hours into it, I got this, and I led. Now, not because I was good, because I didn't want anyone going past me getting too drawn out. I got this breathing down my neck, and I'm thinking, I want to be comfortable. I don't want someone breathing down my neck, almost shoving me, because I'm a bit tired by this 6th or 7th hour. And I look around, it's Pendlebury. I'm thinking, I'm not letting you go in front of me, Scotty. He said, I know, I'm just pushing up. I thought, he's come from the back, he's pushed up to the front, because we had the kids down the back protecting him, straight up the front. And I thought, bloody hell, I didn't need to go any faster. I already got the wobbles, and I've got this kid down my...
Just hurry up, old man.
It was. So... and we were in dangerous. It was like a narrow path, and it was a big drop away, and I'm thinking, just leave me alone.
Mick Malthouse, he's going to be with us not just tonight for the call, he's also going to be with us tomorrow for AFL Saturday, so we'll have him from 12 noon. We'll talk more about Scott Pendlebury there, no doubt. And then coming up on tomorrow afternoon, the game itself. So our coverage from 4 p.m. and what a commentary team we've assembled there. So Mick Malthouse, the coaching games record holder, is going to be with us alongside Brent Harvey, who's going to have played more games than anyone else in the history of AFL football except Scott Pendlebury. So apart from that, Boomer, number 2 all-time in the games record list. I'm very pleased to say we're at the mighty MCG for what is dream time at the G. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary throughout the night. The coaching icon Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, the legendary cat. And I'm pleased to welcome as part of the commentary team, big build-up to this, and quite rightfully so. He's a champion Tiger, not just with the Richmond Football Club, but also with the Claremont Football Club. He's the man who designed their jumper this year for Sir Doug Nicholls' round. And as a young sandgroper growing up in WA, I was a little Claremont fan, Mick, and my dad was always a big Claremont supporter, so I got handed down through the generations. And basically, what happened as a kid, essentially growing up in places like WA, where the waffle was king, essentially everybody followed players rather than teams. So I used to always say to my dad, who did you go for in the national competition? And he would say, well, we went for wherever our favourite players went. So I was a St Kilda fan when Bruce Tuperuzel went there, and I was a North fan when the Crackers went and played at North, and I was a Richmond fan when the great Michael Mitchell went to play for Richmond, and he joins us on ABC Sport. Michael, appreciate your time.
Yeah, cheers, brother. Cheers.
Congratulations on getting the honour of designing the jumper. How did it all come about?
They approached me a while ago, and took the opportunity. My daughters are artists, and they followed my brief and produced it beautifully, so we're really happy with it.
Michael, did you just organise this for us? On our TV screens inside the box here, we've just got your 1990 Goal of the Year and Mark of the Year combination. You've timed that beautifully.
Yes, I'd say so. I'm just looking at it too myself.
You were. Instead of looking at us, you were looking at the giant screen, remembering.
No, look, I guess proud to have that honour, and did work hard to get it, but Richmond's been great for me, and I love Richmond.
Tell us about
love Richmond too.
Tell us
about we had number 7.
Yeah.
There you go. Tell us about 1990, when you took the mark and goal of the year in the same year. I imagine you've spoken about it a heap this week.
Yes, I have. I've spoken about it for a lot of my life. But no, look, got very lucky in Sydney. Early when I got the ball, there was a couple of blokes I ran past that weren't known for their pace. I say that respectfully. They were known for other things. But, and then I kind of got in the groove. Dennis Committee got on early. About the third bounce, I think, or the fourth bounce, he said, Michael Mitchell wants that goal. No, he got it right, thank God. Would have been the greatest point ever, probably.
The mark that you took for Claremont when you were wearing the Navy jumper with the gold sash, and when I say standing on someone's back, properly standing on the back of a Subiaco opponent, was that the best one you ever took?
Yeah. Look, I had plenty. Used to get up there and dropped a lot. Some say I dropped that one, but they blew the whistle, you know. They blow the whistle a bit too much these days, and there's a bit iffy about what's going on. And but no, it's great. People remember me for that. They also remember me for other stuff and being kind of creative and okay at the game.
Robbie Wiley tells me that you took one day, you stood up that high, took the mark, you're up there that long, you waved for the people in the crowd. He said it was the most unbelievable. He said you don't see all the great marks, you only see the ones that they actually capture because Claremont, because you didn't capture all those. But he said you waved for the people in the crowd on the way down. So.
No, you know, the best thing about the one at Subi was that my wife, now, she was my girlfriend at the time, she was in the crowd with her girlfriends, and they were all nurses. Had a big night at work, and she was laying down with a newspaper over her head, dodging the sun, and she heard this big roar, and she said, "What happened?" Michael just took a mark, and she said, "Oh, I better told him I saw that."
I thought you were going to say they're going to get some oxygen for you.
He said, "I'll tell him I saw it."
Michael, take me through the design. So 3 circles, the Warriors, the Claremont Football Club and the Richmond Football Club, the 3 football clubs you played for. There's also a red-tailed cockatoo, a dugong and a turtle. Can you tell us a little bit about what all the symbols represent?
Okay, so obviously the 3 football clubs are part of my identity, well and truly, even though I played for Warriors for a lot longer, and it was important to mention the start of my journey. And there were people there that aided us in playing, and we're ever grateful. And they're so glad and proud that I mentioned that. Now, a lot of people forget their juniors, and they concentrate on the next phase. But Claremont was great. They gave me an opportunity. Bloke called, what's his name? I'll remember his name in a minute. But Ken Smith at East Fremantle told me I was too short the year before. So, you know, it's all about adversity and bloody persistence. And so I must have grew a centimetre. I tell everyone I grew a centimetre. Claremont picked me up, the great Graham Moss, and I got signed up on the back of a boat, Bertram 35. Mossy was going up to a fishing game X up at Exmouth and did all right there. Then there was a toss-up between Geelong and Richmond, and interestingly it was the same money, and I didn't know how they worked that out, but anyway. But I was never going to Geelong because they never had any blackfellas. 2 blackfellas were at Richmond, one the great Morris Rioli, and I was fortunate enough to play some state of origin games with him and played some footy against him. and also Phil Egan. So I was always going there. They were just to get the cash up. Wasn't much cash, but never mind.
So you hail from Shark Bay, which is, I just had a look on the map, a long way north of up near Axmouth, as you said. That the First Nations numbers in this competition at the moment are decreasing.
100%.
Which is a concern for everyone.
Yep.
What would you say to First Nations kids out there that are in remote areas? And, I mean, for you, it's almost like a whole nother planet. I've been to the Tiwi Islands and seen the move from there and then to Melbourne and then into an AFL club. And as you said, where there's some teams like St Kilda and the Gold Coast Suns that have been able to create a real first Indigenous group as such, and the support mechanisms around them, and there's other clubs that don't have that. What would you say to any teenagers that are talented out there about, you know, having a crack at the AFL? Because it must have been so difficult back in your day, let alone now. Or is it harder now?
Yeah. Look, it's pretty tough now. And part of the process is building resilience in kids early through school and all that, in all aspects. Now, the numbers suggest that there's 27, 28 million, and the AFL is rather elite. It's 0.000 something percent. So the reality of cracking it out here and warming up now like this is going to be pretty minute. So part of the process, though, is that I had the good fortune to be up in Kununurra a couple of weeks back with a Tackle Your Feelings program, doing suicide prevention there, and through the AFL Coaches Association and Zurich International, and went and watched the game there, and there was a photographer there that went to the Buddy game, and so when Buddy played in the country footy, and he came to that one, and he was part of that crew for Tackle Your Feelings filming it all. And I was talking to him, and he said, we were talking about lots of things. Got to really know him. He's, I think his name's Adam Crane. He's a good little fella. And but he said, Mitch, this atmosphere here is better than when the Buddy game played. And he said, and I say this respectfully to the crowd and to Brother Buddy, that he said the clapping was kind of end. But with the Aboriginal game, they had so much stake in it. They were shouting the whole game, skill levels up, and the amount of people playing. So that stuff's important in building community connection and belonging and a bit of purpose in their life. And it was fantastic.
Yeah.
So if you take that away at that level, the numbers are obviously not going to happen. And that's what's happened. Lots of players aren't quite getting that support. So all the people that matter, supposedly, they need to be making conscious decisions around supporting that part of the process. So to get to the top, you need a good, strong platform from here to work your way up through the developmental process. And Leon Baker, you might remember him, Mick. He supposedly walked in off the street at Essendon, where your dad played, I understand. Yeah.
No, he didn't. I'm sure he wished he did. But right. Are you thinking of Andrew Underwood?
Yeah, I thought that was your dad.
No relation that I know.
Lucky I don't want to start anything.
But listen, no. Listen, Mick Underwood in Adelaide will take it tonight for what it's worth, Mick.
Oh, right. No, I thought it. But the days of that happening are gone.
Yep.
They talk about talent pathways and that, but at the end of the day, part of the process is there needs to be more footy programs about getting people to school, through school, and then starting their careers from there. And footy should be kind of an accident, a good accident, should they come here and finally end up there. But that shouldn't be the driver, because when they're disappointed by not getting picked up, see, the problem we got is they tell every kid they're going to draft them. And that they're telling the furphy straight up, they're a lie. And they should stop that practice. And I'll ask them now, stop it. And you say we may or might, not be definite and say will, because they don't. Reality is they don't. So they need to get better at that. But still, and what this game's about, dare to dream. and we want kids to dare to dream at postcodes that are obscure and everywhere. So
it's a lot of work still to be done.
About.
Yeah, well said.
Aspire and dare to dream.
Michael, the jumper looks tremendous, so congratulations.
Fantastic. I was so happy.
Congratulations on putting that together. Thank you for everything you've given the game and continue to give to the community. You mentioned the Tackle Your Feelings program, which you're heavily involved with, so appreciate your time here on ABC Sport, and thanks again on behalf of us and footy fans everywhere.
Thank you very much.
Everything you've given us.
Nice to see you, Mick.
Michael Mitchell, the great Richmond and Claremont champion with us on ABC Sport.
No worries.
There's no late change here at the MCG ahead of Dreamtime at the G. It is Richmond and Essendon, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse, and down on the boundary is Tim Hodges. He's inside the Essendon camp. Hodgie.
Corbin, the Essendon footy boss, Dan McPherson, has been good enough to join us. Dan, this has not been a great season so far for your footy club. You're 1-9, you know the facts, but this is a great stage for everyone at Essendon and Richmond with Dreamtime at the G tonight to come out on the biggest stage possible and hopefully get a win for your club.
Absolutely, it's an outstanding occasion, and as a club we're honoured and really proud to be part of it. It's a great opportunity for both us and Richmond to come out and represent the Indigenous communities that have played a really strong part in both our clubs' history. It gives us a great opportunity tonight in front of what we expect to be a really big crowd to put our best foot forward.
Having said that, downstairs, can you sense more urgency than most games this year, just with the stakes on offer? This is not a game you want to be dropping tonight.
Yeah, it's easy to say, but we approach every game like we want to win. Obviously, the situation that we're in at the moment is not ideal, and we would like to have a few more wins on the board. But the mood, to be frank with you, doesn't feel any different to what it was last week when we were here to play Fremantle. There's always a bit of anxiety and nervousness before a game. Is it any more because it's a big occasion? Potentially. Is it any more because we're only 1-9? I don't think so. Is it any more because it's a team that's around us on the ladder and around us in terms of demographic as well? We'll get a really good sense of where we're at tonight, and we're really looking forward to seeing the boys come out.
But you know how the system works. You know that the stakes are just a little bit more ramped towards your club tonight, especially with what they're dealing with injury-wise on the other side.
Yeah, we went through a very similar thing last year, and we've also got quite a few injuries ourselves. It hasn't been spoken about as much, and that's probably deliberate on our part. We're sick of talking about injuries. We did it all year last year. But we certainly have a number of players that aren't available that we'd love to have out on the field tonight. So, yes, we understand and appreciate Richmond have a lot of injuries. We have a fair share ourselves.
Brad Scott, your coach, spoke brilliantly Monday night on television about the, I don't know whether you want to say rebuild or reset at the end of 2023. Are you confident that you're on, I don't want to say the right path, it's a difficult path, but is it the right path that you're confident this club is working towards?
We think so, yeah, we think so. We thought at the time when we put it in place that it was going to be challenging and difficult at times. And some of the decisions that we've made along the way, certainly make it more difficult in the short term, particularly in terms of wins and losses. But we knew that there's great alignment from the board down, and yes, we'd love to have some more wins on the board, but we think the strategy is correct. We think it's going to take a bit of time, but we feel that when it does take off, it'll take off, and it could take off quite quickly, and it will be outstanding when it does.
You've been in footy a hell of a long time. Do you almost take deep breaths and think, oh, gee, this is wearing on, yourself, your coaching staff, your playing group, your leadership? Like, it is a difficult path, isn't it?
It's just constant, yes, it is. It's, and if we win the game tonight, does that change a whole lot of things other than it just gives everyone a chance to catch their breath a little bit? But in terms of the strategy, if we win the game, we go from 1-9 to 2-9. That's not significantly different, but I understand the question. It does make a big difference in the psyche of how people react to it. Again, so we'll go into the game, doing our level best to win it, and we'll just see what happens.
Before I let you go, Ben Mackay back in the team. What do you want to see from him tonight?
Like we want to see from everyone. We want to see the really competitive performance right from the start. We let ourselves down early in the game last week against Fremantle. So we just want our players to come out and compete really hard, do their job really well, put the team first and just really have a crack, to be honest.
For the Bombers fans here tonight and listening, I hope you get to sing the song later on. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Tim.
There you go, Corbin. Dan McPherson from the Bombers.
It sure beats the alternative, doesn't it? If they lose tonight, the Bombers will pick up on some of those threads. Thanks, Hodgie, as we work our way through the GM of footy there, Dan McPherson with Tim Hodges. All right, Magic, Michael McLean to join us after the news as the countdown continues to Dreamtime at the G.
Good evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. Victoria's Anti-Corruption Commissioner is demanding the state government urgently reform the watchdog's powers to ensure greater transparency. A long-awaited report into allegations of corruption involving the former Andrews government and the Firefighters Union was due to be handed down next week, but a court injunction has delayed its release. Commissioner Victoria Elliott is urging the government to make it easier for public hearings to be held and for IBAC's work to be made available to the public.
Victorians deserve to know more about IBAC's efforts to expose and prevent corruption and police misconduct, and we want to tell you. But to do that, IBAC's legislation needs to change, as it currently limits our ability to share what we believe to be in the public interest.
2 men have been arrested after they allegedly drove around Melbourne firing ball bearings through windows earlier this month. Police allege the pair damaged shops, restaurants, houses and bus shelters across the north and south of Melbourne. The men, aged 22 and 23, are both facing 40 charges of criminal damage and 11 charges of reckless conduct. Victoria's police community has paid tribute to Officer Matthew Payton after he died while hiking near Machu Picchu in Peru.
52-year-old Police Sergeant Matthew Payton was on holiday with his wife when local police say he tripped and fell about 400 metres on the Inca Trail. Victoria Police described the incident as a tragedy and said that Sergeant Payton was recently selected for a senior sergeant position due to start next month. Victoria's Police Association says Sergeant Payton's contributions to policing was representative of the care he had for his colleagues. Local authorities are expected to transport his body to the nearby city of Cuzco, with the rest of his family now flying to South America. They've remembered him as a dedicated and clever father and husband.
Ethan White reporting there. The Northern Territory Health Minister has defended his government's response to the current diphtheria outbreak affecting 4 states and territories across Australia. More than 150 cases of the disease have been identified in the NT this year, with health practitioners and medical experts criticising the speed of the government's response. Steve Edgington fronted a press conference today, the first time since a public health alert was issued 7 weeks ago, insisting the response had been sufficient.
There has been press conference. The Chief Health Officer has communicated regularly with the media in the Northern Territory. There is a range of material has been circulated in the Northern Territory, and you should never forget the work that's being done on the ground at Aboriginal community controlled health clinics, Northern Territory health clinics. That work has been invaluable.
The opening of a new US diplomatic hub in Greenland has sparked protests. Washington is moving its operations from a wooden cabin on the outskirts of Greenland's capital of Nuuk to a much larger downtown office. Demonstrators are gathering to call out US President Donald Trump's ambition for greater influence over the Arctic island. Footage on social media shows people chanting and marching through the streets, carrying the island's red and white flag. Social media giant Meta has settled the first of several lawsuits brought by US school districts that say social media platforms have fueled a youth mental health crisis. The BBC's Lily Jamali has more.
Breathitt County School District in the U.S. state of Kentucky had been poised to be the first school district to seek compensation from Meta at trial. It was a test case pulled from lawsuits brought by 1,200 districts across the country. The trial was supposed to begin next month. The settlement's terms were not disclosed. Breathitt County School District was seeking $60 million, saying it incurred costs battling a youth mental health crisis brought on by addictive social media apps. It settled the same case last week with TikTok, Snap Inc., and Google's YouTube.
Socceroos midfielder Matthew Leckie says competition for spots in Australia's World Cup squad is intense. Australia's coach Tony Popovich has assembled a train-on squad of 31 players in Florida, which will be cut down when he names his final squad of 26 to contest the World Cup in June. 35-year-old Leckie is looking to go to his 4th World Cup, which will be played in the USA, Canada and Mexico, but says he's facing plenty of competition for a place in the squad.
You know, obviously every single player here wants to be in that final squad, but in saying that, it's not like we're going out there trying to kill each other. You know, we're a pretty good group. Everyone's pretty humble and down to earth. easy to talk to, and it's a good bunch of boys here.
It's set to be a mostly dry and partly cloudy day right across Victoria tomorrow, although on Sunday some showers extending from the west during the day. In Melbourne tomorrow, mostly sunny with a top of 19. On Sunday, a shower or two later in the day with a top of 18. Right now, it's 12 degrees.
Vote now by searching ABC Classic 100, greatest of all time.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round with ABC Sport.
The famed MCG meets the magic of Dreamtime on the land of the Wurundjeri people. We acknowledge elders past, present and emerging. It's great to have you with us at the MCG for Richmond and Essendon. Who'd have thought a pair of 1 and 9 teams, and yet over 70,000 expected here tonight. The lights are dimmed at the moment. The pre-match ceremony is about to begin. Dan Sultan's going to play. We'll bring you a little snippet of that. And Michael McLean has just been acknowledged in front of the crowd as the honoree for Sir Doug Nicholls Round. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood for the call. The coaching icon Mick Moldhouse, the legendary cat Cameron Ling, and Tim Hodges is with us on the boundary. I had the chance to catch up with Michael McLean a short time ago. I'll bring you that in just a moment. Might just drop a mic across this if we can. The ceremony that's happening out in the middle, and you'll hear from Dan Sultan in the next couple of minutes. There's no late change. Richmond and Essendon. It's a huge night for the Bombers in particular, who start more than a 2-goal favourite despite having won only one of their last 23 games. It's a bit of a foreboding feeling around Essendon for them coming to the G tonight. Let's have a listen.
Get moving. I've been away. I've been away. I've been away.
So there's a bit of Dan Sultan performing here. Dreamtime at the G, the 22nd edition. It is Richmond and Essendon. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Off the SMS, Brett says, listening to Michael Mitchell's interview and it's so inspiring. Keep up the great work. Thanks, appreciate that, Brett. And it's now time to catch up with another icon of the game. Here's the Sir Doug Nicholls round honoree, the great Michael Magic McLean. I had the opportunity to chat with him just moments ago in the ABC box, and I started naturally by welcoming him to ABC Sport.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. Great to be here.
How did it all come about? You were the honoree for Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Yeah, not sure. They voted me in, apparently. I got the call from Andrew Dillon and said that I was voted in. He just came out of a meeting and it's sort of a little bit surreal. It didn't sit with me well, really. I wasn't sure. I wasn't comfortable with it. There's been way better Indigenous players than me. But I started to reflect on it. I found out about what the award was about, and it was coupled with your football, but also the stuff you do in the community. And I've worked for 30 years back in Darwin in the at-risk youth space, and I love it. I've loved it for, it's been my life. So, number one in my life is my family, and then all my grandkids and my kids and my wife. And then number two would be the community service stuff, and then my football stuff as well.
Your career left a hell of an impression on a lot of people, and it's very, you're a very humble man trying to talk down your achievements. It's great for us because we love to talk them up, and we love all the highlights of your career. And
so do I.
What you're
I could actually play. I could play a little bit.
Definitely could. There's no doubt about that across both iterations of Brisbane and, of course, Footscray before then. What's it been like being able to relive your career? Has there been parts of it that's come back to you that you haven't thought about for many years?
Yeah, it's been amazing because I've got no vision. All the vision that I've seen over the past week has been pretty cool to watch. So I've been told I'll be able to capture all that and I'll keep it, and my grandkids will see it, my kids. So even my boys are saying, Dad, you actually went all right. I said, I told you. You've got to listen to your father.
But take us back to that young 16-year-old who rolls up in Melbourne to play for Footscray all those years ago. If you could give him any advice, what would you be telling him now?
Well, what were you thinking? You know, it's crazy when you think about it. It was 1981 and I'd been sort of scouted by about 20 clubs around Australia. And the pathway for Territorians then were Western Australia or South Australia. Nobody had gone direct to the VFL and had a lasting impact. A guy named Reuben Cooper and Elkin Riley had played a couple of games, and to be the first to have 16 years as a player and 2 as a coach, something I look back on. But to end up at the Bulldogs was... my family had never met any Bulldog official until I got to the other end of Tullamarine Airport.
Wow.
I'm 16, and it's just like... when I think about it, I think, Mum and Dad, what were you thinking? We didn't meet anyone, you know?
Yeah.
So, and I did it hard. I did under-19s and reserves the first year in 1982, and then the following year, 82 and 83, my senior games. Under Bluey Hampshire was my first game, and then I had the great Mick Moldhouse for 6 years. And he was, he gave me an apprenticeship, the best apprenticeship you could have. Play on the best players, play on all the Indigenous players, and... he gave me faith, trust and opportunity, and I respect him immensely.
You were rocking the number 51 back then for Footscray. How did you end up in number 51, and was there ever a chance to switch that up?
Yeah, back then there was a list of 52. I was guaranteed a spot because of the Form 4. The Dogs decided to go and get the best juniors around Australia, myself, Steve McPherson, Steve Wallace and a guy named David Noble. No disrespect to David, but myself, Wally and Super, we had pretty good careers. So I think it was a good move by the Dogs back then. And my first jumper was 51. You know, I wanted number 8. But Rick Kennedy was one of the leaders then, and he was a bit bigger than me. I still would have taken him down. He was going to be around a bit longer, and I thought, no chance of getting 8. And then Shane O'Sullivan said, what about number 3? We'd like to give you number 3. And I said, no. And he said, mate, he's a legend. Teddy Whitten. And I said,
football.
No, it's okay. I'll make my own name.
Yeah.
I didn't realise apparently his name was on the grandstand. I couldn't read back then. But, it's just weird I knocked the number back, number 3. But really proud that I played 50, in 51 for a long period of time. 95 games. Would have been great to have 100. Would have been great to be a one-club player. But that's my journey. It is what it is,
Who gave you the nickname Magic?
Dougie Hawkins and a guy named Stephen Knight, Pretty Boy Knight.
Yeah.
Did a few things here and there on the training track and in practice matches, and that's magic. So it stuck.
It certainly.
I think the best part about that one, Corbin, is I go around Australia and I see guys that I played against but don't really know them, and they refer to me as Majo or Magic, and I think that's pretty cool.
I think if the cap fits, there's a reason that's stuck for so many years. You were credited as helping establish the vilification code.
Yeah.
Is that something you're proud of as you look back on your as one of many legacies, I guess, you've
really,
left in the game?
Yeah, really proud of it. I've kept quiet about it, and then my stories come out now, and it's like it was unknown to a lot of people. I was the eldest statesman back then. I was 30 years of age. I was pretty well out the door, and I'd put up with it for my whole career. I handled it in my own way for 2 hours out on the ground. I'd square up with guys, and I got through it. And then Mick Long and Monkhurst saga goes on, and he didn't look happy, and we played them that next week. Brisbane played at Essendon, and we're doing the warm-up, and lo and behold, the ball goes over the fence. I run over to get the ball out of the fence, over the fence, and this supporter just starts ripping shreds off me, and I was just like, wow, is this really happening after all this stuff? Anyway, I looked at the guy. I felt like jumping the fence, and I just looked at him and I said, mate, who's this beside you? I feel sorry for you, young lady. You're going to grow up just like him. And I said, by the way, mate, you're a hypocrite. You've got 4 playing for you. You need to wake up to yourself. So I was pretty upset. I go back, and myself, Gilbert McAdam, Darryl White, Fabian Francis, they said, Majo, you okay? I said, no, I'm not, but we'll sort it out later. Anyway, we get through the game, and myself, I approached Longy, we approached each other, and we put our arm around each other, and I said, how you travelling, mate? He goes, mate, I need a hand. I said, mate, leave it with me. And then straight after the game, I got interviewed about Longy, and I just said, mate, we're going to start naming guys. If this continues, it's not good enough. This is our workplace. Anyway, bit of an outcry. They fly me down from Brisbane a few times, and I meet with Tony Peake in the AFL, and we had a number of robust conversations about what was going on, and they weren't sure what to do. And I looked at Tony and I said, no, you walk through those doors. This is your workplace. You walk through those doors, you get racially abused. Those people are out of a job. I said, and that thing out there, that's our playing field. That's our workplace. And I said, you can get any walk of life in here. They're proud of who they are, and I'll guarantee you they'll sing the same tune. We did that 2 weeks later, and that opened the doors up for equality for all walks of life. And that's something I'm really proud of. I'm proud that Longy stood up for it and didn't accept mediation. He just said, no, we're going to fight this. And then he needed support, and I'm really proud that I was able to support him with it.
So you should be, and thank you on behalf of the game, and I'm sorry that you had to endure all of that when you played, and for so much of your life up until that point, and I'm sure in many ways even today.
It was a struggle, Corbs, because you go through that, you're lonely, you're homesick, you doubt yourself when you first get there. You've got to try and make it at the highest level. There's a lot of competition around you, a lot of pressure. And then you have the ups and downs of selection, non-selection, people doubting you, and then injuries on top of that. Out of my 16 years, I missed 6 years with injuries. I missed 120 games.
Wow.
I might have pushed Pendles. But they're the highs and lows of it all, This is my journey. Everyone's got different journeys, and it's pretty cool.
Magic, Michael McLean with us on ABC Sport. Wonder finish. The First Nations participation is down, so it's dropped from, I think, 87 players at a record number in 2020 down to 62 currently.
Yep.
What can we do as a game to boost the number of participants, not just at the elite level, but I guess the whole way through the football pathways?
Yeah, well, it starts at the pathways level, getting the basic fundamentals into the kids, and then educating them on a little bit of loose, tight stuff about work ethic and sacrifices you got to make along the way and what may lay ahead of you, because it's a furnace. It's tough, easy, and it's not for everyone. So there's a bit of that, and then I think at the end of it, with the clubs, do you want Indigenous players playing for you? And I reckon you would when you see Cozzy and Naz and these guys doing their stuff. But number two, are you ready for it? Are you able to support them with wraparound support? Because they need it. And so it's a whole gamut of things, and I'm glad we're all talking about it now, because we need the numbers, mate. Our players are pretty cool to watch.
There's no doubt. Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
We bring the crowds alive and, spectacular. You look at the guys, highlights and you just go, wow. It's just pretty cool. I didn't realise I was so cool. No, I'm joking.
Michael, it's been awesome to be able to relive your career this week and see so many of your great highlights. You certainly could play, and appreciate your time on ABC Sport.
I love Robert Walls as well. I'm indebted to Robert Walls for giving me a second chance, and I'm not sitting here without Robert Walls supporting me. I love him. I love Mick Moldhouse, and I love Lee Matthews for giving me an opportunity as an assistant coach for 2 years as well.
Good on you, Michael. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
The great Michael Magic McLean. What a joy to have him with us in the box here on ABC Sport. This is Dreamtime at the G, the 22nd edition. There's no late change ahead of Richmond and Essendon. Corbin Middlemass, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, and the man who Magic referenced as part of that, his first coach down here in Mick Moldhouse. How about that, Mick?
Michael's always very impressive. Make no mistake about that. Even when I was at Footscray, I was a young coach. I was 30 years of age going in, and he was impressive then as a young bloke. He was impressive to the year I left. He was carrying a few injuries by that stage. That would have been his 8th or 9th season, but not necessarily playing AFL, certainly 6, 7. So down there playing under 9s as a young bloke. I just don't think we can really appreciate. It hit me that hard when he said, here I am, I arrive at Tullamarine at 16-year-old, and no one had ever met his parents. But because he was chosen, because he was, when he said 20-odd teams, I don't think he told you that there probably would have been another 10 or so from the rugby.
Wow.
Oh, yes. He had to make a decision whether he played rugby or Australian rules.
Yeah.
Because he was so good at rugby, but also, on top of that, he was an 11-0 boxer.
Yes.
As an amateur. So he never lost a fight.
Yeah.
So he could go. But on the field, he's as fair as you can get, but just a beautiful player. But more importantly, a fantastic bloke. Fantastic. And a lovely family. Because their kids grew up with my kids. Because, we had our fourth one was born when I was my first year of coaching. So they sort of, when he and Linda started having kids, they all muck around together.
That's awesome.
It was a great interview. I didn't know a lot of the background of the vilification stuff too, Corbs. Obviously, I remember what he's referencing with Michael Long and Damien Monkhurst, but his role in a lot of that, and even the way he told that story, the restraint that he had to show and shouldn't have had to show with that supporter he was talking about, and the role that he played supporting Longy, but also saying enough's enough. We're going to start calling some people out here. It was great to listen to. Well done, Corbs.
When you think about
great interview.
People like that have had to deal with so much crap in their lives and yet handle themselves with so much grace. Come in here and
they stand above it.
Yep.
They stand above it. And that thing what he said to that supporter on the fence, to the little girl, how would he have felt then? I mean, that's the biggest. Going at his throat would have achieved nothing, but just being diplomatic, he's a. And I said to him, and I know I've said this to you before, that his responsibility now is trying to get that group of young men playing underneath so they can push up. But also, my little thing that I'm hobby horse is to get Sir Doug Nicholls as a Hall of Famer as a pioneer. If he's not a pioneer, one of the great pioneers of our game, I don't know who is.
So not currently in the Australian Football Hall of Fame?
I'm pretty sure he's not.
Amazing. No, you're right.
Well,
yeah.
No, it's in the book there. So
It's amazing to think that we got this name round after him. And as you said,
Wow.
Nick, there is a category or a hall as part of the Hall of Fame, a room that is reserved
for the
pioneers.
Wow.
And clearly none of them are alive because a lot of their work was done years and years and years ago.
How about this for a side? As Michael Long, who's got the Essendon Indigenous Guernsey on over the top of his shirt, and he walks out hand in hand with the Bombers, and he leads the Essendon Football Club out onto the ground. Of course, he's led the long walk here again tonight, Michael Long, and he's got Andy McGrath alongside him, the captain of Essendon, as they make their way out onto the G.
And Corbin, while you were just doing that interview, I was having a look at one of the networks had the vision inside the team room where Michael Long was addressing just the players and the players only. And you could see the tears in his eyes. He was so emotional with the way he was talking to them. So he's obviously had the final word with them. He was teary. They were all glued to him. And then he has slowly walked them up the race, and they've just burst through the banner here. So if that doesn't give you goosebumps on your goosebumps, I don't know what will.
Incredible. It's been 22 years now since the inaugural long walk when Michael Long decided to walk to Canberra to advocate for Indigenous rights and push for government action all the way back then. And now the walk starts down on Birrarung Ma, makes its way into the MCG before the Dreamtime fixture every single year. And so it has again this time around. The two jumpers, we spoke a little bit about the one that Michael Mitchell and his daughters Megan and Sam designed. More on that in just a moment. But the Essendon jumper is predominantly red. It's got a snake that features on it, which represents the twists and the turns of the system. Now, after Auntie Karen Lovett designed the jumper, this is her journey growing up in institutions, honouring the elders who have died along the way. The snake, with its twists and turns, forms the outline of the sash. There's always some version of the sash depicted on the Essendon jumper, and so it is again in Indigenous round, and the footprints represent the original long walk. So that's why Michael Long is so front and centre this time around, as he is every single year on Dreamtime at the G, but particularly with the jumper on and the footprints evident on the Essendon jumper. It's a huge night for the Bombers. We've got another join in a couple of minutes, and we'll get the full preview from Mick and Lingy, but it's a weird kind of night, Lingy, when you look at it from an Essendon perspective. They're more than a 2-goal favourite. They've won one of their last 23 games, and yet they're playing a team that's got an injury list as long as your arm. It feels like a game they should come here and win, and yet if they do, they're probably going to get very little credit for it. If they lose, it's Armageddon.
Yeah, but they do have to win. You just simply got to win. And, yeah, so what if they don't get credit for it? Win again. And then be super competitive and try and win again. That's when the credit starts banking up. They have to. They were so bitterly disappointing in the Anzac Day game. This is a huge occasion. Dreamtime at the G. It's a special night. We're going to have 70-odd thousand here for 17th versus 18th. So you've got to step up and perform on these nights. It's an honour to play in these types of games. So they've got to step up and win and play as best they possibly can against an injury-ravaged Richmond team.
The congratulations, Jaden Short. The journey continues, 200 games, so the milestone night for Jaden Short. He missed a game a couple of weeks ago due to the arrival of his young child, and a couple of weeks on planet Earth, and coming out through the banner with Jaden Short tonight. The jumper designed by Michael, Megan and Sam Mitchell, the three circles representing his three clubs, the junior club, the Warriors, the Claremont and the Richmond Tigers. The red-tailed cockatoo signifies his parents, and the dugong and the turtle represents Shark Bay, of course, where the part of the world which he hails from, halfway up the WA coast. The deep colours link the desert and the ocean of the Carnarvon area as Jaden Short makes his way through the banner.
This could be a record here tonight. Forget Pendlebury's record. I reckon this is the youngest child ever to be carried out through a banner.
I'm nervous,
He is holding a newborn baby with one hand as he holds his daughter's hand in the other, and she's running out. She's got a few tears because it's a little overwhelming. But, wow. What a start to life for that little tiny bubba.
So I think that was the Melbourne game on Anzac Day Eve.
Yes.
He was laid out, and we chatted to Tim Livingston pre-game, who basically said, there's some family commitment. So,
but it's good news, not bad news.
That's like a month ago, and all of a sudden
the
little tacker's out here at the game tonight. Jaden Short celebrating his 200th game. Huge night. Richmond banged up, nothing to lose up against the Bombers, who have got the weight of expectation despite the fact they have only won once since the Dreamtime fixture last year. The full preview with Nick and Lingy coming up next. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Bet you didn't know we're the world's biggest gamblers.
Totally crippled my life.
Bingo.
I'm finding out why and if we really are the lucky country. Join me, Sean McAuliffe, going for broke.
Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nichols Round with ABC Sport.
The Dreamtime at the G fixture, the 22nd edition. It forms part of a dual-site doubleheader for Friday Night Footy in round 11. It is Richmond, a 1-9 Tigers up against the 1-9 Bombers. And for two teams that share a history against one another dating back 100 years, it is the first time they've ever met when they're last and second last on the ladder. That is the position they're in tonight. And yet, given it's the centrepiece of Sir Doug Nichols' round, there is going to be over 70,000 in at the G. And already the stands are swelling. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, the legendary Cat Cameron Ling, and Mick Moldhouse, the coaching icon, with you on ABC Sport. There is no late change. You've both been involved in these games in the past. You've observed plenty of football over the years. How do you tackle it if you're Brad Scott, where he's done his best during the week to say, hey, if we win or lose, it doesn't change the journey we're on. But surely the difference between getting the 4 points tonight and not has to change, at the very least, the external noise around this football club.
Oh, certainly when you're playing a side like Richmond, who most of their, probably 10, let's say 10 of their players that would be out there normally would, I know they've got a lot more injuries, but 10 at least would be sitting in the grandstand. Now, admittedly, Essendon lost a couple as well. The damning things for me is, I'm fortunate to have in front of me the record. That's the magazine that you get. And I always like to go through and just see the differentials between the two teams. There's a couple of things that cannot be overlooked, and certainly tonight have to end up in front. And one is contested possession, the differential. Essendon 15th, Richmond 17th. That, to me, I know that you've got to have good players, but you've got to get your hands on them. But that doesn't stop you trying to be a good contested side. The next one is tackles in the forward line. Now, that is to me, is if you load yourself up with 6 forwards that are all talls, well, you expect that. But if you go 2 and 4, 3 and 3, in other words, 3 talls and 3 mediums, and particularly the size you've got, then that has to be above worrying about kicks. Yes, the highest kicking player in the competition is Roberts, with 23, which is quite extraordinary. There's one of the bottom sides, and he's 23, young bloke. But the tackles in the forward line, Richmond are 15th and Essendon are 17th. So to me, there's no excuse for that. That is not a thing, Lingy, that says that you're built differently. You don't have to go and get it because we picked from the same draft. They may not be of talent to go, who's got the most possessions. Yes, we know Nick Dacos has, and next is Roberts, and next is Smith and Oliver, and et cetera, but there's a lot of non-excuses. And tonight, if there's a big differential here between Essendon and Richmond, and it falls in favour of Richmond, then there's got to be serious. And I'm a Brad Scott person, make no mistake about it. But I tell you what, they've got to be that much hunger tonight to win that contested ball.
Well, just piling on in the area of the ground that usually takes care of that facet of the game, the contest, is in the midfield.
Yes.
If you've got a lineup of Zach Merritt, Darcy Parish, Jai Caldwell, who you got from the Giants, and Sam Durham. So Durham is, I think, he's just a workhorse, works really hard.
Yep.
He's probably not on the money I'm going to talk about. But you've probably got $4 million in those 4 players. Given, I'm assuming Merritt's on about $1 million something. Parish feels like he's on the tail end of his $1 million contract. Caldwell, you didn't get him over from the Giants for nothing, so 800,000 or 900,000, and Durham would be deservedly on maybe 600,000.
Yeah, yep.
If you got $4 million in those 4 players in the middle of the ground, and you can't get the job done against that Richmond midfield, which is completely banged up to bits, except for basically Taranto.
Yeah.
Then you are kidding yourself.
The psychology of sport, though, means that if there's one team that's going to play free and there's one team that's going to play tight, I think we all think the Tigers are playing with house money and Essendon are going to play. Yeah. They're going to be the tighter team tonight.
Well, that's why, with all due respect to Brad, to say, it doesn't win, lose, or draw, we know where we're at. No, that's only said when you don't know.
It felt almost like they were conditioning people that, hey, even if we don't win this week, don't worry about it. And I'm worried about that. I mean, they've also been trying to condition people that, hey, we haven't played many teams around our station. So I went through and looked at it, who they played this year. They played 4 top 6 teams. They've played 4 middle 6 teams. And they've only played 2 sides bottom 6 on the table. One of them was GWS, who they led for most of the game and got overrun. The other one was Port, who demolished them. They lost by 10 goals back in round 2.
They beat Melbourne, didn't they?
They beat Melbourne, which was completely against the trend.
Yeah, Melbourne were up, and maybe Melbourne got ahead of themselves.
But they got 3 weeks in a row. They got Richmond tonight, West Coast, Carlton. So they got 3 weeks here to try and bank some wins.
They actually won this corresponding game last year, and in the past 12 months have had 1 win. And it was in gather round against the D's.
Yeah, it's quite damning. There's no question about that. Both sides have had a lot of injury problems. There's no question about that.
There's no question too, mate, Mick, sorry to jump in, that Brad Scott knows this is a game they simply must win.
Oh, they've got it.
And that block of 3. You bring Ben Mackay back in for that reason. You say, well, even though he's not playing up to the standard we
know what we expect.
Correct.
Yep.
But he thought, no, okay, this is just forget what I'm trying to teach him for a moment. We need him back and playing.
We're not experimenting there.
No, let's get that win.
No late change. The pre-match cultural observance is going to take place in just a moment. I understand the 2 Indigenous listed players at Richmond, Ryan Mansell and Morris Rioli, are both going to be part of it. There's only 1 Indigenous player on Essendon's entire list, which is Jade Gresham, who's playing tonight. So I think about all the great champions that Essendon have had over the years, and probably speaks to the broader issue that the game has at the moment. Kelly referenced a few moments ago, for those of you that were with us, that Michael Long had just addressed the team pre-game. Here's a little of what he had to say before the cultural observance.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, Coach, today. I saw the great Kevin Sheedy outside there. Obviously Indigenous round, and I love this club. What it's done. Norm MacDonald, one of our greatest players, first Aboriginal player, played with the great Dickie Reynolds. Kevin Sheedy drafted me, Derek Kickett, coaches like David Whedon who were there, part of that journey, what this club has done. 1995, pushed with the racial vilification, changed the game for people, Indigenous people, all cultures. The Essendon Football Club. That's why I love this club. That's why I always come back. Because it gave me an opportunity, gave players the opportunity. Kevin Sheedy, Dreamtime, Richmond Football Club, Terry Wallace. This club stands for a lot in the Aboriginal community and in non-Indigenous. But we work together. Jade, you represent us tonight. I want to see the Essendon spirit. The culture of this club is a great club because of great people like Dickie Reynolds, Bomber Thompson, Gavin Wanganeen. That's why I love this club. I want to see the Essendon spirit tonight, representing that tonight. Can I see the spirit tonight? Well, show me. Show us. Show this club. Let's lift this club. It's just in the back of your mind, the history and what we've done. Let's keep it in the back of your mind because we are a big part of what we've changed as a nation for the better. So let's live, let's lead, let's live. Let's bring back that Essendon spirit.
The great Australian Michael Long addressing the Bombers in the Rooms pre-game. Both teams are lined up for the cultural observance stance. Megan Waters is your MC.
By First Nations people, culture and communities. The Koori Youth Will Shakespeare's group will tonight represent Essendon. This group have been dancing all over Melbourne for the last 37 years. Familiar friends of the Dreamtime game, they are back again tonight to represent their people all over country. Richmond is joined by the Laguntis dancers, made up of the Corin Gamaji alum and next generation talent. 10 years on from the inaugural Laguntis pre-game dance, tonight's performance celebrates a decade of cultural expression, growth and leadership within the Richmond Football Club. It brings together original performers and current participants and reflects their deep connection to country and their development through the Corin Gamaji Institute. Paying tribute to Adam Goods, the Indigenous All-Stars and the Flying Boomerangs. Laguntis Nawan, Thylacines are we.
Hey. Tapunaya! Kulisawa! Tapunaya! Kulisawa! Tapunaya naya! Kulisawa! Hey, hey, hey. Hey!
Thank you and good luck to both teams.
It's always a great part of the Dreamtime fixture, as it is right across the weekend. It's the Doug Nicholls round, the cultural observances that we see pre-game, and both representatives from the Richmond Football Club and the Essendon Football Club lined up either side of one another. And then the two players, non-participants in the game, Maurice Rioli and Ryan Mansell, both taking part with the cultural observance dance as part of that, with their Indigenous jumper on and the club shorts, with also the cultural paint as well on as part of the celebration, of the two boys just dapping up a few of their teammates as well. Great to see them part of the festivities pre-game. This is Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. There's no late change. Richmond and Essendon. It is the first leg of a dual-side double-header. So over in Perth tonight, starting in about another half an hour from now, it'll be Fremantle and St Kilda. So we'll have updates throughout. There's a full call available through the ABC Listen app, and you can find that streamed there if you want to listen to it in its entirety. Fremantle and St Kilda with updates to follow throughout the night. Just tying a bow on last night, of course, a big win for the Hawks down in Launceston. Blake Hardwick, the star, kicking 4 goals up front. Injuries for both Rankin and Archie. And Nick Watson, I'm sure, will come under more focus at the handling of his concussion after he received or would-be concussion. He passed the concussion test, but certainly looked buzzed after an on-field incident. Went off, spent 4 more minutes playing, and then eventually had the test, which he passed and concluded the game. But there'll be more on that, I'm sure, as the weekend progresses. The other postscript to follow out of last night is that a 1-game ban for Riley Thilthorpe. So this is for presumably a stomach punch. It's come back as intentional contact to the body. So the players were well warned on this front that they would be getting 1 match as a result for any of that kind of action.
And a fine for staging for Joshua Shelley. I was rapt he got fined for that. He irritates me no end.
Hey.
Oh, my goodness.
Why? I'd just love to ask you both why they persist in playing Thilthorpe in that midfield role. But anyway, it's probably for post-match.
Kelly Underwood alongside myself, Corbin Middlemass, Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse for the full call. It is a bucket list item if you're a footy fan. You don't have to be a supporter of Richmond or Essendon to be able to come here and be part of the centrepiece to Sir Doug Nicholls round, which is Dreamtime at the G. Tim Hodges had the best seat in the house. He's in the front row of the grandstand. How was all that, Hodgie?
It was awesome, Corbin. Tim Taranto won the toss. The Tigers will kick to the city end, so that's right at screen if you're at home listening to us. But the pre-match, quite brilliant. A real grand final, big event feel. And the crowd is every bit like that. Hard to believe, really, when it's last versus second last on the ladder. Hard to believe when there's hardly any train lines working tonight in Melbourne. The Tigers and the MCC confident they'll hit 75,000. I think we're every bit that already. So it is a massive crowd, a massive event, and don't even worry that they're 17th and 18th on the ladder. This is a bucket list item, as you say, and the weather is perfect. Still 15 degrees, hard to believe. No wind at all. It's going to take a nosedive throughout the evening, a low of 6 in Melbourne tonight. Just repeating, no late changes, and also mentioning the Prime Minister is in the house this evening, was walking alongside Michael Long for the long walk from the Burrarung Ma through to the MCG. He did a lap of the field. He went down to the Essendon rooms with Michael Long, met all of the Essendon players. I'm not sure all of them actually knew who he was, but he is here tonight, part of the Dreamtime festivities.
The umpire holds the footy up. We're ready to go. A pair of 1-9 teams for Dreamtime at the G. You're with Kelly Underwood.
And it was Bolter and Blackiston. Neither got a hand to it. Notice that Merritt started up forward. Meanwhile, a scramble in the centre. And a tangle of arms and legs, so a ball up on the edge of the centre circle.
Started forward, but straight away up into the midfield, so pushing up from half forward.
Blackiston palmed it straight down, gave it to Campbell. He bangs it inside 50 here for the Tigers. Past Lynch, the intended target. Clever little mop-up from Reid. Handballs over the top to Pryor, and he gets the kick away to Durham. Durham's got it at half-back on the northern wing, and he's able to pinpoint a teammate, and that's Roby, marking uncontested in front of the interchange gates, in front of the Essendon bench. So the Bombers, a wobbly old kick, kicking to the punt road end, but that kick has gone straight down the throat of Bolter, the starting ruck. And his kick was a little risky. He went backwards and sideways and was trying to go inboard, and getting his body in the way there for the Bombers was Archer May. So he was looking to hit up Ben Miller, and instead Archer May made it a 50-50 ball, Corbin.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Bombers, something out of nothing. Taranto, though, comes up with it for the Tigs. Handball away to Trainer, kicks out of the defensive 50. Unkind bounce there for Rechko. The Bombers scoop it up. Langford, hand pass goes all the way back. Roberts knocks it on to Redmond on a bit of a jinking run and then kicks wide, turns it over. Intercept mark taken here by Rechko, who's off and running down the wing. A little 1-2 in all of that with Roberts Thompson, and then gets the kick down to half forward. And Roberts, just singular, picks it off, takes the mark at half back for Essendon. Oh, they're short to McGrath, back to Roberts. They run into a dead end, and then he's caught immediately. Big time tackle, and the umpire's holding the ball. It's going to be a free kick for the Tigers, and Green's going to take it. It's almost a team holding the ball that the umpire felt they had long enough. And Green's going to put it inside 50. Standing underneath it, Perkins picks it off, takes the intercept mark. Almost a fullback for the Bombers. 2 minutes in, no score, no late change.
And lots of turnover kicks already. Perkins goes round the southern wing. May takes the mark. He handballs off to Gresham, the only Indigenous player out there tonight. Dreamtime at the G in front of a big crowd, and the kick from the Bombers. Another intercept. It was only a 10-metre kick, and it's been picked off here by Rechko. He brings it back through the centre where Ross marks. Handballs off to Bolter. Bolter draws the defender. He handballs further on, and the kick inside 50 into the pocket goes out to Lynch, where McKay is keeping him company. In a one-on-one, the ball bounces over the boundary line, and the kick came off the boot then of young... Who was it, Corbin? Cumming. In the black boots for the first time tonight.
Lynch grabs it out of the ruck. He's tackled. We're going to have a ball up. We're going to have a free kick. Oh, there's a free inside the forward 50. It's not for the ruckman. It's for Tim Taranto. And it's against Zach Merritt. So this is off the ball.
Zach Merritt's confused. We're confused. Maybe grabbed at his arm a little. If you see there, just Taranto trying to take front position. Gee, not much there, Mick.
No. Well, he grabbed him, but there's nothing in it. He didn't...
I used to get away with plenty of those.
Oh, well, yes. One game in particular.
So Taranto to kick the game's first goal. He hits the post. I mentioned it earlier. It feels like the tone's been set 3.5 minutes in. If you like turnovers, this might be the game for you.
Turnovers.
Richmond kicking at 25%. Essendon at a high 63%. They're fine.
Roberts hits up Pryor with a kick, and Pryor goes long down the line and taking a nice mark. That was a contested mark. Thomas Edwards for the Bombers.
Yeah, that was a lovely mark. Under pressure too.
So he kicks further down. Hey, this is 3 or 4 marks in a row here for the Bombers. A promising build-up as Perkins marks it right in front of the Tigers bench. Couple out from goal. He kicks right into the heart of the 50. It's punched down. Miller gets there first. He's tackled to the turf. Questions been asked. And the tackler.
So players like Archie Perkins, they've got to take advantage of games like this. He's now over 100 games. Expected more from him, Essendon fans, but he should really have a big influence on games against opposition like the Tigers.
Parrish first possession from the restart, gives it to Roby, centering kick. Perkins and Roberts collide mid-air. 2 Bombers competing for the ball at centre-half forward. No Richmond player. Ball spills down and the Tigs come up with it. Trainer got it to Roberts Thompson, kicks down the wing. Lafau marks and plays on. Richmond up over halfway. Kicked to no one in particular, and Mackay is able to intercept his first game back for the Bombers. Little handball away to Redmond, kicks down the wing, and here's Perkins. Bombers mostly in red tonight with the white shorts. Of course, both teams in their Sir Doug Nicholls round Indigenous strip. Into the middle of the ground, Merritt. Handball away to Gresham, puts it inside 50. Trainer punches it out of play. And the Tigers jumper with the predominantly black backdrop and the yellow sash made up of the artwork.
Richmond are going to continually lose that ball across the half-forward line. Their representation is 1v3. Their structure of their forward line is just collapsing forward, collapsing into the back line, and they've got no they're getting the ball across the half-back line, but kicking it to no one. So Lynch can't control 3 players.
Boundary throw in inside 50 here for the Bombers, where Parrish reads it best off hands, has a quick snap. He's steadied, he's straightened, and he hangs it out to the right.
And Tom Lynch, Mick, has got the Ben Mackay matchup.
Yeah.
But Mackay will be comfortable with that because Lynch can hardly run.
That's right. When he's sitting on his head.
Yeah, and then he's got support to help him.
Yeah, exactly.
Run out from fullback from Jaden Short and then just bangs it extremely long, straight up the pipe, and Lynch marks right in the middle of the G. Lynch kicks to true centre half forward, and there's Taranto, takes the mark. Right on the 50.
Lynch hurt Durham right in the centre circle when he took that launching mark.
Handball back to Jaden Short, who started it all. He ends it with a behind. It's a popular one. 2 behinds for Richmond, 1 for Essendon. We're 6.5 minutes in. Dream time at the G.
Well, they missed a target there. They marked the ball on the 50, but there was a player coming through on the sweeping side, and they just didn't look sideways. They could have easily found him.
Around the southern side they go. A quick couple of hurried kicks. Ben Miller looked like he punched it over the boundary line, but it stays in. Bombers in possession. Now Roby handballing back to Durham. Good to see him back up on his feet. To Merritt. It was too hot for Durham. Now Merritt under pressure. He's tackled to the ground. Parrish comes in, offers some support, weaves through some traffic and kicks to half forward, but there's no one there except Noah Bolter. He's had a couple of good weeks playing in the ruck. It's almost like it's unleashed the better and the confidence player in him. He hits up Vlosten. They're going through the centre. Now Jack Ross. He's marked on the edge of the centre square, right in front of the Great Southern stand. He's going to kick sideways to the wing where Miller marks uncontested and then goes further down the line, and Rechko's got it.
They did this last week against St Kilda at Richmond, just a kick mark, but they went backwards and sideways. At least they're trying to move it forward.
He gave her the kick to Ross. He kept running Rechko, and now he's got it, and he delivers the bullet inside 50. There was no one there to mark it, though. Essendon. Durham picks it up. The handball into no one. Sonsi pounces, and he's able to straighten it up to Cumming, who marks uncontested inside 50.
Well, it's quite remarkable that the disposal is 40 to 30, and it's Essendon that got the 40. The way Richmond are playing, they're kicking the ball 2-1.
You see, Essendon, Mick, 19 kicks, 21 handballs.
That's it. Yeah, that's the other. That's 50-50. Whereas if you look at Richmond, they're gone 20-10. So they're getting more distance, and they've had inside 50s. It's 5-3.
Top 10 pick, Sam Cumming playing his 5th AFL game from right on 50, pretty much in front. He looks like he belongs, this teenager. And it's the first goal of the evening, and it goes to the Tigers in dream time at the G on ABC Sport. Richmond 1-8, Essendon just 1 behind.
And just to back up the point you're making, Mick, out on the outer wing, about a minute and a half ago, Essendon had control of the footy. And I reckon on 2 separate occasions they had a chance, one handball go forward. Yep. Instead, it was handball, 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 handball,
and loose.
handball, and then a wild under pressure kick, Noah Bolter intercept mark.
Yep.
Because they sold themselves into pressure by playing ringer, Rosie.
Yeah, totally agree. Lingy, I know it's harsh, but the top 4 or 5 sides, their instinct is get the ball inside front 50.
Yeah. They use the handball to release someone to get it in there.
I'm watching your sides now. Their intent is let's get 400 possessions.
Yeah.
Free kick in the middle, Essendon's way, as Caldwell at the drop taken high, gives it to Merritt, kicks inside 50. Trainer again, puts his fist through it.
No.
And it is going to go to Nate Caddy, who's got it at right half forward for the Bombers.
That's because he spoilt the ball. That is a horrible, horrible decision.
I'm going to look at the replay here. Spoiled the ball with the left hand, and the problem was the right arm on the shoulder of Caddy.
And Trainer's got the match up on Caddy. He dislocated his thumb last week trying to spoil the ball. They might have picked up a groin injury last week as well.
The famous Richmond surname. The dual premiership player is Uncle Josh. Caddy's got a different club. Nate with the Bombers kicks their first goal. 10 minutes in, Richmond 128, Essendon 117. Dreamtime at the G. The Dons' first goal from a free kick. It's the Ticks by a point. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Real concern down here for the Bombers with Sam Durham, who was collected. It was a brutal crunch. It gave him real whiplash. It took the Essendon doctors a while to get him to the bench. They checked. They were working almost like a chiropractor on the back of his neck. I think the way he was holding his hands up like he had blurred vision. So they didn't like what they saw. They're taking him downstairs for a concussion test. So that is not good news for the Bombers and Sam Durham.
No, it's not. They don't need another number like that out.
Goal apiece. The Tigers by 1 point. It's Hayes Brown now into the ruck. Up against Brian. Did it beautifully. Straight down to Parrish. Quick inside 50. And the mark taken charging out by Caddy.
Yeah. Well, he's a class player. He is the classiest player probably on the ground. And you hope for Essendon's point of view that he re-signs and signs for a long time. He's got the potential. There's a couple of blokes about his age, his size, in and around his ability that are the next generation forwards. They are beautifully balanced.
It was textbook footy out of the centre. Your first couple of kicks can set up your night, but this one's offline from directly in front, 40 metres out. 1-1 for Nate Caddy.
That's been the problem, hasn't it, Kel? So 20 goals, 21 for the year.
Well, he threw the ball out in front of him. It's a really... Look, the first one was so pure. That one there... He looked like he was after more distance and didn't need it.
Scores level a dozen minutes in. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport as Miller with the kick out, long up to the wing. Hopper, 1-2 with Burton. Back to Hopper, ugly kick, slides to Hayes Brown. Scoops it up, gives it to Rechko. Runs in front of the benches, hands a handball inside to Campbell. Keeps moving, Seth Campbell. Handball forward to Bolter. No one comes at him. Bolter heads for the goal square. And a mark, no, not to be. Hands on it, but couldn't complete the mark in all of that. Jasper Elgar. And through it goes for a minor score. So behind, Richmond back on top just by 1. Slipped straight through his hands.
Did.
Roberts Thompson there as well for Richmond. Not to be.
So McGrath has gone long and strong. Mark taken by Dersma on the wing. Gives it to Langford by hand. He kicks up to Caddy, who takes the one-hander. He looks on tonight, Nate Caddy. Plays on quickly. Hits up his teammate beautifully. And May strolls in and kicks the goal. What a passage of play from the Bombers. From one end to the other, the Essendon fans are up on their feet. 2-2-14 the Bombers. Richmond 1-3-9 after 13 minutes of play. But there's some bad news looming down in the front row there, Tim Hodges.
Yeah, this is not good news. That's 2 goals for Essendon, and now I think they've got 2 injuries. Matt Guelphy, I think he's pinged a hamstring. He stopped he stopped dead on this member's wing. He's launched his mouthguard. The last time we saw that, Kel, was Sam Darcy with the Bulldogs down in Geelong. So the mouthguard is gone regardless of whether he comes back. But he walked off and waited at the top of the stairs for the doctor. So Essendon now have both doctors down in the rooms with Sam Durham, who we believe is a concussion test, and now with Matt Guelphy, who it looks like a hamstring.
17 on Richmond's injury list, 12 and counting for the Bombers, with 2 hurt tonight. Out of the middle, Essendon get another free kick here as Gresham takes the advantage, kicks inside 50, a shallow entry looking for May, not to be. Sonzi's got it for the Tigers, gives it away by hand to Vloston, handball away to Tresize, his handball to Miller, short kick down the wing, finds Lafau. Managed out of last week, he's got the mark on the logo of the southern wing. 5-point lead for the Bombers. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
From the rooms, Matt Guelphy's just come back from the rooms, guys. He's actually looking for his mouthguard that he launched, so I'm not sure if it's good news that he needs his mouthguard, that he might be coming back on, or what that means.
Short to Sonzi, short kick to Vloston, long kick forward, an intercept mark for the returning Ben Mackay, hands it off to Farrow.
They've got the numbers, Bombers, down deep. Pryor gives it to Dersma, mucking around with it, had to handball because of pressure, back to Pryor. Kicks long, launching himself there, couldn't quite pull down the mark, was Edwards. He's got a leap on him. Big ball to be won. Edwards is involved. He handballs to Perkins. Good tackle. It was a wonderful tackle by Tom Burton, another number 45. And it's built over the line. It'll be a free kick here for the Tigers. Out on the full.
Plenty of numbers back. Not a lot of options here other than just to dump it.
So Alga does exactly that. They launched the pack. Bolter was the leaper in the pack. Well, it's gone straight through the legs of Parrish. Had to go back and get it. Danger, danger. If it's holding the ball, which it is, it'll be a set shot here for the Tigers. And they are ruffling the head here.
No, it's pretty hot free kick.
Yeah, I thought he
Steely Green
got the handball at the end.
He got the hand pass. And there's another one in the middle where the player got the hand pass in and they called it. I just think, well, we probably can't see from here, but it's normally coming.
Don't stir me up too much, Mick.
No, there it was. It was a free kick.
It was a
hand pass.
Shortly, but it was Steely Green that tackled Parrish. So not too much of an angle. Kicking to the city end with the Bombers leading by 5 points. He's only about 35, 40 metres out, Steely Green. And he's kicked 10 for the season so far, and this shouldn't be a problem, and it's not. 2-3-15, Richmond retake the lead. Essendon 2-2-14 after 16 minutes. Tim Hodges again on the bench.
Kelly, confirmation from the Bombers. Matt Guelphy is out of this game with a left hamstring, so he actually started on the bench. He ran on. He was only on the ground for about 2 minutes for that hammy to let go. And so he has lost his mouth guard as well, which is not great news. Not a great night at the office for Guelphy. And then it could get much worse. So Sam Durham remains down in the rooms undergoing a concussion test. So the Bombers within, 17 minutes could be 2 men down here.
And Tim, I saw the replay of Lynch leaping in the centre square, centre circle to take that mark. The knee went up high, as he tends to do, straight into the temple of Durham. So you wouldn't think you'd see him again.
Taranto got it out of the middle. Surge kick forward for Richmond. Very deep. Ball scoots its way through to Alga. Picks it up. Tackled by Redmond. Taken out of play. Boundary showing forward pocket for the Tigers. Richmond by a point, 17 minutes in.
Good entry there. Terrific centre clearance from Taranto. Dangerous part of the ground, and they nearly made something from it. Promising signs early from Richmond when they do go forward.
Warrigal product, Jasper Alga, appropriately nicknamed Rhythm for algorithm, which makes all the sense in the world. From the boundary throw-in, comes down to Taranto. He's tackled, lost it, ends up with Hopper, hand pass back into dispute, now half forward for Richmond. Passing through, Cumming, got a handball back to Grill, his draft mate, kicks into the pocket, Pryor's opponent, went down in front of him, Pryor wins it, handball away to Parrish, help to him in the tackle, umpire circles, holding the ball. Parrish didn't make enough of an effort to get rid of it. And Jack Ross tackles him, holding the ball.
Okay, so he did drag it in. However, when you're on the ground winning the ball like that, you still can't be smacked in the head. It's high contact. It should have been paid before holding the ball.
First free kick is the head.
Yeah.
Then
it's like they are so intent on wanting to pay holding the ball that you miss. The tackle still has to be executed legally.
Jack Ross from right in front of the players' race, tight angle. He's missed wildly out to the right, and he's lucky to sneak it in from behind. Richmond by 2 points. It's all happening here. Durham with a head injury assessment down in the rooms. Matt Guelphy's out of the game with a hamstring. Richmond by 2 points. No late change. Dream time at the G.
Redmond's on the kick-in duties. He goes short and safe to Parrish. Parrish spears at a beautiful kick. I think it was intended for Edwards. In the end, it was stolen by Day Wicks. So he's got it at half-back. And he kicks from the defensive broadcast wing to the attacking end where Caddy was there. Had to spoil it because of the pressure he was under. Now Roby had it, lost it. Trainer gets a handball away to Short, playing his 200th. Back to Precise. And now Miller. Miller's going to go defensive and kick backwards and sideways all the way to Sonsi, who marks uncontested. The switch is on. They're going around in front of the Shane Warne stand. He puts it out in front of Ross. Gets a kind bounce on the wing. Wedges the kick out in front of the long lead of Mykelti Lafau, who takes the mark.
And he's always going to lead up because there was no one else around, and this play just fell off him. If a bit more pressure from Essendon, that ball comes back.
Lafau, who is a mighty kick, and he does just that towards Lynch. Waiting at the back was Jonty Fall, and Fall snaps the goal. Lynch leapt, Jonty waited, and it landed in his lap, and he whirled round off a couple of steps and snapped it, and the Tigers extend their lead to 8 points. 3-4-22, Essendon 2-2-14.
I know this is stating the obvious, Mick, given he was a first-round draft pick, but he is a talent that Richmond fans can get excited about. He's still very, very young and at times looks a little like a baby deer or a giraffe out there, but at 195 centimetres, I think he's going to be really special.
This next bit of play here, Lingy, I'll just get you to watch it. Just
the
tell
Jack
me,
Ross kick to Lafau,
He's only got one target. So why wouldn't the Essendon player come up onto him, and punch it clear?
You can flip it back the other way and you're scoring at the other end.
Either that or goes out of bounds. I don't get the ease of which sides can come out of the back line and players hang off them.
Brian wins the hit out, but straight to his opposing ruckman, Hayes Brown, who kicks inside 50. Lafau got hands to it, no mark. Spills through to Pryor, just got it away to his mate Roberts in the back pocket. Kicks out of defence for Essendon, and Gresham. Merritt, who takes the mark at half-back. Most decorated bomber of them all. The only 30-year-old out there tonight. 1-2 with Langford, and then Merritt kicks in front of the benches. Day Wicks goes for a fly, went early. Precise, punches it 10 rows back.
Yeah, I thought he thought that ball was going to be a contest. I guess when he got up there, he could have marked it.
Zach Merritt, the last 10 times these two sides have played, he's had 30-plus disposals.
You'll get it again today.
All the way back to 2019. This is a Tigers team that doesn't like to tag.
You'll get it again, Kel. It's what he does with it.
That's right. There's good 30s and there's not so good 30s.
Okay, well, Hayes Brown in the boundary throw-in right in front of us in the wing, and the Tigers now. They had it. Rechko's handball, though, was smothered by Roby, and that'll be another boundary throw-in. Pretty much from the same spot. Rechko's been a handy acquisition. Just having a look at his boots out there. He's got one green boot on the left and one blue boot on the right.
Most good midfielders these days who get to play 85% game time around the middle of the ground can get it 30 times if they want it.
Yeah.
It's more whether or not they actually want to impact and do what the team needs them to do.
Ryan does well in the ruck. He gets it down to Parrish. He was tackled. Now the turnover's on. Quick hands, gets it off to Hopper. Hopper's kick inside 50, goes towards Lynch. Umpire blows his whistle, says a free kick against Tom Lynch. It'll go to Mackay.
Sorry, Cal, that's a horrible kick by Jacob Hopper. Lynch had broken free of Mackay on the lead, just had to drop it into his path. Instead, sat it on his head. If kicks come in like that to Lynch all night, he's in for a tough night.
Well, and Mackay's in for a good night of ease without having to trail or chase a bloke in on a lead, because Lynch is a beautiful timing lead
up.
So put the ball out in front of him.
Pryor, Merritt switches on, one back flank to the other. Mackay, short kick to the ruckman. Nick Bryan's got it all by himself in a paddock of space, northern side. Kicks down the line looking for Langford. Marks in front of the Richmond bench. Rob off the SMS. I see the skills earlier aligned with the ladder position. As Langford kicks to centre half forward. Essendon inside 50 after the Tigers have controlled the last 10 minutes. Parrish got a handball out towards Edwards. His handball knocked down. Gloston's got it, taken high by Redmond.
I think he said what Mick was thinking. Gloston flicks the kick out wide to Bolter. He marks uncontested and he can go, Noah. And he bangs it. A long ball, a one-on-one. It's Lynch v. Mackay. Coming over late was a Pryor. And a free kick against Pryor. No.
Seth Campbell, you got to know the rules there.
Yeah, he thought it was playing an advantage.
Marks.
And that mark should not have been taken with the
So the mark was paid. It wasn't a free.
Yeah, it was definite mark.
So Lynch took it over the two Bombers. Pryor came in late to help out his teammate Ben Mackay, and Lynch still got it outside 50.
And unfortunately, Seth Campbell, by trying to play on now, has allowed Essendon to get all those numbers back.
So he's only got one other option, and that is to bomb it to the top of the goal square. Oh, the huge leap there from Steely Green. Couldn't take the mark. Langford's got it. He's got to be careful. He got his boot to it. Merritt's got it being tackled. And now the hurried kick out of that 50 by the Bombers. They look a little bit panicky, and the players will be happy to see it roll over the boundary line.
So none of the players want to touch that ball in.
Yeah.
It was on the boundary. That sort of rule is not quite there yet.
So Richmond by 8 points. 3.5 minutes to play in this opening quarter.
Boundary throwing. Bolter trying to grab it out of the ruck. Spills down towards Taranto. Hand pass to Cumming. Floats a kick to half forward. Pack of 3 or 4. And in the end knocked out a play by Blackiston. Remember in the game they played last year, or perhaps very forgettable, round 18 here at the MCG. Richmond won by 9 points. 46 beat 37. What was dubbed?
Come on, Corbin, we're trying to talk it up.
That was dubbed the shame game. That was Richmond's last win in Victoria, which was late last year. Obviously, they beat the Eagles a couple of weeks ago. Steely Green goes bursting his way through his head back. Umpire buys what he sells, and he's getting a free here at right half forward. And Steely Green's going to get a look at the sticks. Heat in it on the replay, as the fans cotton on to, but Steely Green gets a look at him right half forward, 50 out.
You can't fall for that, can you? They just missed one before where I think it was Steely Green as well, tried to take a hanger and completely took out an Essendon player and never got his hands on the ball. They called play on.
We've set an interesting tone tonight. We've had hot holding the balls and a lot of intervention, particularly inside the attacking 50s for both teams. Green cashes in the gift, drives through the goal, and the Tigers are on the attack. 26 minutes in, Richmond 4-4. They lead Essendon 2-2, and there's a melee. There's members from both teams rushing to grab a few jumpers and try and do a bit of damage to these beautiful jumpers.
Well, it was Langford who was the culprit because he went straight into Green and gave him a little hip and shoulder afterwards. And now Langford exits the arena and comes off for a rest, and the rest are left with all the jumper punching and pulling and grabbing and wrestling.
Green's got 2, Richmond 4-4, Essendon 2-2. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
Well, at the moment, I look at the contested football thingy and there's nothing in it. I look at the clearances. I just as an observer, Richmond are smashing them without a recognised ruckman, really. And you've got to put your nose in the trough here. This is where the Bombers have to come good.
Richmond win it out of the centre again. Campbell's over the top. Gives it to his teammate in Burton, but it was crunched and the umpire comes in. Says free kick. So Burton was brought down by Merritt. Merritt's going to win the free. Merritt's got it in the defensive 50. Goes short to Redmond, who goes short to Parrish. They're on the back foot a little bit here, the Bombers. Parrish flares it wide. That's a well-weighted kick, and he's able to hit up his teammate in Day Weeks. Quick hands off. Kick comes inside 50. No one's there. Caddy comes out. Meets Ross heavily. He came out with intent. Ball spills clear to Roby, who just bangs up long, and there's a huge launch in the pocket. Couldn't quite bring down the mark, though, could Edwards. And now it's right up against the boundary line. Clever tap by the Bombers. Precise was involved. Ross, Taranto, all by hand. Ross, he gives it and goes again. He goes through the centre of the ground, although there's another turnover.
Blackiston takes it for the Bombers, kicks to full forward. Edwards has got a heap to do. There's 4 Tigers converging on him. Floston gets the ball out to Taranto. Fell in his back anyway. Edwards against Floston. Free kick managed aside.
That's not good.
McGrath in a heavy collision there with Elgar. And as Elgar took the mark, McGrath collided right onto his shoulder.
His face has bounced off his shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
That's not good.
The Bombers are already seemingly 2 down on the bench. Durham's having a concussion test. Guelphy out of the game with a hammy. And now the captain, Andy McGrath, is very ginger, jogging at the moment with the dock, but he's going to have to come off the ground. And Elgar and Richmond keep the footy moving down the wing. As Lafau's in a tangle, there's another whistle on the play.
We saw this last night.
So this is where they might need to use the emergency umpire to stop the game to get him off.
Got to stop the game.
McGrath stays out there. The Bombers win the footy back. Day Wicks hand pass misses Parrish.
What's the doctor doing? The doctor's coming from the ground.
He's going to stop it. Oh, no. I thought the umpire was going to stop that.
He's not. So the Tigers kick to the 50 and the mark to Taranto. He winds around, he flicks it out wide to Lynch. Almost took a slip smart. Instead, Campbell's there. He goes the impossible banana. It falls short through for a minor score.
He had some teammates on them too. Jonty Fall, Campbell over the top, would have made a certainty of it.
Yeah, absolutely, Lingy. He saw glory written all over that one.
So if you just mark the clock down now, so say 29-minute mark of the quarter is when it happens, maybe a little bit before that. McGrath's still out there.
He should not be out there.
We're now in just tick past the half-hour mark, so we're about 90 seconds post the incident. Ball's coming in his vicinity. The Bombers win it. Parrish, handball away to Roberts. Short kick to Caddy.
So the initial head assessment calls can take place on the field.
Yes.
If they're satisfied. When we see a collision that big, though, we usually think get to the bench to have a little bit more of a calm environment to go through that process.
But that wasn't an assessment then. That was a doctor going out and him waving him away. A captain saying, no, I'm fine.
Yep.
You want leadership.
Step one, and then if it advances through the next stages, he'll have to do the official concussion test. More news from the bench. It's been carnage for Essendon, both on the scoreboard and on the interchange. Richmond 4-5-29, Essendon 2-2-14. The Bombers did lead in that opening term. Richmond kicked the next 3 goals. Richmond by 15 points. The goal kickers, 2 for Green, 1 for Cumming, 1 for Fall. Meanwhile, for Essendon, May's got 1 and Nate Caddy has got the other. Tim Hodges, there's a whole lot going on down your way.
Oh, this is a horrible opening 30 minutes for Essendon. Now, we're watching the doctors who are out with Andrew McGrath now. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes off the ground, goes down to the rooms with a HIA. Now, the breaking news down here, the Bombers have just confirmed to us that Sam Durham is out of this game with concussion. And we know that Matt Guelphy is also out with a left hamstring. So they are 2 men down. And goodness knows what happens if McGrath goes down. That was such a ferocious hit that I'm sure he has to go down and just be given a HIA just to double check. He might be okay, like we saw last night with Nick Watson down in Tasmania, that he returned to the field. But, that was vicious the way his head bounced back off the shoulder there. So, unfortunately, not good news. Not only are they trailing in this game, but they are 2 men at least down with Guelphy and Durham scratch from this one.
Thanks, Hodgie. More from you throughout the night. Richmond by 15. Off the SMS, Rob says skills matching the ladder positions. Also says, I love the Friday night crew, but when's the Freo game start? Well, the Dockers are playing tonight against St Kilda. There's no late change there in Perth, and there's a call available through ABC Listen. Simon and Sean on the York Peninsula in South Australia looking forward to a good game. Got to love Lingy. Love that he calls it as he sees it, the number 1 expert in the game. So a bit of love for you, Lingy. Pete says, how is it that last night all 4 umpires refused to call holding the ball, and tonight they're red hot? There's more inconsistencies on that front, Pete, from what we've seen in that opening quarter.
Don't stir me up, Pete.
Laurel in Rushworth, what a fantastic night. Dreamtime at the G is even better listening to it with the ABC team. Thanks, Laurel. Rich from Ocean Grove, wonderful interview with Magic. I don't always think well of the AFL, but I do think that the Sir Doug Nicholls round is a great celebration of First Nations contributions to the great game. Now, there's a lot of bad news around just now, but events like this make me very proud of my country. From Des in Ascot Vale, that was an incredible few minutes of radio with Magic. I'm a 69-year-old Bulldog supporter with tears in my eyes. What courage, what leadership, what spirit. What a wonderfully strong person. Thank you. From Matt, inspiring speech from Michael Long. If that doesn't lift the Bombers, I don't know what will. And Fran, also on Magic McLean, says, so good to be informed and enlightened. Thank you for your call and your special comments. Love these rounds. Just a little taste of what you're bringing us off the SMS. Keep it coming throughout the night. 0437 774 774. The thoughts of Nick and Lingy coming up next. Richmond by 15. This is Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
This is going to be quite a ride. Every dream restoration starts with something worth holding on to.
We were in love. We figured we'd work it out.
Restoration Australia.
This is magnificent.
Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round with ABC Sport.
Durham picks it up, the handball into no one. Sonsi pounces and is able to straighten it up to Cumming, who marks uncontested inside 50. Top 10 pick Sam Cumming playing his 5th AFL game from right on 50, pretty much in front. He looks like he belongs, this teenager. And it's the first goal of the evening. Langford by hand. He kicks up to Caddy, who takes a one-hander. He looks on tonight, Nate Caddy. Plays on quickly. Hits up his teammate beautifully. And May strolls in and kicks the goal. Foul, who is a mighty kick, and he does just that towards Lynch. Waiting at the back was Jonty Fall. And Fall snaps the goal.
It's against Boston.
That's not good.
McGrath in a heavy collision there with Elgar. And as Elgar took the mark, McGrath collided right onto his shoulder.
His face has bounced off his shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
That's not good.
The Bombers are already seemingly 2 down on the bench.
This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
It's been carnage for the Bombers in the opening term. Durham out of the game with concussion. Matt Guelphy out of the game with a hammy, and Andy McGrath to undergo further inspection after a huge collision, as you heard there, late in that opening term. Meanwhile, Richmond on top in the game. They lead by 15 points at quarter time. The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, the legendary cat, Cameron Ling.
So there's obviously a lot happening off the field with the Bombers right now on the bench. We heard Durham's gone, Guelphy's gone, maybe Andy McGrath as well. On the field, Mick, and I know those players missing playing to what I'm about to talk about, but certainly the last probably 20 minutes of that quarter, Richmond were all over them anyway. And the centre clearance, I think you brought up the clearances midway through that quarter, 11-4 Richmond's way, and they were good deep clearances. And then there was starting to be some small forward swarm at the feet of Tom Lynch. They probably could have got better reward for their work. A couple of shots at goal. Seth Campbell, one comes to mind, with just a little bit rushed and maybe a little bit of hero stuff. Needed to give the extra handball, but signs were really positive from Richmond, and you'd be a little bit worried if you're a Bombers fan watching this one right now.
Just quickly, Andy McGrath runs straight back onto the ground, so he's going to start this second term.
Well, he would have undergone another assessment.
Absolutely. Look, that could be a stun. It could be on the chin. You know, as you know, when you call boxing, you don't get concussion every time you get hit. You know, and a lot of people, you've got to be wary of that. You know, there's times when you do, you get a little clip, you go down, other times you don't. Lingy, I'll go back to the first 5 minutes. I reckon Richmond were in control in the first 5 minutes this game, but they just didn't put them away.
Into the second term we go. 15-point lead for Richmond in Dreamtime at the G. Off the wing comes Pryor. First clean collect and then sends a kick forward off his non-preferred right boot out to half forward. Punched away by Miller and out of play.
I brought up pre-game, and now Durham, I'll just put a line through him because he was done early. Parrish, Merritt, Caldwell. There's $3 million in 3 plays in the middle of the ground, and the clearance count was 11-4 at quarter time. You've got to get the job done. You are the only players who you would say are close to A grade in your Essendon team, and you're getting destroyed in the middle of the ground.
Boundary throw in, Broad collects, gives it to Sonzi, upended in the tackle. Merritt handball away to Parrish, tackled, ball bounces off his boot. Last disposal, free kick Richmond.
And I will clarify my comments. I will clarify my comments by saying I don't think all of them are A graders, by the way.
No. Well, Parrish has had 3 of the 5, and Merritt hasn't been in too often at the centre square.
So Tarrant takes the free, and he gets it up to the wing where the big pack flies. It's all Richmond here. Sonsi. Taranto, rather. I thought I sounded something weird out there, taking you back to your Magpie days there, Mick, with Tarrant. Anyway, the Tigers are in control. Rechko's got it on the outer side. They've got loose numbers everywhere. Flostone marks at half forward. Wedges the kick. It needed to be pinpointed. Almost got to Ross. And a free's been given away. It was Roby that came in and tried to smother. And the umpire deemed that he chopped his arms, I think. Free kick. So free kick to Ross.
I'd love to see this.
So Ross will need to boot it from 50 on a 45-degree angle to the punt road end, Jack Ross.
Well, he's good for 50. I just question the spoils.
It's just a spoil.
Yeah, it looked like it, didn't it?
You must be able to spoil in our game, which has been, for 100 years it has. Now you can't look at them without giving away a free kick.
3-4 for the season so far from right outside 50. He needs to flush it. He gives it everything, and that is truly something. The goal umpire paused, Ross paused, and then it got the salute. And that's exactly what Jack Ross did. He saluted to the crowd. And the Tigers are on a roll. They've extended their lead out to 21. 5-5-35. Essendon 2-2-14. Opening stages of this second term.
Lingy, I've got to ask you this question. And your immediate response has got to be, do you think Essendon have just lost the ability now to know how to win? And are their heads hanging down too early?
Yeah, I think that's fair. They are, because we've seen them play with real endeavour and competitiveness at times this season, but just not consistently enough. And we're not seeing it early on here. Richmond are all over them. They are dominating.
Richmond, the last 4 goals in the game. There's a free kick. It's coming back to Hayes Brown for a ruck infringement.
They could beat them by 10 goals tonight. That's what it feels like right now.
Yeah, the games can change quickly, but it just... Every bit of momentum at the moment is all Tigers.
It's a contest. Centre half forward, slides past a couple. Langford goes and collects. He's tackled, taken the ground.
Richmond, and they're the things, those tackles there in the forward line.
Yeah, Richmond are feeling good right now, though.
Yeah,
the way Essendon have started this game has invited Richmond to feel confident.
Yeah.
Instead of taking away all their time and space, they feel good.
Inside 50, ball up. Lynch wins it at ground level. Handballs to Ross. Gets it over. Quick handball comes out to the pressure, and Ross goes again. Bolter tried to mark it. He couldn't. Going down low was Cumming. Pokes out the back. A chance for Ross. He snaps on his left, and he snaps and misses. They're pressing and pressuring and
they are
posturing at the moment, the Tigers. Lead is 22 points.
Redmond, long out of defence, trying to take a one-hander in all of that is Gresham. Keeps the ball in front of him. Hand pass to a teammate under all sorts of pressure in Pryor. He becomes tackler on Sonzi. Ball bobbles out. Alga scoops it up. Missed the target by hand. Now taken by May. Hand pass goes back to Perkins. Kicks down the wing and Trainer knocks it out of bounds. He's seen some nice things defensively. We'll have a boundary throwing.
Yeah, Caddy's the only player that you'd have faith in at the moment. Langford should be. Merritt should be. Durham off. Clark, I suppose. McGrath, rather, you've got to say, well, you know, as captain, I know he gives his all, but at the moment, nearly every contest is won by a Tiger.
Hayes Brown wins it from the boundary throwing the ruckman after the ball was allowed to bounce. Got it out. Green, slick handball, away towards Grill. And gives it to Taranto. Handball goes back to Sonzi. More Richmond in possession. Kicks it down the wing. Ball spills back into the outer corridor. They all overrun it. McGrath goes and gets it. Handball away to Day Wicks. Handball misses Roberts. Almost missing targets, not just by foot, but also by hand. As Day Wicks tries to extract it. Handball to Ross. He's tackled front on by McGrath. All legal. And the ump says ball up between wing and half forward for Richmond.
McGrath's setting a great example. He's not dominating the ball, but that big hit and to come out and be still at the bottom of the pack, it tells a lot about him.
Rucks couldn't control it. Archie Roberts grabs it. He's tackled. It spills clear at the back of the pack, whereas Campbell's able to get it. He's running the wrong way. Handballs to Vlosten. He receives it back, and then he kicks to Miller, who kicks all the way back to Broad. Got it in the defensive 50. He's pointing, trying to direct some traffic, and then he goes short to Grill. He keeps running, does Nathan Broad. He accepts the handball. He's got space everywhere. Running through the corridor. Handballs over the top to the youngster Cumming. Goes back to Grill. They combine. Down low. Couldn't quite take the mark, Campbell. That's a better tackle by the Bombers. Langford wraps him up. And Seth Campbell going nowhere. So a ball up.
And that's just the way they've got to work their way back into the game. Some nice strong tackles. Defend well. Strong in the contest. Just will the ball forward. Arm wrestle it back into your advantage.
So it's a ball up on the outer wing. It's going nowhere fast. The umpire blows his whistle and it'll be set again.
You're not a good enough team to just flick the switch and play amazing, incredible outside football. They've only had 10 disposals this quarter as well, Mick. 10 to 34.
Just not getting the ball.
No.
And when they are, it's all in the back half.
Another stoppage win for Richmond. Cumming kicks down to half forward. Farrow intercepts. Gives it away to Reid. Handball to McGrath. Handball to Roberts in the defensive 50. Not a heap up ahead. Handball laterally to Perkins. Handball out to Redmond.
Corridor's on.
Run and carry. Redmond kicks it down the wing to Caddy in a one-on-one. Trainer does well to knock it away. Close to the boundary line. Sonzi's got it. Day Wicks has got him taken out of play.
Sorry, Corbs, to butt in there. But even just the intent there. So Redmond's running free off half-back. Jade Gresham was all alone, dangerous through the corridor. If you go slightly inboard, it wasn't a massive switch.
No. Yep.
Slightly inboard. Gresham's running to 40, having a shot at goal.
Yeah.
Instead, it's just the willingness. They want to go wide and safe all the time.
The boundary throw in, half forward for the Bombers. Blackiston palms it down. Picked up, though, by Campbell. Hand pass away for Ross. Now Richmond kick it down the wing. Another contest on. Redmond creates some room. Gives it away to Farrow. Handball to Langford. Sweeping hand pass all the way back to Mackay at centre-half back.
There is no one behind him. He kicks sideways, and it was a good option. Reid marks uncontested. And goes up to his teammate in Archie Roberts. Marks right in front of the Bombers bench. Oh, he's going to kick backwards.
Well, it's okay to go backwards as long as there's an out. You've got to play chess here, get the ball, get around, and then get some ball in the forward. At the moment, it's just going...
It's going backwards and sideways for the sake of going
yes,
backwards.
exactly.
So they use Farrow at centre half back, and then Ben Mackay, who goes down the other wing, the southern wing. Perkins was there, took it on the bounce. Handballs to Langford. Langford's all-important kick. Hits up Merritt at centre half forward. No one's there to man the mark, so he takes a step or two. Open goal square, and it bounces through. In their best and fairest from many, many years, try and fire them up here. He kept it low. And it was an open goal square, and it bounced through for a much-needed goal. 3-2-20. The Bombers trail the Tigers 5-6-36. The margin is 16 points. 9 gone in the second term. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
I reckon for the play that Richard have had and the little play that Essendon have had, it's not a bad outcome at the moment.
Yeah.
The thing that would disappoint Adam Uzo there, that all the Richmond players fell off him. They fell off and they went back. No one covered the corridor and just left him, he's a good player. You're going to do that, you're going to lose control of the ball.
Back in the middle, no clean takeaway. Eventually bobbles out to Parrish, who turns and kicks the Bombers to half forward. Out in front of May, collects on the bounce, still outside 50, hand pass stolen. Sonzi at half-back, draws the defender, gives a hand pass away to Grill. The top 10 pick from last year, turns it over. Oh, Langford took the mark, wasn't paid. The umpire said it was a half volley. Handball to Parrish, he's under all sorts of pressure. Campbell toe poke out of there. Can't pick up the crazy footy. Hopper, and now pack forms around him. Says ball up.
Jacob Hopper is just fumbly, isn't he?
Oh, is he ever?
Yeah.
On 2 occasions there.
That was his thing, wasn't it? Being clean and possessor of great pace, but did a lot of the dirty work in tight.
Great tackle.
Gresham upends Grill, and that's holding the ball.
Yeah. If they're going to feed backwards from the stoppage, you need to have your half forward
come up.
Yep.
Yeah. That or a wing, or even an offensive winger, defensive winger, offensive winger, one on either side. I know it's a bit controversial, but you've just got to have numbers.
Tigers by 16. The Bombers are 2 down, and then Perkins ragdolled out of the way. Campbell takes the intercept mark half back for Richmond. 16-point lead for the Tigers.
Oh, another turnover here because the kick went to plenty of red jumpers. Langford pounces, gives it to Roby, to Parrish, all by hand, and then the all-important kick from Pryor has gone straight to the Tigers. Grill with the intercepting mark. In the defensive 50, gives it to Short. In his 200th game, he squares it to Broad. A couple of the premiership stars combining. And then Rechko has got it at half-back.
Essendon have done well here because they've covered where Richmond want to go. That's the 5th kick. And they've only advanced, 20 metres at best.
Trying to slice and dice their way through this here. The Tigers are short. Goes short to Grill.
And they're not that good to be able to do that.
Grill has a bit of a dash. Takes his full measure and then delivers long to a 2-on-2. Jonty Fall was there waiting at the back with Bolter. Bolter skims it. It goes into the pocket and it clears Lynch, who just threw his big fluorescent yellow boot at it. And instead it rolled through for a minor score. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Kel, the Bombers have 2 men on the bench at the moment. Jai Caldwell got the attention of the runner before. He said, I have to come off. I've got to go down to the rooms. He came off and has gone straight down with the doctor. So it looks like a leg injury. I'll bring you more when we have it.
Thanks, Hodgie. Better ball movement from the Bombers. Out to half forward. Caddy involved in a tangle. He gave away the free. He's not happy with that as
he's going to get
lead Shepherd. Going to Broad, kick short to Sonzi, so Richmond back with it at half-back. Interesting contrast coming into this game in terms of the profiles, as we call them nowadays, in both teams and the way they move the footy. More on that in a moment as Essendon win it back on the wing. McGrath involved in that marking contest is a little sore. There's Parrish to Redmond. Short kick away to Farrow. Long kick out towards that southern wing for Merritt.
Blood streaming from the nose.
He's been hit in the face again. Gee, popped it.
The walls tonight. Merritt kicks the centre half forward. He's Langford. Richmond by 17. Handball away to Redmond. Can't take it clean. Backs bodies on the way through. Handball goes back to Parrish. He's tackled. Ball up centre half forward for the Bombers. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
He's in a horrible way, Andrew McGrath. That's I think there's lost teeth or broken teeth, and you worry about You worry about his jaw. He's got... So one doctor is down in the room with Jai Caldwell. The other doctor, they haven't stopped down here. So he is in such a bad way, the skipper. You're really fearful.
Oh, it looks like it was a forearm too. I reckon it was almost an elbow.
And Jonty Fall's coming off as well.
That was an elbow, but it wasn't a deliberate elbow, let me say, because the way the player went with the football, he went across his body and McGrath ran in, slided across his face. He's copped him really bad.
Ford was hit by the ball carrier, by the way.
Yeah, Mason Redmond.
Okay, so the Bombers go inside 50. Big spoil from Trainer. Short's able to gather it and then kick it outside of the 50. Clever by Merritt. He just flicked it down to Roberts, who goes short, and the mark by Roby. And Roby says, you know what? It might have gone about 5 metres, but I've marked it and it's going to be paid and you'll have a set shot from 50.
This is the elite competition. You can't make mistakes like that as an umpire. That's gone 7 metres. Yep, that's why the frustration builds a little bit. There's plenty going on at the moment.
The good news is Sully Roby has kicked 5 straight this year in his 6 games. So he's yet to miss from outside 50. He sends it on its way. And I have just done the commentator's Moz. Apologies, Bombers fans. That's his first miss in his short career, Sullivan Roby. So Richmond by 16 points. There is no Guelph. He's done a left hamstring. There's no Durham. He's out with concussion. McGrath's down in the rooms with maybe a suspected broken jaw. And Caldwell's off down in the rooms as well with a leg injury.
And Jonty Fall copped that heavy knock as well. The possible concussion.
So the Bombers have 1 rotation as it stands at the moment. They're also down by 16 in the game. The footy is back at half-back here for Richmond, and they're getting a free kick. It's going to Jack Ross.
Well, they've gone to sleep, Richmond. Essendon have actually taken over stat-wise, ball-wise, territory-wise. They have... Richmond have gone, I would almost say what you call into a shell. There's no advancement with the football whatsoever.
Miller, long contest kick to the wing. Lafau clever, just knocks it out to Sonzi. Hooks a kick down to half forward. Bouncing footy. Campbell up to meet it. Collects. Crunched. Ran into Pryor and driven to the ground in the tackle there by Gresham. Ball eventually comes out. Broad gives it to Sonzi. Hooks a kick to half forward for Richmond. Langford in front. He's getting it free for a hold. Wrap his jumper from the back. I'm with you there. A lot of intervention.
So Langford.
This is good control by Essendon because they've
switches on too.
Yeah, they've pulled the plug totally.
Hang on.
Edwards absolutely shanks it. It's gone all the way back in the back pocket. Mackay's under the pump. Essendon fans were nervous. Bolter was bearing down, but he kept his cool head. He got it to Reid, and then Reid moves it to Roberts. It's in the good hands of Archie Roberts, and his piercing kick right down the boundary line from one side to the other has been marked by Perkins. He wheels around, goes inside 50, and on the end of it is Paddy.
Yep.
So they got themselves out of a little pickle there, and Nate Caddy, outstretched arms, marks in front of his eyes, and he'll have a set shot 40 metres out on a tidy shangle, but he's on the right side for a right footer.
Yeah, well, you're spot on, Kel. They've taken full control of this game in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Richmond got to be very, very careful now that doesn't flip, that enthusiasm doesn't start to become arrogance, because right now the workmanlike of Richmond has gone down the gurgler.
1 goal, 1 so far tonight for Caddy. Can he find those kicking boots? Yes, he can. And they peg one back. Caddy's got his second, and he looks on tonight. That is back-to-back goals for the Bombers. They trailed by as much as 22 early in this term, but now the margin just 10 points. Richmond holding on. 5-7-37. Essendon 4-3-27. Still got 7 and a bit to play before half-time. And Tim Hodges, I don't know if the notepad is... hope you got enough pages in it down there at the moment. What's the latest with all the injuries?
Cal, I've never seen anything like this. Jonty Fall from the Tigers has just gone downstairs for a HIA, so a concussion test. So the fear is he's out of this game. And now for the Bombers, Zach Merritt is the only fit player on the bench right now. So 3 players are down in the rooms. Andrew McGrath, he's missing teeth, and the fear is it's a broken jaw. So I don't think you will see him back on. Jai Caldwell is down in the rooms. Matt Guelphy, where you know is already out with his hamstring. and Sam Durham has already ruled out with concussion. So, yeah, just one fit bomber left on the bench at the moment.
It's a young team that hasn't always looked that organised this year, and they've got to try and put it together with spit and bubble gum at the moment, the Bombers. Roberts with some centre bounce minutes. Meanwhile, the Tigers have worked it all the way down to half forward. So Roberts Thompson with it, the second gamer. Kicks it inside 50, looking for Lynch. Not to be, close to the boundary line, and eventually out it goes. It does now. 40 out from the Richmond goal at the punt road end.
I feel sorry for Tom Lynch a little bit. Because he, through his glory years of leading to Dusty Martin and those types of players, they just hit him lace out. He gets a lead. He gets only a metre or so break because he can't quite move like he used to. And it just is a horror kick.
McGrath's had 2 head knocks tonight, the second of them seemingly causing some structural damage. Unlikely to see him again from the restart. Richmond win it. Campbell away to Cumming. Handball to Hopper. He goes back by hand to Rechko, 70 metres out. Puts it inside 50, turnover. And Farrow takes the intercept mark. So Richmond by 10. We're 19 minutes into the second term, but the Bombers have had the better of the last 10 minutes. They've kicked the last 2 goals.
So the 18-year-old Farrow playing his 9th game, hugs the boundary line, goes down to the outer wing. Spoil came in, well played there with a little burst of speed by Daywicks, tried the handball over. Coming up with it is May. Centre and kick was good. Dersma marks and takes off. He's surrounded by 3 Tigers and he's caught. That was a brilliant run-down tackle by Rechko. He grabbed the Sharon. He handballed it off to his teammate in Burton. The all-important kick out towards Lynch. Lynch goes to ground. Umpire says, yep, free kick going to the veteran. After Mackay took the mark.
That too. The best push in the back we've ever seen.
So Lynch has got it and he squares the kick. He just skirts the perimeter. He gives it to Short. In his milestone game, he's 60-65 out. He is a thumping kick. He puts plenty of air in this one. It's palmed down. Mackay's handballs missed its target. Or Redmond picks it up in the defensive goal square. Bryan under the pump. Handballs back to Redmond's there. Quick hurried kick away out of there. Roby. No one can take the mark outside 50 here for the Tigers. Caddy comes down. A hip and shoulder, and it might have caught a Tiger high. And it has. It'll be a free kick going to Miller against Caddy.
55 consecutive games, Ben Miller, more than any other Tiger. 21 minutes into the second term, 10-point lead for the Tigs. Kicks into the forward pocket for Lynch. Somehow takes the mark. He was third in the queue. The 2 Bombers ran underneath it. And Lynch marks right forward pocket, punt road end.
Well, we're both shaking our head. We've got no idea how he marked that because there was 2 Essendon players directly in front of him who had full coverage.
Blackiston and Mackay, the 2 Bombers. And somehow Tom Lynch read it the best.
Well, they need this one, the Tigers, to settle a little bit because they're being all over the place.
Tiger Tom with the steadier. Knocks it through. And the Tigers lead 12 back to 16. 6-7 to 4-3. Richmond by 16 points. 22 gone in the second. McGrath getting his jaw looked at. Caldwell his lower leg. Durham's out of the game with concussion. Guelphy out of the game hamstring. Jonty Fall is being assessed also on the Richmond bench. So that is the injury carnage. 4 from the Bombers, 1 from the Tigers.
As you pointed out, Mick, really important that Tom Lynch goes back and nails that. Just to settle the Tigers down a little bit. Just to try and highlight the way the sport has been played. We've been going 22 minutes, so only 4 minutes to go. There's only been 7 inside 50s to Richmond, 6 to Essendon, which is incredibly low total of inside 50. So everything has just been this mess through the middle of the ground.
If you pay an extra money to sit on the wing, you're going to get a lot of the game.
Yes.
Bryan in the ruck. He can't control it. He follows up with a tackle that's too high. Taranto takes the free. Gives it off to the run of Short. Dashes away. Delivers long. It was a fumble by Reid. Now Mackay's under the pump. Had to drop it. Lynch gets involved. Langford waiting at the back and coolly kicks sideways to Pryor. Wants to move it quickly. Kicks it up towards Parrish. Had to take it on the bounce. And then delivers nicely to Perkins, who's got it at half-back. So they worked their way out of that one, Essendon, after the quick inside 50 by the Tigers.
And they've got in front of him, he's got Caddy, who's probably the best player on the ground, as in terms of talent.
Big spoil from Broad, and he knuckles it, kills it over the boundary line. It'll be 12 back in front of the Bombers bench, right where Tim Hodges is sitting. Hodgie.
Kel, I'm sorry, Essendon supporters, I don't have any good news for you. Andrew McGrath is done for this game. The club fears it is a broken jaw, so he won't be returning. So that's 3 that are scratched. Jai Caldwell has come back from the rooms. I'm not sure he's right to go, but I think they're going to have to put him on and use him.
Tigers get it hurriedly inside 50. Lafau's out the back with the soccer skills. Knocks it through. And the World Cup around the corner. McKelty Lafau showing out. Richmond by 22 points. 7-7 to 4-3. 24 gone in the second term, and Richmond get their buffer back. The Bombers, in a world of pain. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
I thought for a moment Mick he'd done the wrong thing, suffering off the ground.
Same here.
Because he had support, but...
I thought he was going to pick it up or even tap it across to his teammate running next to his little wingman, but... Yeah, that's a very good goal. Look, I've got to say, I feel so much for McGrath for a start off, just the courage to go back on the ground. Then he copped the second one. But for Essendon's point of view, don't get me wrong, I still bleed for Richmond in many respects with my games here, but now it's becoming almost an uneven contest, not because of the injuries, but because of how they're going to feel about it, the Bombers.
News
their
from the bench.
Injured.
Yep, his Jonty Fall is now out. So the first one out for the Tigers. Essendon go inside 50 here from the ball up. Broad gathers. Precise. Had to be precise, and he's kicked to behind. He wasn't at all. Slews off the side of his boot. Tried to go from one pocket to the other. And it slid off the side, and it went through for a minor score. Anyway, we've seen it all. Tigers by 21.
Short marks the kick out, then goes long the wing, and Blackiston picks it off. Intercept mark for the Bombers, goes short and wide out to Merritt, who marks southern boundary line. 25 minutes gone second term. Richmond back up by 21 points. Kick down to half forward, an ugly kick, and in the end a free kick for Trezise. High tackle or high spoil over the top from Daywicks. Centering kick Trezise finds Cumming. Richmond with the footy at half back. 25 minutes gone second term. Short kick back to Trezise. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Well, Jai Caldwell is out there. It's a right ankle. He's enormously proppy. He's basically playing in a forward pocket. I just wonder, Mick, if it's just to help rotations because they're already three down, that they need him out there.
Yes, there's no doubt about that. If he can stand up, they're going to have to use him. Particularly if you're not going to do a lot more damage. So he's going to be sore. And, Timmy, to stand in the forward pocket, okay, your backline player runs off you, but you've got to have numbers.
He got a little handball there, and he goes limping away back inside 50. So Caldwell banged up the plane. The other 3 out of the game for the Bombers. After all that, boundary throwing, 70 metres out from the Essendon goal. Richmond by 21.
Twirling ball, a yellow Sharon. Ryan palms it down. Merritt just kicks a little mid-air kick. Lands right on the arc. Scrimmage is on. Hurried kick out of there. It'll favour Roberts. Right up against the boundary. He keeps it in play well. Handballs over to Parrish. He handballs over the top to Daywicks. And now the kick into the left forward pocket. Going to ground and asking for the free was the Essendon player, May. And has he won it? He has.
Yep.
It's coming back. So Archer May is going to receive the free in the left forward pocket. He was in a tussle with Ben Miller. They both went to ground, but it was Miller who was pulling, got him over the shoulder and then pulled him down to the turf. So in the left forward pocket, Archer May's going the set snap. 21-point margin, and he snaps truly. So they continue to fight back. They are depleted but won't be denied as May boots his second. And the margin is 15 points, 5-4-34 Essendon. Richmond 7-7-49. A minute to go before half-time.
Yeah, just drew the free kick by being strong in the contest. Just watching the replay, I think Miller almost, I don't know if he copped a little accidental something. So he came to ground and through near panic, I suppose, tried to drag May down with him. There wasn't a lot in it, but May was strong in the contest, trying to take that front position. If you do that, you give yourself an opportunity. You might draw a free kick.
Got a good build, hasn't he?
Yeah, really good
strong
size.
Strong lad, really strong.
Back in the middle, 15-point lead for Richmond. Essendon pick it up first through Merritt. Hand pass goes back to Langford. He's on the back flank, kicks down the wing, southern side. Gresham the target, spoiled away from him by Grill. Picked up by Elgar. Hand pass back to Sam Grill, who's off and running. 2 bounces down the southern boundary line. Kicks inside 50. Parrish backpedaling, doesn't go, and his teammate Mackay takes the sprawling mark.
Lynch must be thinking, what's going on?
Lynch was on the lead then, and he's absolutely laced out his opponent.
Well, he did have to bounce the ball the third time, didn't he? And then he ran into an Essendon player.
Yeah, because his eyes went down to bounds.
Yeah.
He didn't see the
No,
pressure
but double lead. That's right. Yeah.
Mackay to Reid, and now the short kicking game to Redmond. Chips it along the boundary line, finds Dersma.
This will be his first possession of the quarter.
Yeah,
Dersma.
and he's looking at the ball, seeing that it is a football.
Remember, most guys have played almost 100% game time because there's not many rotations. As Dersma kicks down the wing, turns it over. It's a lousy way to end a quiet second term. Miller takes the intercept mark, and that will do us to half-time. Richmond 7-7-49. They lead Essendon 5-4-34. It is a 15-point lead for the Tigers. And in the end, we're back where we were at quarter time. After Richmond led by 15 at quarter time, they lead by 15 at the half. 7-7-49 to 5-4-34. The goal kickers in the game. First of all, for Richmond, 2 for Steely Green, and then singles for Lafau, Cumming, Lynch, Fall and Ross. Meanwhile, for Essendon, they've had 3 goal kickers. May and Caddy have 2 each, and Zach Merritt has the other. So 15 points, Richmond's advantage at half-time. The story, though, Tim Hodges, very much what's been happening on the interchange. The Bombers already down 3.
Yeah, it's a horrible carnage for the Bombers, and their skipper, Andrew McGrath, is the headline act, unfortunately. He's already been taken to hospital, I believe. I'm sitting beside the paramedics. They haven't been asked to take him. They've actually, someone inside the club is going to drive him just to get that jaw checked and to have x-rays. The fear is it's broken. He's missing a couple of teeth as well. So he looked completely miserable when he came off the ground, so you knew that something serious was done there. Sam Durham, we already know, was concussed early on in the first quarter, and Matt Guelphy, his left hamstring, let go within 2 minutes of him being on the ground. So the Bombers are 3 men down. Jai Caldwell, as we know, came on late in that final term, in the second term. His ankle was so sore, he was so proppy, but he's basically out there just to help the rotations. And we know Richmond are 1 man down as well. Jonty Fall is out of this game with concussion. So I've never known carnage like it for one team and one team's club doctors. They have not stopped the entire term. So, yeah, horrible news for Essendon, and Richmond hasn't been spared either.
Thanks, Hodgie. 15 points, the lead at half-time for the Tigers in Dreamtime at the G. Meanwhile, the game is underway over in Perth, the match between St Kilda and Fremantle. There were no late changes coming in, and ticking towards quarter time in that game. It is the Saints who lead at 3-1-19 over Fremantle 2-1-13. You can find a call of that game streamed through ABC Listen, so a 6-point advantage for the Saints. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse. We didn't have high hopes, must be said, coming in. That's not what we expected, though, to have one team completely obliterated on the injury front. And in the end, leaves us in this weird position, not knowing what to think at half-time, with the Tigers up by 15.
Yeah, it's a fair call, not knowing what to think, because I think both you and I, Mick, probably were fairly impressed with the way Richmond were going about it early on. Some good clearances. They were getting the ball deep, giving themselves some good opportunities. And then even despite Essendon being those numbers down, from so early on, I think the term used, they almost went to sleep, Richmond, and allowed Essendon to just gently get the game back on their terms, controlled the ball in their half of the ground, and just ended up, I know it's still 15 points, the margin, which wasn't quarter time, but the game feels closer.
Yeah, it does.
And probably because Richmond didn't take full advantage of when they had the game firmly in their grasp.
I totally agree, Lingy. Parrish started to get a bit of the football. Merritt started to find more space. And if you've got 2 of your midfielders getting a fair amount of the football and they're not harassed getting the football, I mean, there's sometimes they have to fight through it, but a lot of times I thought Richmond's first half, they were really accountable and hard at it.
Well, can I jump in there just to back that up? In that quarter, Essendon kicked at 80% efficiency, which is incredibly high. Richmond kicked at 60% efficiency.
Yeah, and So that tells you a lot about, are you right in the face of your opponent? So Essendon, I full credit to Essendon because they looked like they were done, and there's nothing more demoralising when you're getting beaten, you're seeing your captain go off, and you're seeing other players go off, and you're thinking, now what do we do here? We've got to stand up. We've got to put a wall up so we don't get smashed. What they did, they actually started to win the football through that middle and started to, and if they can find Caddy more, because I know the player on Caddy's going okay, but Caddy's the one who will kick the 4 or 5 goals, and it only needs someone else to step up. Langford at some stage has got to get forward and kick. He's a proven goal kicker, so he's got to get forward. But I think the game is as open as you can get. I know that it's 15 points at quarter time, but I like the way the Bombers fought back. If Richmond can regain the ascendancy through the contested football, they will win the game.
So it's a huge ask to say you're down Guelphy, Durham from really early on in the game, and now you're down your captain. So I get that. I'm probably asking a lot here, but I still think, given where Richmond sit on their form and the people they've got out, I still think this is a game you grit your teeth and win if you're the Bombers.
Well, I'll throw these names at you, and you say that a lot of, and I'll just say this: Richmond's probably bottom 7 or 8 are getting freebies because of the people in the grandstand. But when I look at players like Dersma,
he's had 4 disposals. One that quarter.
We're looking at Cordwell. And now I know he's got an ankle, but he's out there.
He's had 3 touches.
Grisham.
5 touches.
Yeah. Who else needs to pick up? Mackay's going okay.
See, I want to see in a game like this, Archie Perkins. I said at the start of the game, he's played over 100 games of football now.
Yep.
High draft pick, and I know he's had 11 touches, but I feel like he's having 0 influence on this.
Yeah, and yet his efficiency rate is 100%. So I would suggest that he's getting a lot of football out by himself.
Correct.
What do you want players to get the ball under pressure?
So he's had 5 kicks, Mick. He's had 5 uncontested marks.
Yeah.
So that's just getting free and nice, easy one, and then you just can, of course, you can kick it. Sure.
Yeah, of course.
I wonder that this talked about the psychology of sport at the start, and if there's one team that's going to play free and one team that's going to play tight, the Bombers are a 2+ goal favourite. I wonder with all the events that have taken place.
Swung around.
Will it free Essendon up a little bit to think that all of a sudden now we've got an injury list as long as you're on, we've got nothing to lose?
Yeah, I think that is. Look, that's the first thing that occurred to me through that second quarter. This game is now swung around to the point where Richmond will be expected to win this game. So all of a sudden, a little bit of tightness appears. Essendon, like you just said, Merritt certainly got freed up because he started to play with a bit of exuberance. Perkins started to get a little bit of football. Parrish started to get a bit of football.
So players like that, Parrish, Merritt, Roberts, Redmond, Langford, those sorts of players, I reckon they should embrace the fact I don't have to go to the bench this time because we don't have a bench. It's almost old-fashioned footy where just stay out on the ground.
And if you need a rest, go in the pocket.
Yep, go sit in the pocket deep. Yeah. There's a chance they can fill their boots with disposals and goals, and hopefully it equates to a win. And players don't want to come to the bench.
And don't tell me they can't get through a game.
Correct.
Especially if you have the little couple of minutes in the forward pocket. Like Merritt's built his whole career on his running capability.
Yeah. And you're not playing the Swans or the Lions or the Dockers or the
nor
Cats.
In the mud, nor in the wind.
Correct.
It's not exactly. It was a physical game for the first 5 minutes. It seems, I don't know how many tackles there been. There's been 50-odd tackles, and I reckon most of those happened in the first 15 minutes.
We set it up in the pre-game, though. Almost the, what do we call them? The vultures almost circling Essendon and what's going on. 1 win in their last 23. I wonder if already the storyline and the narrative that we run in the media industry has already the Bombers have been saved by that a little bit, where you think, if they do lose tonight, 15 down at half-time, there's almost this built-in excuse that it's, we copped injuries and there was nothing we could do with the in-game injuries that we had.
Who will we be, though? Because I don't reckon Brad Scott will say that.
I think they should still win from here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the Tigers are... The younger part of the Tigers will suggest that we're grooving here. I just don't think the Essendon side will let that go without punishment.
I think we're not a betting station. We're not about that. But I think that Bombers were about a 14.5 point favourite. Here we are at half-time. back at even pegging. 15 points is Richmond's lead at half-time. So let's see what we get. The Bombers, no McGrath, no Durham, no Guelphy, while Richmond are going to be without Jonty Fall. So the Dons with 2 fit rotations on the bench and Richmond down to 4. Half-time here, Richmond by 15 points over in Perth. There's a call available of that game. It is Fremantle up against St Kilda. No late change leading into that game. And a short time ago, the Saints were on top by a goal. In fact, they still are at quarter time. So 4-1-25 leads Fremantle 3-1-19. So a 6-point lead for the Saints. More of your thoughts coming up on the SMS in just a moment. But for now, we might just pause from the MCG and take the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Noni Edwards. The family of a Victorian police officer who fell to his death while hiking towards the Machu Picchu historical site says he'd always wanted to visit Peru and had been learning Spanish ahead of the trip. Larry Buttrose reports.
The Inca Trail is a 42-kilometre trek that winds through the Peruvian mountains to the Machu Picchu site. Matthew Payton was walking it with a group of tourists when he tripped and fell through a damaged security barrier, plummeting around 400 metres to his death. His family has issued a statement saying they're shattered by his loss. They say he was clever, funny and dedicated to his family, including his wife of 31 years and their 3 children. Chief Commissioner Mike Bush says Sergeant Payton served in the force for 16 years, most recently as an instructor at Victoria's Police Academy. He says he was due for a promotion to Senior Sergeant next month.
The final group of Australian families linked to jailed or killed Islamic State fighters has left the Al-Roj camp in northeastern Syria for home without any help from the federal government. Here's Matthew Doran.
It's a familiar tone coming from the Albanese government that it is doing nothing to help these groups come back to Australia. The Prime Minister, will recall, in recent months has gone so far as to say he holds the women in these groups in contempt, even though the children here are clearly innocent victims of the decisions of their parents. But we have heard from Cabinet Minister Tanya Plibersek reiterating that just like the previous group was met by the Australian Federal Police the moment they got off that plane, no doubt there will be similar scrutiny for this latest group. And if any of them have been accused of breaking the law, then they will face the full force of the law and be faced with charges accordingly.
One of 11 Australians among the hundreds of activists held by Israeli forces following their interception of the latest Gaza aid flotilla says activists were given hardly any food or water during their detention. Speaking in Istanbul after the Australians were deported to Turkey, Annie Mokoto says guns were constantly pointed at the activists and rubber bullets fired at them. The Jewish Australian describes the treatment of female activists as they were held in prison for 48 hours.
They wouldn't let us go to sleep. They kept on turning the lights on and off, taking us out, putting us into different cells, walking us around, making us kneel again. And the worst of it was, I suppose, the abuse that they were yelling at us.
The ABC has contacted the IDF for comment. Israel's ambassador to Australia, Hillel Newman, says activists on the flotilla had not been harmed. An Australian Federal Police employee has been charged over an alleged road rage incident in southern New South Wales in which he allegedly threatened others with a piece of wood. Gavin Coote reports.
Police were called when a man armed with a plank of wood allegedly threatened people inside a car at Jerrabombra near Queanbeyan last month. Following further inquiries, a 42-year-old man who's an Australian Federal Police employee attended Queanbeyan Police Station this week. He's been charged with a number of offences, including assault occasioning actual bodily harm, and has been referred to AFP professional standards. He'll face court in July. A 20-year-old man and 15-year-old girl have also been charged over the road rage incident.
The finale of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert has aired in the US with a star-studded list of cameos. Former Beatle Sir Paul McCartney was the final guest. The parent company of broadcaster CBS, Paramount, has said the popular show's axing was purely a financial decision, but it also came as Paramount was negotiating a takeover by media giant Skydance. Colbert welcomed his audience in a more intimate style for his final monologue, leaning on his desk as he spoke about the joy hosting The Late Show has brought to him and his staff.
We were here to feel the news with you, and I don't know about you, but I sure have felt it. And I just want to let all y'all know in here and out there how important you've been to what we have done. The energy that you've given us, we sincerely need that to have done the best possible show we could have for you for the last 11 years.
Sport now. Socceroos midfielder Matthew Leckie says the forthcoming FIFA World Cup in North America is a chance to prove people wrong. Some overseas pundits are predicting Australia will fail to make it past the group stage, despite progressing to a knockout match against eventual champions Argentina at the last World Cup. Leckie says the Socceroos are used to being written off, but the team has a strong internal belief.
You know, we showed that we can match it with the best previous World Cup in Qatar. I guess we just need to believe in ourselves and understand that there's, you know, a chance to do something special. I guess it's an opportunity for us to prove people wrong again.
The Socceroos have been drawn to play against Turkey, the US and Paraguay. You're listening to ABC News.
We all know the AFL is the greatest game in the country.
We know it's the most skillful, it's the toughest, and it's the most exciting sport there is. From 55, that's a monster bomb! But every year, in the middle of winter, for just 80 minutes,
across 3 Wednesday nights,
we all agree this might be the greatest sporting theatre there is.
He's over! He scored!
How good is Origin?
Oh, it's the best, Louis. It is the best. There's the big hits. Oh, bang! That's a big hit.
And the miracle try.
He's over in the corner. Oh, that's miracle stuff.
With a rivalry as heated as any in the world.
There's a melee over the touchline.
They come from everywhere. This is wild.
State of Origin, Game 1.
Catch every minute live this Wednesday night
on ABC Listen.
And that is unbelievable to watch.
Take our word for it. It's sport at its very best.
Get your documentary fix on ABC iView.
We have an industry that's just running riot.
Like Sean McAuliffe's Going for Broke.
Last spin, come on.
Todd Sampson's Why.
The best things in life are on the other side of fear.
And more. Streaming now on ABC iView.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nichols Round with ABC Sport.
Perkins was there, took it on the bounce. Handballs to Langford. Langford's all-important kick. Hits up Merritt at centre-half forward. No one's there to man the mark, so he takes a step or two. Open goal square and it bounces through.
Tigers get it hurriedly inside 50. Lafau's out the back with the soccer skills. Knocks it through. And the World Cup around the corner. McKelty Lafau showing out. Richmond by 22 points.
This is Sir Doug Nichols Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Half-time in Dreamtime at the G. It is Richmond by 15 points over the Bombers. It's been an eventful night already. There were no late changes coming in. But when the game started, they started to go down. From an Essendon perspective, they lost Sam Durham to concussion and Matt Guelphy to a hamstring in the opening minutes of the game. And then Andy McGrath was involved in 2 separate collisions. The first one where his head bounced off the shoulder of Jasper Elgar. He cleared a concussion test, came back in the game, and then copped an inadvertent elbow from Jonty Fall, which has seemingly fractured his jaw. So came to the bench. He was checked out by the docs, ruled out for the remainder of the game, and in fact he's off to hospital. So fears of a suspected broken jaw for the Essendon captain. So they are down to 2 fit players on the bench. One of those that he's on the bench and rotating on ever so briefly is Jai Caldwell, who's hobbled with an ankle injury, and yet he's staying out there just to give the Bombers another soldier for the time being. Meanwhile, on the Richmond side of things, Jonty falls out of the game, reportedly after failing his own HIA. So that's the news from the Richmond side of things. They are 1 down as well on the bench. There's one other game going on tonight. It is St Kilda up against Fremantle over in Perth. Early stages of the second term. There were no late changes coming in. And the Saints are up by 7 points, which is a little surprising. 4-2-26. The Dockers 3-1-19. They're under their First Nations names here in Sir Doug Nichols round. So Euroke are the Saints. And they lead by 7 points over Waldylup, which are the Dockers. So a 7-point lead there for St Kilda. The Saints, by the way, Lingy, no Messiah Wanganeen-Miller, no Higgins. Wilkie is playing, despite the fact he's been banged up as well. So
no Sarong for Freo. Hurts a little bit, but that is probably a scalp the Saints need to take to really start being taken a bit more seriously in this year's season.
I always wonder too, Lingy, when a side has won a lot of games in a row, it's very hard to win 8, 9 and 10 or 11, 12. You know? So they're at 9, I think.
9, yes.
9 in a row.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm not surprised. Look, I still think they'll get up and win it, but it doesn't surprise me when sides don't have the same intensity. It takes a brilliant side to keep winning multiple games.
We'll take you there for the end, so stick around for that. One game already completed in round 11. That was last night, of course, in Launceston. An 8-point win for the Hawks. And Riley Philthorpe with a gut punch to Lloyd Meek. So he's got the 1-game suspension. And the AFL must be settling. He gave everyone pretty fair notice here.
And am I correct in saying that then... Because they got the bye, they missed the game against the Cats.
So missed 2 weeks of footy.
Yes.
That's
a big one to miss.
Big penalty. That's round 13 against Geelong at Adelaide Oval. So fallout on the injury front too, with suspected fracture in the hand of Kalachi and a suspected calf injury for Isaac Rankin. So pretty costly night for the Crows.
That's a big injury to Rankin though, because he could hardly walk off. So
it feels, given with what the year they almost had last year, minor premiers, this year just feels like the year from hell for the Crows.
Doesn't it?
It started in their
pre-season. It's the direct opposite of what they had. Yeah, exactly.
Caldwell's starting at full forward here in this second half.
There you go.
Okay.
So that's because of all the injuries they've got, and he's got a right ankle injury actually.
Just on the NRL, by the way, the one game on tonight, it is the Storm 18 leading the Bulldogs 12. So that's about half an hour to go. 10 minutes into the second half, Storm up by 6 over the Bulldogs. You can find it streamed through ABC Listen.
Okay, so it's Bolter and Blackiston. Bolter palms it down to Taranto. Gets his kick away to centre half forward. The spoil was from Redmond. Spills back to Taranto. It's picked up by Ross. Handballs to Bolter. Needs to break the tackle of Roby, and he does. Just grubbers the kick. Makes it really tough to get down there by Green. Was he taken high? The umpire says yes, he was. And it was against Gresham, so it'll be a free kick here for Steely Green. Right on the 50 it happened, directly in front.
Yeah, Gresham just rushed in. Yeah. Because Green had gone to ground.
It's Alger,
sorry,
apologies.
yeah. So Alger had gone to ground, but he rushed in when he just needed to have a little bit of composure, and he probably would have been able to pin him for holding the ball because he was over the ball. Instead gave away the high contact free kick.
So Jasper Alger hurt his knee over in Perth a couple of weeks ago. He's got it strapped. Oh, he fakes on the mark. No. He fakes twice and then he panics and he handballs backwards to Short. Short steadies and goes home. And Short in his 200th milestone brings the house down. And young Alger, well, he meant that all the way, didn't he?
All part of the plan.
All part of the plan. Tried to run around the man on the mark, got himself in strife. Then he tried to take on a second bomber, got himself in strife. Handball back to Jaden Short. And what a way to celebrate the 200th. The vice-captain for the Tigers. And they kicked the first goal in the opening minute here of the third term to extend their lead to 21 points, 8-7-55, Essendon 5-4-34.
Young Jasper Alger there, Mick, thought, I used to get away with this at junior footy. I could take on these two blokes.
Can I just point a picture, if I can, for those that aren't watching this? He was going to... So, Alger, he was going to have this shot for goal. A teammate stood 7 or 8 metres off him. So that means he couldn't then play him because the Essendon player stood next to him.
Tigers out of the middle again. Ross hand pass to the wing and then goes back, collects his own footy. Got a Kyan Shepherd on the way through. Hand pass to Sonzi, but it's coming back to Ross. And take it on the Logo broadcast side. So 21-point lead for Richmond. And Ross can send the Tigers inside 50. Lynch down there, knocked away by Mackay. He's getting a free. And Lynch is going to get it. Another free kick inside the attacking arc. And Lynch will have a shot here from about 25 out right half forward.
Oh, Mick, what was that? Maybe grab...
grab the
probably
arm.
kept the left arm down. You watch it the last second here. Lynch couldn't get that left arm up. Gee, Mick, it's just there.
But it was... He doesn't... Look, he's big enough, strong enough not to do that.
Yeah,
that's a panic grab.
Yeah.
Just put your arm across him at least, but don't grab the arm.
That's a player badly out of form.
It is, and the umpire, it's an easy job for the umpire.
The oldest man on the ground, Tom Lynch, misses. Out to the left and behind. So margin out to 22 points. This is Richmond's equal biggest lead of the game. 8-8 over Essendon 5-4, 3 minutes into the third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Came in with 9-11 to his name for the season. So the Bombers now a couple of short, sharp kicks and they work their way out of the D50 where Pryor's got it. He can go short to Gresham. To half back.
They've done well, Tigers. They've blocked them right in. Gresham now is under pressure.
So he's just going to bomb it, put plenty of air in it. Caddy's going to run and leap. He mistimed the jump. Campbell was waiting at the back. Handballs to Flosstone. Handballs to his premiership teammate Broad. All the way back to the half-back line. And then he kicks to the wing Broad. Smart by Campbell. Goes short. This is Sonsi. Wants to draw the defender. Give it off to the young Grill, who's super impressive. His all-important kick inside 50. It was set up beautifully there for Alga, but couldn't take the mark. And then when the ball hits the deck, it's the Bombers that have the number. Redmond back to Langford. And now the kick by Pryor. Up to a one-on-one. Miller did well. Worked May under the footy and then attacks it hard. Trainer comes in. Played for the free. He has copped one, Luke Trainer. He's in the wars at the moment. Dislocated thumb last week.
Right on his nose, I reckon.
Yeah.
That call, Kel, when you said the ball into Richmond, that was Lynch's ball. A small player cut in front of him. He just cut his run.
Yeah, it was Alga. So ball up here, half forward. Taranto's got it. Gives it back to Campbell. He's under the pump. Slung in a tackle. Ball spills clear. Merritt gets involved. And now Perkins. He's got some run and carry. There's no one inside 50. He's got no other option to try and grubber it and roll it through. And from 55 out, he launched that kick. He was a little indecisive, and it rolled through for a minor score.
Yeah, I'd like to see him back himself, put the Jets on for another 5 metres and run and kick the goal.
Yeah, another bounce.
Trainer goes laterally to the back pocket for Broad. Dabs it back to Trainer. 5 minutes gone, third term. 21-point lead for Richmond. They've led most of the night.
Against the good sides, this is where the Tigers get stuck because they overuse the ball in their back half without a clear target.
Short to Green, short to Cumming, kicks down the wing to Lafau. Richmond, the second worst team in the competition, moving the ball, Mick, D50 to inside 50.
Yeah.
And the Bombers are the worst team at defending ball movement.
Well, there you go. That's why we're probably seeing it actually does move from one end to the other. But
you're really struggling to sell this game tonight.
Richmond can't move it, and the Bombers can't defend the ball movement. So that's what are the immovable objects and the irresistible force? That's what we got tonight.
Oh, Lynch, nice.
Taranto marks it half forward and puts it into the leading lane of Tom Lynch, who bursts up from the goal square and marks it right half forward.
Mick, you said it earlier. He times his lead so well. That's why, well, if he kicks this one, he will have kicked 499 AFL goals because it was just at the right time he released. And all he needed was a metre or two. He doesn't quite have the same speed off the mark, but enough to be able to get free of Mackay.
With all due respect to Essendon, he's the only leading player they've got. Yeah. You poke someone 15 metres in front of him, it changes his direction, changes the kick direction.
Tom Lynch moves in. His drop punt is good. It's the post. He's tracking that goalpost the whole way home.
Yeah.
Remember his opening game here against the Blues. 2 goals, 7 that night. Probably cost them victory, really, in the end. Blues with that narrow win.
Tigers by 22. 8-9 to 5-5. 7 minutes into the third.
Parrish has got the ball in his hands. Deep in the defensive 50. Goes short. Merritt marks in front of Campbell. On the left, as casual as you like. He hits up Langford. Still in the defensive 50. He waits, and there's a long lead from Perkins.
Oh, I love Nick Floston.
He made Perkins earn it, didn't he? He crunched him to the ground, but Archie did take the mark, and now squaring kick back to Langford. All-important kick into the centre, and he's been able to hit up Edwards, who's all by himself. He marks in the bullseye. Does Tom Edwards, and then inside 50, and a long lead by Caddy. He takes the mark.
He's such a special player, Caddy.
Yeah.
Found space. And the other thing he does, Kel, because of him, they look for him. So all he has to do is make space.
And he sustains his lead as well.
Yeah. They went 25 metres.
He's got presence. There's no doubt about that. He'll have to flush this from 52 out. He opens up the angle to give it everything. It's a wobbler. Hits the post. Couple of posters either end from the two spearheads.
Yeah.
Lynch at one end, Caddy at the other.
One starting his career, the other one towards the end of it.
Yep. And they're both as mesmerising to watch as each other, particularly when they're on.
Well, this Caddy's just, he's a really serious player.
Contracted until 2028. It's the second year the Devils are going to have all that money to throw around. They can access uncontracted players, don't have to be free agents. One per club. As Burton goes short to Trainer. He's got it in the back pocket, kicks down the wing. Campbell the target. Slides out the back though to Edwards. Essendon back with it. Hand pass away to Merritt. Back to Edwards at high half forward. Kicks into oncoming traffic. Ball squirts away to Vlossen. He got a shove in the back from Roberts. And a free kick for Vlossen. And goes back inboard. Hopper comes wide to Sonzi. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, I've never seen more seagulls. I don't know what's going on. Look at down in the forward pocket. There must be 100 in the Richmond forward 50.
I thought you were talking about some of the Essendon.
That's what this game has sort of resorted to, counting the seagulls.
I thought you were talking about a couple of the Essendon players. I thought you'd been very nice.
Down to half forward. Go the Tigers. The Bombers win it back. Bryan to Merritt. Hand pass away to Roberts. Handball comes wide to Edwards. It's a 21-point lead for Richmond. 10 minutes gone in the third, and Green just irons out Edwards after he got rid of the footy.
Edwards goes back.
Downfield free kick, and then Edwards.
Is it 50 metres supposed to go on that?
50,
They're supposed to get 50, aren't you? Because you've been sort of stopped from playing on. I would have thought that is what's the rules all about.
Oh, Roberts kicks it 10 metres, misses the target. Got to Edwards on the half volley, hands it back to Roberts. Handball to Bryan, handball back to Roberts, who's getting a few stats here. Kicks it short down the wing to Roby, didn't quite get to him. Blackiston, short kick to Perkins. What can your man do with it here, Lingy? Rolls around from 60 metres out. Kicks to full forward. Dursman with the shove on Rechko. Gets at the back to Redmond. Redmond retreats with the kick. Finds Farrow, who marks it right half forward, 55 out. It'll be right on his range.
Hasn't kicked a goal yet.
Well, it wasn't pretty, the build-up, but again, I at least like Perkins taking it, running, getting the deep entry. Again, not perfect, but just make those Richmond defenders a little nervous.
Another 18-year-old.
He's a lovely left-footed kick of the footy. Jacob Farrow for his first in the big time. He misses. Now to the left, of behind. So make it a 20-point game. Richmond on top. 11 minutes gone, third term. This is Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Meanwhile in Perth, the Saints by 2 points. 8 minutes to go before half-time.
Jaden Short with a give and go on the kick in, and then he drives it long looking for Bolter. He went over his head, and Taranto, right place, right time, had to get down on his knees to take the mark.
This is where they're so slow at moving the ball, both sides, from this area. That's why they don't go inside 50s that often.
Centres it to Short. No one takes the mark, so Short goes long, and Reid, with that extra height and those tall arms playing in front, takes the mark. The intercept mark goes off to Roberts, then to Langford, and then handballs out wide to Farrow. Sidesteps around a Tigers player and delivers to Roby. A couple of the teenagers here for the Bombers combining.
Yeah, that's something for the future.
He's got it on the edge of the centre square, and he just plays safely and squares the kick further out wide to the wing, where Redmond marks it. He kicks uncontested, this all is, to Parrish. He's got it on the wing on the Great Southern stand side. Goes long, looking for and finding May, the double grabber. He reached up over the top of a couple of Tigers. One was Miller and one was Broad. And that's a lovely, neat, tidy mark taken by Archer May.
Yeah, well done, Archer May. Staying in the contest. Really should not have been able to take that against two Richmond players. Miller needed to make the spoil, but May just a strong grab. He continues to compete hard.
He's kicked two.
Late pick up too, wasn't he?
He was a mid-year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kick two already tonight to bring the margin back to 14. Right on the 50, right where the boundary line is. He hoofed it, and he's just offline. It was a really good effort from May, but it is a miss. So the margin now, Tigers by 19 points, halfway through the third term.
I actually think Nick and Lingy, if you've got May and Caddy can both take contested grabs, why wouldn't you move the ball a bit quicker?
Would have thought so, Corbs. That makes too much sense, though.
Jeez. 19 points, Richmond's lead. Short kicking game in the defensive 50.
just on Hodgie's Seagulls, they are very smart. They're deep inside Richmond's forward 50. They're not under threat at all at the moment.
Precise. Long kick down the wing and spills out of bounds.
Isn't Pendlebury a friend of the Seagulls? Maybe they...
A seagull or a pigeon he got the bounce on?
Was it a pigeon? Am I getting my birds mixed up?
I know the one you're talking about. He took the bounce on it?
Yeah. And then it was okay. It flew away, so they were friends.
Yes.
We're talking about seagulls and pigeons. It's a reflection of the game we're seeing at the moment. Richmond by 19 points.
Just the one goal in the quarter, which is 14 minutes old. Essendon with 3 players out of the game injured. Roby hand pass to the outer corridor. Burton lays a shepherd for Hopper. Hopper collects. Hand pass away to Taranto. Taranto by hand gives it to Rechko. Runs, carries. Hand pass out to high half forward towards Ross. He retreats back to Rechko. Rechko kicks laterally to Hopper. Hopper's hand pass to Tresice. Clear the Seagulls. A deep entry inside 50. Going forward is Roberts-Thompson trying to draw a free. Not forthcoming. And it's through for a behind. You can put it down to Tresice for the long-range point.
Bombers move it quickly with a quick kick in and a quick mark taken by May.
The Tigers have got players in behind. They've got players in behind because they hadn't moved when the ball got taken out of their back line. So it's been a bit of a lazy 5 minutes by both sides.
Kicks it to the wing. Ball is in dispute. Which way is it going to spill? There's some desperate stuff down low by a couple of players. Misses Rechko. In the end, it's Perkins who fires. Roberts rather fires the handball out to Perkins, and then Parrish kicks back in board. That's a free kick.
Lucky.
Gresham, Flostone behind him.
Took his eyes off the footy there. He did not want to mark that. And got very lucky to get a free kick.
Gresham goes short, working the angles. Kicks it wider still and then ran round behind. He accepts the handball. He doesn't know which way he's going forward. He goes back to Parrish, who goes back to Gresham. This is all by hand, right in front of the Tigers bench. Then the all-important kick right on 50. And Parrish is able to hit up Perkins.
And Caldwell by himself inside 50. Perkins didn't want to go there. Now he's covered.
Look at there's no movement inside 50 whatsoever. Perkins, Roberts wheeled around, called for it instead. He goes long, does Archie Perkins. Caddy lays a hip and shoulder on Miller. And it's no great effect, and Miller sees it roll over the boundary line, so it'll be thrown back in 5 metres around from the goal.
Sorry, Cal, that is as deliberate as you get out of bounds there.
If you're trying to rush it behind and then the ball goes out of bounds, that has to be deliberate.
The crowd's too... The crowd is asleep, right?
Yeah,
They've been lulled to sleep.
They've been the quietest crowd.
And I don't blame them, by the way, anyone in the crowd, because it's that sort of game. But they should be up in arms about that one.
You try and rush it behind and the ball goes out of bounds. You've deliberately rushed it through or killed it out of play. It should be a free kick for Essendon. Taranto comes out of defence.
And it is a huge crowd. They're right up in the nosebleed section.
It was the wrong place to do it, though. They're all Richmond down there. Have a look. It's all gold and black and gold.
Turns it over to Taranto. Blackiston puts it back inside 50 for the Bombers. None of this forward territory dominance translating onto the scoreboard. Dersman trying to grab it. Pack forms around him. Umpire circles and eventually says ball up. 40 out from the Essendon goal.
You might say dominance there, Corbin, but it's still 7-6 inside 50s. It's not exactly a domination.
Parrish got it out by hand away to Corgold, but I think he's been pinged. No, he hasn't.
Hang on.
It's going to be a free kick, and it's coming all the way back for a high tackle to Parrish.
I don't want to go on and on here, but if the rule is in place and you have to umpire the rules, the players choose to take the advantage or not.
Yeah.
And if the advantage is taken...
If that's had a goal, I reckon it would
have been called advantage. Yeah. So if the player chooses to take the advantage...
Which he did.
It doesn't matter if it's a point.
No,
that's exactly a bad advantage to take.
I'm sure this has been our best set of umpiring tonight. There's Parrish on the drop punt, and this is near side. To be fair, it's not the best two teams in the game either. So 18 minutes into the third term. 19-point lead for Richmond, 8-10 to 5-9. The Bombers lost McGrath with a suspected broken jaw, Durham through concussion, and Guelphy through a hamstring, all in the first half, and falls out of the game with a suspected concussion as well. So 3 down for the Bombers, 1 down for the Tigers.
Jaden Short has a bounce on the kicking, goes really long and high. It lands on the broadcast wing. Tigers with the number. The handball from Rosso was stolen by the Bombers. Blackiston under the pump tries to work it over to Pryor. Pryor's tackled by Ross. Umpire blows his whistle. Says a holding and a free kick going to Blackiston.
He was
held,
he was held just before he got hold of it.
Right, okay.
0 goals, 5 the Bombers have kicked. So for that territory, you're right, it's not equating to inside 50 count, Nick, but they're getting shots at goal.
They are.
Short, sharp, sideways kicks, backwards, now sideways. Redmond, there is no urgency. Uncontested marks. Farrow playing in first gear at the moment. Over to Roberts. Now the handball. Over to Parrish. He's been good for the Bombers. He pokes it into the pocket. He's looking for Caddy. Got up high. Good defence from Broad. Oh, no, was it over the shoulder? No, it's okay. High contact. It's going to Boston. Well done by Broad with the spoil on Caddy, and then Flostone at the back wins the free. So he's got it in the back pocket. Flostone sets it up. High leap was from Farrow. Handballs back to Archie Roberts, who kicks backwards to Ben Mackay, who kicks backwards still. Now they got it at the halfway mark. This is Langford. Hits up Merritt. Still inside the centre square. Keeps it low, pierces it. A tough, awkward half volley for Caldwell to pick up, and Hopper pounces and he's away. He takes the bounce. He gives it over to Edwards, who handballs and put Campbell under the pump. He dropped it. Sonsi comes in, helps out. Still they go. He's a chance for Burton. Burton got his kick away just in front of the interchange gates. Up to Lynch, and Lynch is tossed aside like a rag doll, and there's no whistle when Ben Mackay says, yep, I've finally won one. I'll take that, and he marks it.
Goes back to Parrish. Parrish kicks into the corridor for Dersma, and the Bombers are heading out wide again to Farrow. Goes short to Roby, his fellow draft mate. 2 top 10 picks. Roby, a long kick to the wing. To Perkins, trying to get some separation on Tresice. Can't. Tresice wins. Won the footy. Got the handball away to Elgar. Handball to Taranto. Goes back by hand of Loston. Short kick wide to Tresice. 1 goal, 3 to 5 behinds in a really ordinary third quarter of footy, it must be said.
And there's probably a lot of players, Corbs, right now thinking, I'm going all right, I'm getting a bit of the ball. Trust me, you're not.
Broad goes long down to half forward, and it's punched out of play. We'll have a throw in half forward for the Tigers. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, just an update on Andrew McGrath, the Essendon captain. We reported at half-time that he was going to be taken to hospital. The plan was to take him in one of the club officials' cars. He was in such an uncomfortable, unwell state that the club actually called for an ambulance. So he's just been taken to hospital. I believe it's the Epworth, just down the road from the MCG, in an ambulance. So, he's not a well boy at all, unfortunately, the Essendon captain.
Thanks, Hodgie. Longest serving Bomber currently. Played the last 83 games consecutively. Suspected broken jaw, off to hospital. Bombers win it here and take the advantage. Merritt, handball away to Roberts. Here's some quick ball movement. Heads inside 50. Caddy had a fair piece of it. No mark. Spills down to Caldwell. Handball out to Gresham. Gresham feeds it forward. Around the bootlaces of May. He cleans it up and kicks the goal. At last, Essendon, after 5 behinds, have their first goal of the quarter. It's come at the 22-minute mark of the third term. Essendon 6-9-45. Richmond out in front where they've been most of the night. 8-10-58. Ticks by 13 points, and Archie May has 3.
Finally, a bit of burst to the middle of the ground. Got it in there quick. It's amazing what it does to defenders when that ball comes in quick.
Yeah, puts them under pressure.
Yeah, and I thought Caddy was a little unlucky not to get a free kick for being dragged down after the marking contest. Didn't matter. Gresham in the right spot for a small forward. The fall of the ball. Nice hands. Nice finish by May. He has done a good job tonight, Archie May.
He's been a good pickup, hasn't he? Because he's athletic, good size, really good size.
Oh, Brian palms it straight down to Roberts. Roberts with the piercing kick, got down low, almost taken by Caddy. And now the Tigers are able to repel, although Drew's kick, first year, has put it out of bounds on the full, right in front of the Tigers bench. And Pryor will take the free kick.
What a shocking kick.
There's 13 points in it.
I can hear it. Has that changed? They're locking people in the ground.
May's taken the mark. He takes off from 55. Go Archer! He can't quite get there. And scuffling and marking right on the line was Sonsi.
Archer May is actually trying his hardest to make this entertaining.
Oh, well.
Yeah, he's competing. He's doing everything he possibly can.
His stepfather is Dermot Brereton, so he's learnt a lot about entertaining crowds.
Ball ends up out of bounds as Roby knocks it away from would-be mark of Burton. Boundary throw in half forward for the Bombers.
12-6 inside 50s, Corby. That's if it gives you some sort of sense of domination. 12-6.
Bombers should win it from here.
Absolutely.
The margin is 13 points, and the boundary throw-in ends up in the lap of Bolter. Bangs a high ball up to the wing. Reed trying to rip it down in a tangle with Lafau. Ball comes out. Edwards, hand pass over his shoulder and out of play. Last disposal, free kick for Richmond.
I'm not suggesting for a second they will win it from here, but they should. They very much should.
I've got one of the most misleading stats of all time, which might give Essendon supporters a little bit of confidence. As Sonzi goes long down the wing, spills underneath Langford. Essendon win it back. Edwards, hand pass out in front of Parrish. Parrish kicks up over halfway to Roby. Roby, hand pass out to the boundary line. Finds Merritt. Merritt heads inside 50. Ugly kick. Miller knocks it out of play. The boundary showing 35 out from the Bombers' goal. Guess who the second best final quarter team in the competition is?
Oh, no.
You guessed it. The Bombers, 7-3 in last quarters. Remembering a lot of those are games where they've been well behind and then put a pretty face on it at the end.
And they've had 23 players.
Don't remember, they've got 3 out.
They are 7-3 in last quarters.
Okay, well, Farrow's got possession of the ball when he kicks 25 metres backwards to Reed. He then brings it into the centre circle where Mackay marks. He kicks to centre half forward, and that's a strong mark that's going to be paid to Pryor.
Yeah. Well done, because that was not a good kick.
No,
it sold him into a world of trouble, and he had to stand under that Pryor. It's a good, strong grab.
Yeah.
He will have a set shot, the defender. Jackson Pryor hasn't kicked a goal so far this year. Pretty much directly in front, but he'll need to boot it from 50. Tom Lynch, the man on the mark, is standing 49 metres out.
What I don't like about Richmond, they had no one forward of the ball. So when they come out, they just keep kicking it back to Essendon players who keep going and then bombing it inside their front. At some stage, they'll kick goals from these entrances.
In fact, he hasn't kicked a goal, Jackson Pryor, in the red and black. His last goal came in 2023. Sends it on its way. He had a good crack at it, and it's just offline. So the margin will be 12 points at three-quarter time. It's been a tough watch. It's been hard going. But we've still got a contest.
It's been that hard to watch. That was a 25-minute, 58-second quarter in total.
Okay.
So that means there wasn't a hell of a lot going on. The ball was just being chipped around.
There were 2 goals kicked, one for either side. Short for the Tigers and May for the Bombers. And it's 12-point margin. 8-10-58 to Essendon, 6-10-46. It does feel like we are going in slow-mo and just kicking the ball around and keepings off. But there is a big 4 points on the line. So the goal kickers for the Tigers with that 12-point lead. Couple for Green, singles 2. Short, Lafau, Lynch, Ross, Fall and Cumming. That's Tom Lynch had about 1 goal 3 tonight, I think. Corby. And for the Bombers, it is 3 for May and 2 for Caddy. In fact, that's 4 for May and 2 for Caddy.
3.
And 1, yeah.
3 for May.
3 for May.
And 1 goal 2 for Tom Lynch.
The real worry for the Tigers, the real worry is the flip in the possession rate. 77 to 100. Essendon are now winning the football. Richmond are not good enough. They're not good enough to have few possessions because they can't capitalise forward because they've only got one key forward. Young falls out.
Yep.
So you've only got Lynch, who's been pretty well held. He's been missed a few times. Essendon, on the other hand, May and no doubt Caddy. If Essendon keep winning this football, those 2 alone will kick 3 or 4 goals the way they're playing, whereas the Tigers need 100 possessions. They need 100 possessions.
Yeah.
And probably ended to go in there 14 or 15 times. They went in there 6 times. The remarkable thing about it, I've never seen so many low contested footballs got by either side. It was horrible.
Off the SMS, Luca from Largs Bay simply says, terrible game to watch, no enjoyment. That's Luca, appreciate that. Anthony from Mildura, what beautiful jumpers. We've come a long way from black and white footy replays as kids. Thanks, Anthony. Rob in WA, who do you think has the better list out of Richmond and Essendon?
Oh, it's hard to know.
Well, most of them sit in the grandstand.
Yeah, the Richmond kids, we haven't seen enough of them. I'm excited by a few of their kids, but...
if you had to take one, feet to the fire.
Probably Richmond.
I always love a good key forward. I love Caddy.
Okay, so we'll go to it. Mark from Upway, I think I'm going to cry watching this match. Probably the worst exhibition of football skills I've witnessed in recent years. Fee from Canberra, that first half was one of the toughest halves I've ever had to watch as a Bombers member. Absolutely despondent here on the home bench. The only way is up, folks. And Phil from Victoria, with so many injuries in this one game, what is the plan for the Bombers now? Seems a win is unattainable. Well, our experts feel like the Bombers are the favoured way, despite the fact they've trailed all night and they trail by 12 points as we turn for Homer. More from Nick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling next. It is three-quarter time here. Dream time at the G on ABC Sport.
New from ABC Books.
Matt Stanton's hilarious new series, Duck, from the world of Funny Kid.
Duck.
And Costa is back with Costa's Garden Fruit. Book and audiobook available in bookshops and online.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nichols Round with ABC Sport.
Jasper Alger hurt his knee over in Perth a couple of weeks ago. He's got it strapped. Oh, he fakes on the mark. No. He fakes twice and then he panics and he handballs backwards to Short. Short steadies and goes for home. And Short in his 200th milestone brings the house down.
1 goal, 3-5 behinds in a really ordinary third quarter of footy, it must be said.
And there's probably a lot of players, Corbs, right now thinking, I'm going all right, I'm getting a bit of the ball. Trust me, you're not.
Merritt handball away to Roberts. Here's some quick ball movement. Heads inside 50. Caddy had a fair piece of it. No mark. Spills down to Caldwell. Handball out to Gresham. Gresham feeds it forward. Around the bootlaces of May. He cleans it up and kicks the goal. At last.
This is Sir Doug Nichols Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Sounds here from the third term. It was a quarter that happened, I think is probably the best way to put it. Essendon wiped off 3 points of the half-time deficit. Richmond by 15 at quarter time, by 15 at the half, and it's now Richmond by 12 at three-quarter time. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Richmond by 12.
I say this with a little bit of trepidation, Mick. It was a dominant quarter by the Bombers. Now, not a pretty dominant, didn't have any real reward for it. Lots and lots of possessions without doing that much, but they totally controlled that quarter of football. Richmond almost went into a mode of thinking, we've got a lead, let's just save it and go slow and steady and careful.
Yeah.
It was the start of the third quarter. It was way too far. There's not 5 minutes to go in the whole game. Now, Essendon weren't quite good enough to totally pile the goals on, but they probably should have kicked...
Or 2 or 3 more.
Yeah. I think what they ended up with 1 goal 5 for the quarter, 1 goal 6 for the quarter.
1-6 to 1-3. Yeah. But, you know, Lingy, they were going at 50%, so they've gone in 14 times that quarter. Richmond went in 6 times and scored 4 times. 6 for 4. And that's a lesson for Richmond. Get the ball in there. The likelihood is you'll score.
Correct.
And if you go 75%, you are absolutely dominating the ball. But I'm with you. The Tigers, all of a sudden, all the possession rate just dried up. So if you dry up those possession rate, you're not getting the ball to forward line, you're not scoring.
Final term underway. Richmond by 2 goals as we enter the last quarter. Dream time at the G. Who prevails from here, last and second last. The first time in these clubs' history they meet in that spot on the table. Essendon out of the middle first. Parrish is kicked over, marked by Broad, who takes the intercept mark almost at full back.
That's 50, yeah. Archie May, unfortunately, under that stupid rule, if you're in the protected 5 metre zone, you have to stand. He moved out of the area.
It was a non-stander.
Yes.
50 metres, so Richmond will get it in their front half. Broad goes long and wide with the kick out to Rechko. Meanwhile, St Kilda by 1 point, half-time over Fremantle. We'll take you there for the final term. Long kick inside the forward 50.
There's a big push in the back there.
Ball spills down towards Lynch. Lynch just knocks it away towards the foul. Picked off, though, by Mackay. Hand pass to Merritt. Handball to Langford. Handball picked off, though, by Ross, who floats a kick right to the goal mouth, but the ball was out. And it's coming back for a boundary throw-in half forward for the Tigs.
I like what Essendon have done behind the ball. We'll call it in front of the ball. They've got their forward line structure in place, so if it comes out, they can contest it. The Tigers in that quarter, they had all their players on the back half, and when they come out, they had no one to kick the ball to.
Twirling ball back into play. Lynch is in the ruck against Blackiston, works it to Taranto. And he tried a handball to a teammate, but there's stacks on. So to be a ball up, another stoppage here, 35 metres out from the Tigers' goal.
Yeah, 4 players outside. Really good setup by Essendon.
Merritt takes it out of the pack. Quick little kick is marked by Roby. Doesn't go the distance. He plays on. He kicks high near the boundary line. Brian tries to keep it in. The Tigers, the Bombers have got it. Parrish working hard. Handballs back to Brian, whose kick goes down the line. Caddy got his arms to it. Couldn't take the mark. Waiting at the back to mop up was Broad. Handballs to Grill. Handballs to Vlostone. He's got it in the back pocket all by himself. Assesses the options and then hits up his target in Hopper.
Here we go, sideways again.
Yep.
They're just not going. They can't hold on a 2-goal lead.
Trainer to Rechko, all short, sharp kicks. Down the line they go. Around the great southern stand to Taranto. He's just going to bomb it long in the Lynch direction. Flying from behind was Alga. Once it hits the deck, Ross is there. He handballs to Rechko, who kicks around the corner, and an uncontested mark has been taken by Jasper Alga in the right forward pocket at the punt road end.
Do you know what, though, there, Mick? I reckon the Essendon mids got really lazy.
Yeah, it didn't go in.
And they went to sort of into the back 50 purely thinking, I'll get myself another possession here.
Exactly.
And they did not worry about their opponents at all. And
play a penalty.
Yeah, and I reckon 3 Richmond players got forward of that contest, and one of them could have marked it.
Yeah. I still like what Essendon's doing outside the back 50, though. It's a good setup.
To give them a 3-goal lead, he'll need to thread it from right near the boundary. Alga pushes it across the face and through for a minor score. So it's still alive here for the Dons. We're still just working in first gear in this contest. Richmond by 13.
Redmond to Parrish. He's had a good night. He's up to 31 disposals. Comes wide to Reid.
But Parrish knows how to get 30 touches just cruising around.
I was going to say, it's not even so much that he's collected them tonight. He's done a little more damage in the past and good clearance numbers.
Yeah, the clearance numbers are the one for him.
As the Bombers work it all the way up to the wing, and Nick Bryan, the young ruckman's got it, and he's retreating.
The troops in the stands aren't happy, are they? You can hear a big moan.
Back to Mackay, back to Farrow. Hand pass away to Redmond. The Bombers will try out the northern side. Long kick to Dersma. Margin, by the way, 13 Richmond's way. Dersma goes short to Parrish. Of course, there's the time-honoured Yayukin Award for the premier player on the ground to be presented at the end of the game. Kick inboard finds Merritt. Nice. Merritt clever. Taps it inside 50, and Caldwell takes the mark. True centre-half forward. He'll kick from 35 to 40 out straight in front.
That I would grade that defensive work across the whole ground by Richmond as an E-. That was awful. They let Essendon switch it slowly, then just hit a little one on the 45, move it back into the corridor, and then a little kick inside forward 50 without even the threat of an intercept.
They lost 3 guys, the Bombers, in the first half. Caldwell with a bung ankle knocks it through. And whatever's left of Essendon is still in this game. 7:10:52. They trail Richmond 8:11:59. Richmond's lead cut to 7. 5.5 minutes gone in the final term. Dream time at the G on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Nick Moldhouse.
Nick, can I pose this question to you? And it's what's got me confused. Essendon are missing all those players who've had to come off. McGrath, Durham, Guelphy. Why didn't or why don't Richmond play with a higher pace and a higher energy and a higher tempo to to basically exhaust Essendon.
Run them off their feet.
One of the things that this is only my coaching for, look, I'm identifying the ex-captain that was Groundhog Day. He has marked that ball 3 times. He kicked one goal himself, and he's now kicked the ball in there, and they've kicked another goal. Just give one of your mids the opportunity to say, I'm going to sit on him because he's not good at being sat on.
Taranto's handball to Parrish in the centre circle, and he's kicked quickly, Parrish, towards May. Couldn't take the mark. Good follow-up. He's tackled. Umpire says coming back just when Grill took off and kicked down the line.
So to come back, take
short.
their best player out of the game or make him earn every kick. Because at the moment, he is getting so much of the football by himself.
Merritt is. And the Parrish-Merritt combo, when Parrish is inside, Merritt can be smart on the outside.
Yeah.
It's their only option through the middle of the ground.
Short skies the ball to the wing. Leading at the back, Nick Bryan. His handball was smothered, but it ricochets back to Pryor. His kick is up and under as well. Tough one to mark, this one. Getting his hands to it was Perkins. Sonsi charges through. Quick hands. Sonsi gets involved again. And now Ross through the centre of the ground. He's surrounded by 3 Bombers, and somehow he's able to get it off to the youngster for the Tigers. He goes long. Here's the chance for Green to Bolter. Oh no, his handball into the goal square was smothered. Still he goes. And it was touched. It was desperate stuff from the Bombers.
I'm not sure that's not a free kick, in the goal square. I know this good
Day Wicks it was.
Prohibitive contact.
Oh, you can't get someone on the legs.
Oh, yes, he slid in Day Wicks desperately.
That's a free kick every day of the week.
And it should be a free kick to Steely Green.
Yeah, and 10 yards.
But it's not.
And I'll say why. Because so much damage can be done to your knees.
Well, that's a controversial moment. Steely Green only needed to toe poke it through right on the line. Desperate from Archer Day Wicks, and took his legs out. And now the Bombers, trailing by 8, they've worked it up to halfway through the ground.
Changing lanes. Langford short to Roberts. Marks on the logo southern side. Roberts to put Essendon inside 50. Shallow entry. Short knocks it away. Pack collapses underneath. Tresize will have a ball up here, half forward for the Bombers.
And that would have been paid every other time on it if it was anywhere else on the ground.
It's great to see desperation, but desperation must be considered about the injuries.
Merritt hits it on the fly, left it behind though. Got it out coming away to Rechko. Hands it back to Tresize now. A handball to Short against the boundary line, half back, kicks down the wing. Day Wicks up, punches it out of play. And like a throw in. A few of the guys out there after painted goal squares, particularly the Torres Strait Islander flag at the punt road end, looking like the Smurfs, all getting around with the blue paint on them.
Who's your favourite one, Corby?
I've never watched.
I asked you because I'm surprised you knew.
I know Papa Smurf. That's about it.
Yeah.
Richmond by 8. 9 minutes gone. Final turn.
All right. Boundary throw in on the southern wing. I can't remember either, but
Brainy Smurf.
Loose ball here. Big ball to be won at half-back for the Tigers. Trying to play for the Freers with Sonsi. Umpire says, no, continue on. Hang on. Now there's a wrestle on. There's confusion.
No, he hasn't.
So both the 2 umpires have come in. It's a 50-metre penalty. It's going to the Tigers, and Grill will get it.
Oh, yeah, that was late by Parrish. That's fair.
So Grill takes off. And he's going to pump it into the pocket where Lynch is, and he's got it. Tom Lynch. And the first big roar of the night from Tigers fans. Up the other end of the ground, Darcy Parrish is just readjusting the jumper after giving the 50-metre penalty away.
Lynch has got to kick this because at the moment Essendon are slicing and dicing the Tigers on the way from their back 50. They're getting to the front 50 very quickly.
It's not
Richmond look like they're tired side.
An easy kick for the champ, Tom Lynch. 1 goal, 2 tonight. 15 metres in from the boundary line. In the right forward pocket to the punt road end. The Tigers fans will tell the story. Tom Lynch has gone with the double cobra. Finally, Tigers fans have got something to celebrate. He's got his second, and a little bit of breathing space for Richmond. The margin is 14 points, 9-12-66. Essendon 7-10-52. Still 13 minutes to play.
A lot of time left in this game.
So it was Darcy Parish giving away the free. He was too high on Grill, and then he launched into his back, Lingy.
Yeah, he did. And he was just lying on the ground, and Parish just took the shot at him. And it was undisciplined. It deserved the 50. And then Lynch had to fight hard for that front position, worked really hard, and Mackay couldn't get around him.
Couldn't move him,
spoil, yeah. Really good, strong contested mark by Lynch.
Now there's less than 13 minutes in the game. 14 points is Richmond's lead. And the Bombers, who have kicked 7 goals all night, need to kick 3 to win it. As Hayes Brown knocks it down to Taranto. Richmond with a pep in their step. Kicks down to half forward. Picked off by Langford. Oh, kicks back in the middle of the ground. Bounces off Perkins' head. Knocked down by Hayes Brown. Volley out of the air from Taranto. Lateral. Sonzi can't quite trap it. Dersma does well. Keeps his feet. Got it away by hand to Edwards. He's outnumbered, but Edwards got it out. Dersma paddles it on. Merritt, hand pass over to Roby. Opens up a little bit. Roby handball out to May. Kicks down to half forward turnover. Short's got it for Richmond. The 1-2 with Grill, and then Short's hand pass finds Miller. Over the top towards Sonzi. His handball out of play. Last disposal, free kick for Essendon right on halfway. Tigers by 14, 12 minutes to go.
I don't understand why players don't kick the football under that pressure, because they know full well you give up the hand pass, it's going to come straight back again. Not a ball in. Free kick.
Edwards took the free kick, gave it to Merritt. Merritt kicks to half forward, and the mark's been taken by May. May's booted 3 goals so far. Can he set one up here? He's looking for his teammate and Caddy, who wins the free. It was Trainer up over the top, all into the back of Caddy, and Caddy now with a free kick. And he'll take it in the right forward pocket and need to thread it from a similar spot that Lynch did a moment ago at the other end.
Well, it's interesting. It's May to Caddy.
Yeah.
They are the salvation. If they're going to win this game, it's going to be through these two.
And it wasn't a great kick by May to Caddy, but Caddy's sense to just stop immediately on the lead and back into his opponent and cause the free kick.
To keep the Bombers alive for his third.
Twice, I think he's hit the post.
Just hit the post. He didn't slam into the post, he grazed the post. Richmond by 13.
Miller marks the kick out. He's got it in the back pocket. Very short kick. Gee, just got to his intended target, Taranto.
I've just got to say, when you're not a good kick, just get the ball.
Just do that.
Just get the ball. Launch like that. Yeah, exactly.
Handball back to Miller. Goes long down the wing. Spills to Lafau. He's on his backside. Got a handball out to Rechko. Runs and carries. Handball away to Ross. Ross takes on the tackler. Feeds it further forward to Campbell. Sidestepping his way around a couple of would-be tacklers. Jinking run. Still got a kick inside 50 to Green. Seth Campbell with some magic.
You know, with the new rule, Campbell should be watching himself going back, sliding over it. So I reckon he might have touched the Essendon player in the head.
He did. Archie Roberts, who tried to make the lunging tackle, instead of just getting out and getting on with the game, turns around and pats him on the head.
Well, that's a free kick. It's a ridiculous free kick, but you don't do it. Don't humiliate anyone.
Coming home to the punt road end, Steely Green to the masses. The kick fades to the left, to behind. That makes it 14 Richmond's lead. 14 and a half gone final term. Still the favoured way, but a long time to go.
Redmond fires it. Merritt at the drop. He goes to ground. Was he held? The umpire said holding the ball.
Holding the ball? Well,
against Merritt.
No, there's no prior opportunity there. So if you're tackled, the ball can spill free. It's not a free kick.
Goodness me, he was lucky then. Rechko's got the free kick. These are two desperate sides with just one win each for the season. Rech goes up towards the big pack. Lafau's there. Lynch is waiting at the back. Roby tackled, goes to ground. Umpire says we'll ball it up. Richmond beat West Coast in Perth 3 weeks ago. Essendon beat Melbourne at Adelaide Oval in Gather Round. That was 6 weeks ago. Precious 4 points up for grabs. Roby gets a kick away. It's a dangerous one. Flying in was Alga at the bounce. Here's a chance for Short. Bouncing ball. Trying to trap it, but couldn't in the end. For the Tigers was Roberts Thompson. Still a big Boulder win here. Going in hard was Burton. In the end, the desperate dump kick out of there by the Essendon defence. Miller flew, couldn't take the mark. It pinballs around and it'll eventually dribble over the boundary line and all the players can catch their breath, although it was a lasso and it'll be free kick for the Tigers.
One of those inadvertent sockers that spills out of play, so
it's another Essendon player.
To take it. It's Archer May who's with the trainers.
Yeah, he was in that big marking contest. Oh, I reckon copped the knee right in the ribs. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he has.
Ouch.
What about Lafau? Is he playing Australian rules football or is he playing rugby? He is a savage. When he tackles them, he wants to rip you in half.
Well, the only goal he's kicked, Lafau, was the soccer goal, the Topo.
Yeah, it is.
Might be playing soccer as well.
This is the last thing I need is another potential winner to come off the ground.
Down to 19 and a half men. And now he's coming off, which makes it 18 and a half. Caldwell's out there on one leg.
Precise. Kicks it out of bounds on the full. So he had all that time to bring the ball back into play, put it out of bounds on the full on the forward pocket. Saints by 1, by the way, over Fremantle. So that's early stages, third term. St Kilda by a point. We'll take you there for the final quarter. A bit to play out here. Richmond by 14, 17 gone, final third. Edwards with a huge grab. Came in from the side of the pack and rips it down, half back for the Bombers. Heavy landing, comes wide to Dersma. Handball away to the run of Redmond. Bombers have got to move it. Down to half forward. Caldwell with a bit to do. Broad punches it away. Straight to Blackiston. Blackiston trying to find a way through. Kicks to Caddy in the corridor. Back in the hole. Great work, Jaden Short. The veteran moves in his 200th game. Intercepts right in the leading pattern of Caddy at centre half back.
Picked a goal in his 200th game as well. He hits up Flostone and now they've got the numbers here on the northern wing. Rechko marks. Handballs over to Ross. He's been good. Casually takes a couple of bounces. Stops. Props. Looks and has a kick into the left forward pocket. The target was Bolter. In the end, he couldn't take the mark because of some desperate work from Redmond down back. He got the hands up there and forced the ball to trickle over the line. In fact, is that no, not out of bounds on the full, off the boot of Pryor. So it'll be a boundary throw-in.
Forward 50 stoppage for Richmond. Lynch palms it down. Parrish at the drop. Hand pass away to Pryor. Not a heap up ahead. They got to go by hand. Roby runs and carries. Handballs laterally to Langford. Langford still in the defensive half. Kicks for Blackiston and Bolter. Bolter trying to hold him out illegally.
Blackiston's ball. Bolter thinks it's his.
Bolter arguing the point. Blackiston comes back over his mark eventually and Richmond flood numbers back. That's an ugly kick, but it turns out all right. Merritt marks the wobbler and then plays on straight into the path of Campbell. Hand pass laterally to Parrish. Still 60 out at half forward. Kicks wide for Dersma. Richmond by 14. Dersma floats one inside 50. They need to mark the Bombers. They won't get it. Ball hits the deck. Elder's got it. Tackled, ball up. 30 metres out from the Bombers' goal. Richmond by 14, just over 7 minutes to play.
The last time they led the Bombers was the 12-minute mark of the opening term. And Archer May kicked one of his 3 goals. He's off getting his sore ribs looked at the moment. Tigers had it spun around in a 360. Ball spills clear and once again it'll be a ball up. .40 metres out, directly in front of the Bombers' goal. It's tapped down. Chance here for Parrish. As soon as he picks it up, he's tackled by Campbell. Dersma gets it, gives it off. Gresham, quick snap, and bounces on the line through for a minor score. Yes, it is. One behind. So Richmond by 14 points. The crowd has, rather 13 with that point. The crowd's just been posted at... You thought 70 would be a big result. The CEO of Richmond was confident of 75. 17th v 18th. 78,815.
Awesome.
Incredible.
Awesome roll-up for last and second last, as you said, as Miller goes long down the line. Roberts Thompson the target. Redmond knocks it out of play, and then there's a little proppy.
And even more impressive is that 78,000 have stayed at the game.
Yeah.
They've been quiet for 78,000, haven't they?
It's locked them in, Ling.
We've locked you in, Mick. You would have gone a long time ago.
Richmond by 13. Time on in the last from the boundary throw-in. Hopper, surge kick forward. A little shove on the back of Elgar by Langford. He wins the footy. Lafau ragdolls him to the ground and a ball up. He does come out of the Melbourne Storm Academy. He's got the rugby league background.
Yeah, but he's got exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If his tackling is right out of Storm's copybook.
Richmond by 13 points. Bombers win it. Parrish to Merritt. He left it behind. Campbell hacks it off the deck down to half forward for Richmond. Lafau hits up. Handball got its way through to Green. Shoots it out wide for Rechko. Now the forward 50 kick. And Roberts Thompson marks out wide at right half forward in the second gamer. Noah Roberts-Thompson. We'll have a look here to try and close things out. 5 in from the boundary line, right half forward.
Yeah, it's a huge kick, isn't it? You're right, Corbs. It would push it out to 19 points with just over 5 minutes 30 to go on the clock. You'd think that'd be too far for the Bombers. Big kick for the young man.
The second cousin of LRT, the Swans premiership winner. This is NRT with the game closer. In his 8th quarter of AFL footy, with the biggest kick in his life, to clinch 4 points for the Tigers. And those have been few and far between for the yellow and black. Richmond by 19 points. The Tigs 13-73. Essendon 7-12-54. 22 and a half gone in the final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Looking right across the stats in this quarter, Mick, it's even contested possession. It's even for inside 50s. It's even for tackles. Simply, Richmond have taken their chances. They've kicked their 2 goals 3. Essendon, despite a few opportunities when they've gone forward, have only kicked the 1 goal, and it was the same story in the third quarter. Just that ability to finish your work with that last kick inside forward 50.
Back in the middle, hurried kick forward here by the Bombers, taken by Roby. Roby gives a handball away to Roberts, kicks up the pipe, and Edwards takes a juggled mark.
Well, he's in range.
He's shown some signs with his markings.
Yeah, too right. His mobility's quite good too.
And that was with Floston on his tail, that one. Yeah. He's one of the best defenders still.
How tall is he?
He's 191.
Yeah, not...
Turned 26 during the week. Tom Edwards, mature age recruit out of the Waffle. The kick right on 50 at left half forward. Edwards gives it a whack. It's a good kick. It's coming back. It lands short. No score. And in the end, it's helped through for a rush behind as Burton carries it over the line. So Richmond by 18, 24 gone final term. And time now the enemy of the Bombers, among various other things. They lost 3 players in the first half, 2 in the opening minutes. Guelphy did a hamstring. Durham was concussed. And then McGrath with a shattered jaw. Suspected fractures there. He's off to hospital. So bad night for the Bombers. And now Mackay intercepts the kick out, puts it back in the middle of the ground, but ugly kick. Bryan cleans it up. Away to Farrow. Hand pass to Merritt, middle of the G. Kicks inside 50. And Tresice leads his man to take the intercept mark. I mentioned the Yoyukin Award, Mick, which is presented to the premier player on the ground in the Dreamtime of the G game. Brian Taylor, Sean Burgoyne, Adam Simpson, and our own Kelly Underwood on the voting panel.
Well, Kel, from nowhere on that one.
Of course, it just kept it under wraps all night, Kel. But
no, just don't influence me, Mick. Okay, I'm not listening to you.
Come on.
It's independent.
3-2-1 is the voting, so we'll stick around and get the winner of that. Some reaction from the seemingly Richmond rooms. We'll take you to Perth for the final quarter. It is a 10-point lead for the Dockers. They've come from behind there against the Saints, so a left bolter. Like Michael Mitchell went floating through the back, almost got some hang time mid-air on the back of Bryan. Couldn't complete the mark. That would have been the mark of the year.
Wow. He almost had it too.
Yeah, Nick Bryan just collapsed a bit underneath. He needed a little push-up.
A little bit, that's right.
Richmond by 18 here. They haven't won at the MCG since beating the Bombers in round 18 last year. They're only winning that time. They've won 1 of their last 15. It was over in Perth against the Eagles a fortnight ago. The Bombers race away with it. Pryor caught in the middle. Richmond sensing a victory. Got a little pep back in their step. Gloston's hand pass a turnover. Dersmer at centre half back. Gloston smothers. Ball spits out to Cumming. Hand pass away to Green. Green flares it to half forward to Sonzi. Sonzi loads up but misses.
Yeah, should have got that clear for 15 metres at least. Running onto his bit of speed with him.
Handy point, as they say in the classics, Mick.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a 19. It's a 4-score game. We're inside the final 3 minutes. This is going to be another L for the Bombers. It'll be their 23rd loss in their last 24 games. And kick comes wide to Caddy. Caddy dabs it over the top to Roberts, who marks it high half forward. And how will it be assessed in the aftermath after the early losses in the injury front? 2 out in the opening minutes. Roberts kicks to the hot spot and Bolter just plucks it, takes the intercept mark at fullback for the Tigs. So 74 leads 55, 19-point lead for the Tigers. Bolter comes wide with the kick. Dersman knocks it close to the boundary line. Roberts will scoop it up. Hand pass over his shoulder. Oh, met front on. Hopper lays a big tackle on Dersmer. The ump says it's all okay. In fact, there's a very late whistle and it's coming back. Certainly hasn't been the best standard of footy. I don't think it's been the best officiated game we've seen this year by a long way either. Redmond to get the free. High kick inside the forward 50. Broad getting back, trying to punch it away. Can't kill it. Miller, sweeping hand pass out to Ross, who's been excellent. Bangs into oncoming traffic. The ball spits out of bounds. Roberts winded in all of that. We'll have a boundary throw in half forward here for the Bombers. 19-point lead for the Tigers. 27.5 gone final turn.
So boundary throw in. Just 2 minutes left in this contest. Here goes Ross. Goes in hard. Handball stolen by Roby, Merritt, Parrish. And then Perkins with the kick up towards Caddy. He flew. Chance for Edwards and it rolls over. So it'll be another boundary throw in. Richmond by 19 points. A crowd of 78,815. But 3 big injuries for the Bombers. Durham out with concussion. Welfie with a hamstring. And McGrath taken to hospital with a broken jaw. As it spins back in again. Bombers trying to clear it back to Pryor. Handball Redmond, they're going backwards here to Archie Roberts. Then the kick inside 50. Gresham, no. It was stolen by Precise. The kick from Broad was smothered. McKay, and a quick hurry kick late. Chance for the Bombers. And unable to put it through for a goal in Daywicks. So the margin is 18 points.
As Richmond working out of defence, short, just chips it away to Trezise, and Trezise goes all the way back to Lynch. So what to make of it from an Essendon perspective? They're going to lose again. Their 23rd loss in their last 24 games. For all the talk during the week, the pressure leading in. What was to gain tonight? They lost 2 players in the opening minutes of the game. Durham concussed, Welfie a hammy, and then McGrath with a shattered jaw in the second term. And yet it's going to read as another L on Essendon's win-loss column with West Coast and Carlton to come. But for the Tigers, 17 on the injury list. Another plucky performance by these Tigers under Adamuzze, who have won only once in their previous 15 games. As the Tigers try to switch it, the ball will run out of play. Forward pocket for the Bombers, so we'll have a boundary throw in. We'll take you to Perth for the last quarter. 7.5 to go there in the third. It is an 11-point lead for the Dockers over the Saints. Adamuzze celebrating with his young Tigers on the bench. And when you've won one of your last 15, there's no such thing as an ugly win. The Dreamtime game is a nightmare for the Bombers. Richmond by 3 goals.
Anywhere that you will see us with a grin, risking head and shin. If we're behind it, never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weak until the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're
Just the one win in their previous 15 games coming into tonight. 17 unavailable. 17 on the injury list. Even one of their emergencies wouldn't be past fit to play tonight, and yet Richmond do it by committee. They led by 15 at quarter time, 15 at the half, 12 at three-quarter time, and with the game there to be won in the final term, they kicked 2 goals to 1 in the last. They beat the Bombers, Richmond, by 18 points.
Tigerland, a fighting fury, we're from Tigerland. In any weather you will see us with a grin, risking hand and shin. If we're behind then never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weak until the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, the strong and brave bold, for we're from Tiger, yellow and black, we're from Tiger.
The Bombers lost 3 players in the first half. Durham to concussion in the opening moments, Guelphy to a hamstring in the opening moments, and McGrath with a suspected broken jaw. But how much do those injuries mask what is both metaphorically and literally rock bottom? Essendon last on the premiership table. The Tigers leapfrog them tonight as they get their second win of the season. The Tigers by 18 points. 2 goals for Tom Lynch, 2 goals for Steely Green, and then singles for Ross, Fall, Short, Cumming. Roberts Thompson kicked a sealer in that last term, the second game of the 19-year-old, and Lafau with 1. Meanwhile for Essendon, 3 for May, 2 for Caddy, and then singles for Caldwell and for Merritt. Richmond 10-14. They beat Essendon at 7-14.
What about the fortnight for Noah Roberts Thompson, a South Australian, came in with his first kick last week against St Kilda, he kicked a goal. With his second kick against St Kilda, he kicked a goal. And he bobs up and kicks the sealer tonight. He won't sleep for the next week.
Awesome. He's managed by our very own Brett Delidio. So
right.
Wow. He's second cousins with Lewis Roberts Thompson,
Yes.
who I think is also in the management game.
And he one of 5 Sydney players to win 2 premierships, LRT.
Wow. Of course.
If my memory serves me correctly, one of them he was nearly best on ground, Lewis Roberts Thompson.
Yes. Yeah.
So there you go.
There you go. That's good on him, Noah Roberts Thompson. Let's kick it down to Megan Waters.
Each year, the player judge best on ground at the Dreamtime match is awarded the Yayukin Award. Yayukin is a word from the Woiwurrung language of the Wurundjeri people meaning dreaming. To announce this year's winner of the Yayukin Award, please welcome Annie Pam Pedersen.
Good evening to you all, and thank you so much for coming along to this evening's game, the Dreamtime game, named after my father, Pastor Sir Doug Nichols. Well, what a crowd. Hasn't it been a lovely evening? And to see all of you here this evening to support the Dreamtime game, I just feel so happy, and I just want to give a clap to everyone for coming here tonight, and also to both teams who played a really good game. Thank you to you all. And now I would like to announce Darcy Parish of Essendon, best on ground.
So Darcy Parish is a previous winner. He won the award in 2021 in Perth in a losing team. So he has now won the award twice in losing sides. So Darcy Parish best on 41 disposals. We're going to hear a word from him as well. So second time he's won this, both in losing teams.
It's obviously a huge honour to play on this game, and all the credit to Richmond tonight. Too good for us. I don't know what to say. We're out here to win, and we didn't do the job tonight, so we'll be back better next week. But appreciate everyone for coming out. Cheers.
The Richmond fans ain't happy with that it's gone the other way, but Darcy Parish...
Thank you, everybody, and get home safely.
For this, thanks, Megan, wins the Yayukin Award for the second time. Must be said, it didn't feel like the kind of game where there was an overwhelming consensus as to who the premier player on the ground was. What did you think, Mick, before we hear from Kelly, who voted on it?
Oh, am I on? Yeah, I am now. I agree. That's why when Kel said at the end who she picked, and we said, well, yeah, okay, you've got... There just seemed to be a...
Who would you have said was the best on?
Well, Parrish played okay, but I just don't know what a lot come from him. Yeah. I'm leaning towards Short.
Short?
Okay.
Yep.
I know he got a lot of freebies, but he put them in front. I think was one big long goal, wasn't it?
Yep, he kicked one. Yep.
Who would you have said?
I would have said, I think it was one at the coalface in a really scrappy game.
That's the thing.
I thought Jack Ross was the best. I thought Parrish was very good. I thought Taranto was good. I thought Short was good. There was no great tonight at all.
And we spoke about Vlosten. I said before off air, I said Vlosten to me controls the back line. But he only had 16. But everything he does for his team. He brings so many other players into it, and he generally never gets beaten.
Do you know, if they'd got up and won, even Archer May would have had a claim on it, because he made things out of nothing, contested marks and that. Cal?
Who'd you have?
I had 5 written down.
Yep.
So I had Parrish and May.
Yep.
And then I had Jack Ross, Taranto and Jaden Short.
Yep. So one at...
And who'd you go at 3?
For me, at halftime, it was clearly Jack Ross.
Mm-hmm.
He stood out. His disposal efficiency went at 75%. He had the 9 contested possessions and the 10 score involvements. Yeah. So I ended up going with him for the 3 when it wasn't really obvious. I gave Parrish the 2. When you look at the numbers, I mean, 41.
Yeah.
Yep. But these are difficult because I think you can't just go off stats, and particularly this game. And it was a toss-up between Taranto and Short, to be honest, and I gave it to Taranto. But I would have been happy to go with Short.
I reckon it'll be the other votes, by the way, Brian Taylor, Sean Burgoyne and Adam Simpson. We'll get the breakdown of those. But I imagine what's happened here is the leading Richmond player was probably debatable. The leading Essendon player stood out, which was Parrish.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Parrish didn't get any best on grounds. He might have got the 2 from all 4 judges.
Right. Yeah.
And as a result, that has been the weight to carry it over the top. So say, some other judge had Taranto or Ross.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I'm comfortable with that. I mean, watching Ross stood out to me. Taranto just as good with the numbers, like very similar numbers.
I mean, the fact that Parrish won the award, it's not a howler, is it? He's in the top 5 on the ground, and ultimately, by conventional wisdom, a group of 4 come to the conclusion that he was the best on.
And when you look at there was just one stat stands out, or 2 probably, clearance and contested football is highly significant for Parrish.
Yeah.
Highly significant.
Yeah.
Because he's probably been better than anyone else on the ground. Clearance-wise, Taranto was just behind him.
Fremantle, by the way, 5 points up over the Saints. We're going to release some of our audience on News Radio. By the way, players that have won in the losing cause, I mentioned Darcy Parish has now done it twice. So 2021 in Perth and then 2026. The only other guy that's done it is a guy named Brett Delidio, who did it way back in 2012. Our man Lid, so he'll be pretty happy tonight, I'm sure, with the Tigs as Jaden Short gets chaired off for his 200th game. He's a 2-time premiership winner, of course, at Richmond. One of best and fairest in a premiership year. We love guys that do that, and we're going to go down and hear the Tigers song in just a moment. I'm keen to get a quick reaction on what on earth this means for Essendon now and the ongoing conversation about where they're at. They're certainly rock bottom when you look on the premiership table. They dropped to last overall as the only one-win team. Richmond leapfrog them tonight. The Tigs 10-14-74 have beaten the Bombers 7-14-56. So 3 minutes down in the Richmond rooms. We'll release News Radio and then we'll get some reaction from the Tigers. And then we'll take you to Perth for the final quarter when that starts in about 10 minutes from now. So the Dockers by 5 points late in the third. Richmond winners here. Tim Hodges is down there with the winners. Hodgie.
The joint is jam-packed in the Tiger rooms. It is absolutely chockers. And I just wonder how many Tiger fans came to the footy confident of getting the 4 points and getting the chance to sing this song. The first of the Tigers walking in. I have a feeling they're going to belt this song out. Tim Taranto, he's hugging just about every one of the people in the rooms. He'll be the last of the Tigers to go arm in arm. I think Tiger fans will enjoy this. They're going to have a lot of fun singing the song. Arm in arm, and here we go. So for the second time this year, Richmond gets to sing the song. They're having a lot of fun down here, and I don't think it's that much fun about 15 metres away in the Essendon rooms.
10-14 beats 7-14. Thanks, Hodgie. A 3-goal win for the Tigers, just their second win in their last 16 games. The Bombers, Lingy, have now got one win to show from their last 24 starts.
That's nasty, that, isn't it? That stat alone. And yes, there will be reasons and excuses made from this one, given they lost Guelphy and Durham so early, and then throw in Andy McGrath as well. But I said it at half-time, I said it at three-quarters, I still felt they should have won it from that position with a couple of their midfielders, and they just were not up for it and not good enough skill-wise. It has been another ugly season for the red and black, unfortunately.
It's a tough one to try and make sense of from an Essendon point of view. So 3 injuries in the first half and ultimately on the wrong side of it. The Tigers by 18 points. Our audience in News Radio about to depart us. Appreciate your company at the G. The Tigers, too good. For everybody else, we'll carry on and we'll take you to Perth shortly for the last quarter between the Dockers and the Saints, with Fremantle hanging on to a narrow lead at three-quarter time.
And why I say it was such a disappointing result for Essendon was because I still thought they had enough experienced players out there who could have dragged them over the line despite those injuries. When you look at what Richmond did, it was their experience that probably just got them over the line. So I thought Jack Ross was excellent. He's one of the less experienced, even though he's up to 100 games now. But it was Jaden Short, Tim Taranto, Nick Floston down back, even at times Nathan Broad down back.
I thought Lynch held his own too.
Yeah, and Tom Lynch gave them that target, and in an ugly, low-scoring game, found a way to kick 2 goals and just do enough. They're those experienced players. They delivered. And unfortunately for the Bombers, it was... Okay, so Parrish gets 41 and Zach Merrick gets 36. You think, oh, well, they did their job. But did they have enough impact? I didn't feel like it.
No.
Parrish's 9 clearances and 16 contested possessions, I get that. But I don't know, I probably asked for a little bit more.
If I said to you at the start of the night, though, Essendon lost by 3 goals to a Richmond team that had 17 unavailable. Like, we took some different twists and turns to get there, but ultimately they lost this game, and they've now won one of their last 24. Does it, the way that it happened, does it soften the blow a little bit on Essendon?
It'll soften the blow in terms of the media, and the Essendon people who are staunch will go, well, we lost because we had injuries. The things that you don't like, Richmond had 8 goal kickers. Essendon had 4. And as we said, probably right throughout the game, if Essendon can get the ball to May and also Caddy, who kicked 2, kicked 2. They've got a chance, but they couldn't get the ball into their hands.
To Perth shortly for the final quarter of the Saints and the Dockers, but back to the winners' rooms with Tim Hodges.
Corbin, Jack Ross from the Tigers has been good enough to come over and join us. We really appreciate your time. That was great to get the win and sing the song. It was a hell of a lot of fun down here.
Yeah, it was. It was a lot of fun. I think there was 78,000 people at the game. It's the biggest day on the calendar for us. To do it in front of a massive crowd with a young team, and we don't want to use the injuries and the youth as an excuse, but everyone stepped up and just so proud of them.
What's the emotion? Is it a sense of a little bit of relief, or just you're really happy with how that all clicked out there?
Yeah, there's always a little bit of relief. I think our third quarters in general this year have been pretty sloppy. We had a really good first half, and we knew that we couldn't come out and just expect it to get done again, and had a bit of a foot on the throat mentality. The contest is going to be really hot. They're a really proud club, and their pressure's elite, so we knew we had to back it up, and it was a real arm wrestle.
You lost Jonty early in the first half. were you aware of the carnage on their side of the bench?
I actually had no idea until late in the game. And both teams were pretty cooked. I mean, we lost Jonty, which is a big loss, having a big forward down. But, I think we saw their outs late there in the last, and we knew that we had a little bit of a run over them.
It's great to have Jack, guys. He's got the headset on. I'll send you upstairs, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Jack, congratulations on the win. And on your own game as well, we thought you were fantastic up here in the box. I'll embarrass her because she gave you 3 votes. Kelly was voting on the Yayukin Award and she gave you the 3, mate. So.
That's all right, mate. We didn't get you over the line.
No.
We're waiting for all the other results to come through. I might have been the only one that gave you votes.
You're going to give me 4 votes next time.
Yeah.
Could you sense out there, and I suppose perhaps in the third quarter I'm talking about here, that Essendon were coming, they were throwing a bit at you, but if you just took the game long, deep into the last quarter, that they were going to run out of legs a little bit because they were compromised on the bench?
Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't really aware of the carnage on their side of it, but we knew that once we got the ball inside our forward 50, ground or deep, we looked really good, and our small forwards and their crumbing ability and our ability to just lock it in the front half in general was really good. I don't know what the time in forward half was in the second half, but it felt like that was just a front half game for us, which is what Roos preaches.
And must have been enjoyable just making sure Jaden Short, who's been so superb for the club for a long time, best and fairest winner, premierships, everything, just was able to have a little bit of fun late in that last quarter and just rack up a few nice touches.
Yeah, cheap touches. He run around the back pocket. But no, he's the heart and soul of this footy club. He has been for a really long time, and the messaging throughout the whole week was really strong to get it done for him. He's a proud guy, and he always tells us he was a rookie pick. He's done it the hard way, but we love him, and we're really pumped that we can get it done for him.
Mick told me to put Jaden Short down for best on ground. He thought it should have gone to him, but stuck to my guns,
probably
Jack.
Stiff, but no, I appreciate you, Kelly.
Right. Do you agree with me, Jack?
Oh,
You're
yeah.
best on ground?
Yeah,
no.
Well, you're totally thrown under the bus. Just on some of your younger players, well done on the game yourself too. You played a terrific game, but what's the value of a game like this with 78,000 people, and you've got these young blokes who, when you're near the bottom, and we have been on the bottom for a little while, you'll jump up this weekend. You're not getting the massive crowds, but what's it mean for those players? Cast your mind back to your early days when you had the big crowds there.
Yeah, it's massive. We were just talking about it before. Like learning how to win is really difficult, and to do it. The game like this is the biggest on the calendar for us, like I said before, and 78,000, massive atmosphere, and to keep a level head and in the crunch time, that's all it is. It's what's Patinga is, and we do a lot of work on it, and the young guys are really buying into it. So kudos to them. They've done a power of work. I'm really proud of them.
Sure. So who excites you the most? Well, not so much the most, but who excites you about those young players? I know you got a lot in the grandstand. There's a few of your really first round picks have been unfortunately injured over the last couple of seasons, and they're struggling to get back. But of the players that played today, who are the ones that have impressed you?
I think Paddy Rechko's been super for us. I think he was a real steal for us. He's running power, and he just gets up and down the wing all game. Sam Cummings, another one. He's probably the best youngster I've seen in terms of being able to adapt on the fly and learn. He just takes the information and goes out there and executes it. He's playing a tricky role at times at high forward. He gets up the corridor, but he works really, really hard, and he's going to be a superstar.
What about your basketball ruckman? I'm intrigued. We were going through it today. Lingy was ringing off the names of players that you're going head-to-head with, and we come across the ruckman, and I'm looking at where he's come from, and it doesn't have a football club, it has a basketball club. So how does he go about it as far as, like his training and also the game for that matter, and game sense?
He's come such a long way. I think in his first year, he actually nominated to go play for Old Ivanhoe. He didn't want to play VFL and just wanted to learn the game off his own bat, and I think that is a testament to him. Like, he just wanted to go learn the game and simplify it, play at a local level for a little bit, come back to VFL, learn his craft. Ivan Maric has been huge for him, and I think going against Bolter and Nank just at training has given him a fair bit of confidence as well. And he's still learning, and he's growing really, really fast. But he's a big fella. He still loves his basketball, but he's got great touch around the ground.
Yeah. Well done, Jack. Enjoy the win.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Jack Ross in the Richmond rooms. There's been a bit of drama down there, by the way. John Rolfe reporting that as the Tigers were singing the song, Tom Lynch is already in an ambulance after being assessed outside the rooms. He might have copped a knock to his throat during the game. Lynch said that he was struggling to breathe and had lost his voice after a knock earlier in the game, so the docs are assessing him to make sure that everything is okay. So,
well, that's another injury. How would it be if he couldn't play next week? They just don't have both these teams, both on the bottom, both losing players at a rate of knots.
Yeah.
Is it? There's got to be more to than just bad luck, isn't it? The two bottom teams.
Kel, the Richmond have been like this for the last 3 seasons. I have a simple theory on it. Simple theory. You've got to get Miles in the legs. And that is probably October, late October, November, December. Then you can go into a football season knowing that your legs are going to... What's happening? These blokes are going virtually straight into games early in the season. Don't forget we had our state of origin February the 14th. Some players were injured from that.
Yeah.
A lot of players were injured on the way through. Young players can't absorb the pressure of the game today is quite high. So they just can't absorb it, and their bodies are breaking down.
Yeah.
We've got to do something about the... Look, I think the Players Association do a fantastic job, but the reality is they shouldn't be setting the agenda for when you train. That's not their brief. Their brief is look after the players, this sort of stuff. But and the players do get a fair bit of time off anyway. So leave it to the experts, leave it to the fitness advisors to be able to work out when and how. When you first come down, when did you start training as a young bloke going into your first year?
Well, I basically, the moment I got drafted, I just started training.
I think we've got to go. We're off to the Fremantle game. So thanks to our whole crew tonight. Saints by a point as Luke Jackson has a shot. Let's go to Perth.
Back pocket as we welcome our listeners who've joined us here at Perth Stadium. Scores are level. 10-6-66 apiece as the Dockers look to move it into the right forward pocket. It comes through the hands of Jackson towards Switkowski. Delivers it beautifully to Tracy, leading out to Mark. He gathers it just a couple of inches above the turf. And he'll go back and have a shot. Any score will put Walyalup in front of Uroke. For those joining us, the Saints led by 6 points at quarter time. They led by 1 at half time. Walyalup hit back to lead by 6 at 3/4 time. And scores level at the moment. Looking for what would be a 7th lead change of the night. Josh Tracy, he celebrates before the ball's barely left his boot. It's through for his second. And Fremantle are back in front. 7 minutes into the final term. Walyalup, 11-6-72. Lead Uroke 10-6-66. It's the Dockers over the Saints by 6 points. Clint Wilton in commentary alongside Mitch Turner. Let's hear from our experts. Premiership players, both of them. Sharrod Willingham and Chris Waterman.
You were just kind of alluding to how wrecked Jackson was, but he had that set shot on goal and then worked really hard back to not create the turnover, but impact the marking contest, and then they just went really fast. I think that's what Walyalup have got to do for the rest of the game, is continue to take the game on and get the ball moving fast.
Freo chant goes up around Perth Stadium. Ball back in the middle. Windhager after it. Jackson on top of him. Contact below the knees. I'm not sure about that. It's going the way of the Dockers. Windhager was on the ball first. Jackson ran into him. That's stiff against the Saints. Free kick the Dockers. Jackson inside 50. In front Marshall. Couldn't mark. Tracy knocks it away from him. Stockers tied up. That's stiff on Marcus Windhager.
Very.
Jackson clumsily ran into him and was rewarded. On this occasion, Jackson tries to jump over Marshall. Erasmus is caught by O'Connell and Carroll. And they'll ball it up again. 40 metres out from the Dockers attacking goal. 6-point lead. Jackson v Marshall. Jackson got a hand to it. First one onto it, though, was Stocker for the Saints. Clearing kick lands in the arms of Warner. Attacking side of the centre square. He trots back off his line. Almost every St Kilda player in front of him. Carl Warner kicks it inside forward 50.
Big pack, no mark taken. Amos after it. Carroll beats him to it. Sherry gathers, keeps it in the right forward pockets of Brayshaw. No. Umpire will bring it back. He just couldn't keep it in. It'll be a ball in. Boundary throw in 20 metres around from the Dockers attacking goal. Wally up lead Euroke by 6 points. 9 minutes into the last quarter.
Jai Amos with 3 goals for the Dockers. 2 to Josh Tracy, 2 to Patrick Voss. Liam Henry's got 2 and Filippo and Wood all with 2 for the Saints. Throwing back in. It's immediately locked in. Windhager had it. Erasmus tackled him. All up the call. Marshall stands in front of Jackson. Jackson gets there, but Marshall wins it down. Still there for Carroll. He picks it up and then runs straight into a couple of Dockers teammates. Dudley one, Reed the other. Jackson leapt up in the air. Didn't get there. Umpire says it's okay. Went through the legs of Carroll. Here's Chapman moving it on towards Switkowski. Hand pass was forward. Banfield did well, rode a bump and then gave it back to Silvani for the Saints. A clearing kick beyond defensive, 50 towards right half back, intercepted here by the Dockers again. Clark stabs it towards Reed. And Reed is marked at centre half forward, plays on immediately, takes a couple of steps, bangs it through for a major. His first of the night, Murphy Reed. What a player he's becoming. Fremantle, they're out to a 12-point advantage. The Dockers 12-6-78. The Saints 10-6-66. And we've gone 10 minutes into the final term.
Luke Jackson is really pushing. He's trying to impose himself on this game. He knows he's been double tagged by Marshall and Piccone, but he is trying to find an edge here and bring his teammates into it.
The way he's attacked the last few
just the last few moments, he's just taken them on.
Little G. Ablett Jr., by the way, he just played on and kicked it around the corner there, Shaz. It's impressive for a second. You forget he's a second-year footballer, Murphy Reed. That was incredible. He almost received it from the centre clearance here. Instead, he taps it to himself. Handballs out wide to Frederick. He's involved again, Murphy Reed. Frederick takes the bounce, runs to 45, kicks across the face, and it sneaks in for a minor score.
Jackson again in the midfield.
12,
hands all over it.
12-7-79. Wally up, Euro. 10-6-66 crowd number 53,707 here at Perth Stadium as the ball comes out and Ryan in the restart punches it out of bounds. That's a big crowd between the two games on a Friday night.
Good news for Walliolup as well is Cox is back out there. Doesn't look any to be hindered at all.
78,815 at Dreamtime at the G. The Tigers emerge victorious. De Koning comes out to the footy, won it down, picked up by Wilson. Gives it back to the Saints. They've got it here through Filippo. Will kick towards the logo. Commentary wing. No mark taken here. Warner tapped it to ground. Diving over the top of it was Garcia. Was set upon immediately by Clark. All held in. Ball up.
They have gone tall, Fremantle. They're throwing Cox out there with Tracy, Voss and Amos.
Tap one down here by Jackson. Dockers by hands, throw Driscoll back to Reed. Oh,
who used to make that move?
Ankle breaker on O'Connell. Moved it towards the boundary line. It's over. Driscoll can't keep it in.
Well, he's elevated the game.
Question?
Murphy Reed's up to 6 disposals and a goal for this quarter already.
Plenty of players, including one, G. Ablett Jr. Wonderful bit of play. Thrown back in. Here comes the coding, punching it forward. Taking away from Philippou. Murphy Reed. Tough. To Erasmus. To Reed again. Hand pass in the direction of Clark. Gathered at full pace. Then kicks in the direction of Tracy, who marks and plays on by a hand of Frederick on the southern wing. Stabs it towards Amos. 55 from goal at right half forward. Amos wants someone to lead. Cox does. Mason is up. Couldn't mark. Spill down to Dudley. Dudley did amazingly. He leaps into the arms of Patrick Voss to celebrate. And the roar, you had to be here to believe. I hope it came through the speakers. It was enormous from the Fremantle crowd. Dudley's got his second. The Dockers have got their 13th, and all of a sudden their lead is 19 points. 13-7-85 to the Saints, 10-6-66. 13 and a bit gone in the last. Maybe we won't need Wharfie time after all.
Well, they're implementing it themselves, the crowd. The cheer is loud. There was a really strong Freo chant that went around as there was a couple of forward 50 stoppages. But, Marty, that was probably the fastest transition from stoppage that we've seen tonight.
Yep, and all Isaiah Dudley did was go to the front of the pack.
And it was the stretching of the Euro defenders.
Cox out of the middle, got it towards Johnson. He was pulled off, it became tackler. The Dockers win it back. Warner shares it with O'Driscoll. Now goes out to the broadcast side to Wagner. Back into the side tonight. Kicks towards half forward. Over the head of Tracy. Dudley can't keep it in. It'll be balled in 55 metres out, and it all started back here, that last goal with Murphy Reid. And the kick from Jordan Clark.
That was perfect, wasn't it?
Unbelievable out to Josh Tracy. The crowd number official on the screen for the Freo faithful, 53,707. Friday night footy, they've packed in. Shallow throw in. Cox taps it towards O'Driscoll. Shakes one tackle. Handball to Dudley. Kicks it towards Amos. Can't take the mark. Ball goes past Frederick. Out to Murphy Reid. Handball turned over. Banfield has it for Yoroke. Carroll was brilliant for the Saints. Broke through traffic. Handball to Brad Hill. Running through Perth Stadium like the old days. Kicks up towards centre half forward. No mark taken off hands. At the back, McDonald. Handball for Wallylup to Chapman, who goes wide to right half back to Ryan.
And Ryan will head out to Erasmus, and he hits him on the chest. Between right half back and centre wing, southern side. 13-7 plays 10-6. Wallylup over Euro. 15 gone in the last. Dockers head back inside the defensive 50, and Ryan marks. Puts the orange boots in motion, runs beyond the defensive 50 arc. And then we'll kick long towards the southern wing again. Big pack underneath it. Mason Cox had 2 bites at it, couldn't complete the mark. Came out to Wilkie. Saints with it now through McRae. Received the hand pass and then kicked towards left half forward. Warner attacked the football, bounced off his chest, couldn't mark, picked it up, gave it to O'Driscoll, takes a bounce, runs down the outer edge of the centre square, now to Bolton by hand, on to Frederick. Frederick snaps towards goal. It's not going to have the accuracy or the distance. Silvani back there on the behind line at right full back. Gathers and then moves it short. This is Wilson who marks, still inside his defensive 50. The Dockers still lead, 16 gone in the last by 19 points.
Short inboard to Flanders, out to left half back where Harold can mark. Wheel and go for the Saints, out to Brad Hill, who's doing his best to provide some run. Gets the kick away under pressure. Up the southern wing, Sharman in front, couldn't mark. Burns at the back, got away from the pack. Now retreats by hand to Sharman, steps around Chapman. Kick inside the forward 50, Marshall edged under it. Warner came in, couldn't take the mark. Hall at ground level, taps it towards Filippo. Handball out to Sinclair, short kick, not 15. O'Connell grabs it, handball to Filippo, steps around one, drops it, no, play on. Cox steals it for the Dockers, it was Mason Cox. Kick up the wing, big pack, no mark taken. Silvani, crunched by Tracy. Now Voss lays the tackle. All the players take a sigh of relief and a deep breath. That was a throw in the back line. They got away with it. Ball's going to be tossed up in the air. Mason Cox now into the ruck against Marshall. Both players got a hand on it. Spilled back to Marshall. Handball to Wilson. His kick towards half forward is off the side of the boot. It's between the arcs. It is a lasso, last disposal. And Nathan O'Driscoll for Wallylup will take the free kick.
Goes across half back. Marking it Warner. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Warner for the Dockers decides to have a bit of a run. He'll kick in the direction of Voss. Wilkie got a hand to it. Voss turned, tried to tap it forward. Wilkie does pick it up off the ground. Clever hand pass, bounced it into the ground to Flanders. Gave it back to Wilkie. Pressure came from Wagner. Ball spilled out. Jackson gathered. Wilkie tackled him over the boundary line. Right beneath our broadcast position here on the northern wing. Still the Dockers lead by 19 points. 18 gone in the last. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner in commentary. Our experts Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman. The cash voted up on the boundary. Thrown in again. Mason Cox palmed it down. Got it to Bolton, then to O'Driscoll for the Dockers. Now to Wagner. The inclusion this week. Gets a kick away towards left half forward. Voss punches it down. Still with the Dockers. Frederick moves it to Bolton. Spun by Flanders. Did really well. Tackled him. Lost possession though. Bolton picks it up again. Hurries a kick towards full forward. Off the hands of Tracy. Amos at the back. That'll just about do it. He's kicked his fourth. Spinning at left full forward off the hands of Tracy. Jai Amos converts. The Dockers are 14-7-91. The Saints 10-6-66. The Dockers lead is out to 25 points as we hit the 19-minute mark of the final term.
Do you like 10-6-66 as much as 10-4-64?
No, because I can't shout out Convoy.
You know who doesn't like it?
Who?
Ross Lyons. They've been sitting on it since the third minute.
It's very true.
He's staring up going, I hate that.
That is very true. But the pressure, and I think the other thing that I feel has gone up is the cleanliness, the efficiency from Waliel up in the last quarter. Yeah, their intent's gone up and they seem to be really trying to put the foot on the throat, Muddy, but I reckon they seem a little cleaner.
Ball back in the middle. Jackson takes it out of the ruck, comes the way of the Saints. Kick inside the forward 50. Bouncing ball. Foot race out to get it. Sharman couldn't take possession. Erasmus comes in. He overruns it. Hill at right half forward for the Saints. Handball inside 50. Couldn't find a teammate. McDonald wrapped up by a couple of Saints. Ball up to come. 45 metres out from Euro's attacking goal. They've got to go quick. They're going to start running out of time. They ideally need a goal. Haven't scored for 17 minutes from the restart. O'Driscoll gathers. Handballs back to Brennan Cox. Clearing kick out towards right half back. But Banfield, the second gamer, is there to take the intercept mark. Disposal 10 coming up. He wheels around. Kicks inside the forward 50. Bolton! Huge fly from Shea Bolton. Showtime Shea hits the skies in Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round. He was always going to do something special. And it's a massive fly from Shea. He kicks it out and turns it over. The crowd do not care as they see the replay. He flew high into the night sky. The ball's back with Euro. Carroll has it. He kicks it back there again. Big fly. This time it's all fist. Comes down the way of Brayshaw. Handball to Brennan Cox. Left back pocket. Kicked it straight to Wilson. Top of the goal square. Big fierce comes down. Back to Brennan Cox, who runs into trouble. Gets a handball to Wagner. Now to Bolton, doing his work on ground level this time. Left back pocket. Handball to Cox. Kicks beyond defensive 50. No mark taken. Free kick, Fremantle.
And they go surging away through Sherry. He burns off Windhager. Hands it across the centre circles to Dudley. Kicks into the right forward pocket. Voss is there, has to bounce twice. Voss goes back to gather for the Dockers. He'll pop it into the right forward pocket, a little bit closer to goal. Switkowski with a target. Flanders has done well, provided the contest saw the ball across the boundary line for a throw-in. That mark was not that dissimilar to the mark of the year that Bolton won in 2021. Different end of the ground. That was at fullback, not full forward, when he won in 21. Very similar style of mark, though. It'll be a contender in 26. The Saints win possession, the left back pocket. Philippou gave it back to Wilkie. Kick towards left half back. Wood had it tapped out of his grasp by O'Driscoll for the Dockers. Goes back to McVie by hand on the logo southern wing to Brayshaw. And all the way back to Cox at right half back. That's a shocking kick. Off the side of the boot from Brennan Cox to Henry. Couldn't believe his luck. Mark in the middle of the ground. It comes now to Garcia on the run. Garcia for the Saints. Misses with the goal at his mercy at the city end of the ground. A minor score. And a major would have kept them in it. Freo's lead, 24 points now. 22 and a bit gone in the last.
McVie has it in the right back pocket. Goes for a trot. Takes a bounce. Up the southern side. Big pack, no mark taken. McDonald and the fall of the ball for the Dockers. Handball back to O'Driscoll. Choppy kick inside the centre square. Jackson overran it. Allowed to Conan to gather. Handball to Sinclair. Chip forward to Hall. Inside 50. Marshall has some space. Marks in front of Cox. Brennan Cox stands 48, 47 metres out, 45-degree angle. Marshall's going back. He's not taking his time. He knows they need to get moving. We are right behind the kick. Rowan Marshall shanks it out to the left. It won't score. Big pack flyers. No mark taken. Philippou gets the handball across to Brad Hill. He was searching for a teammate. Gave it straight to Brayshaw, who can clear out to the southern side. Mason Cox, no mark taken. The Saints, can they clean it up? No. Voss lays a tackle, forms a pack. And once again, the Dockers create a stoppage. Tacking side of the centre square. They lead by 24 points, 24 minutes played in the fourth term here at Perth Stadium.
Umpire puts it up in the air to Koning, won it down, but Brayshaw was there to shark it, broke the tackle of Philippou. Kicks the Dockers to Bolton, who marks and has space and time. He turns, runs the 50 out, measures a kick that bounces inboard to Dudley, immediately hands it back to Bolton, hard up against the boundary, right forward pocket, remarkable. Absolutely unbelievable finish from Shea Bolton. He's taken one of the marks of the season at one end of the ground. He's now kicked one of the goals of the season at the other. That was a thing of sheer beauty, particularly for those in purple. Fremantle's lead is out to 30 points. It's a game high. 25 minutes gone into the final term. The Dockers 15-7, 97. The Saints 10-7, 67. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman.
He made the ball talk there, didn't he? Tucked into the pocket. But did you see the amount of space he got from the stoppage where he just left goal side unattended? I know Euroka trying to win it, but you've still got to stay on your opponent.
Fremantle might get a 666 warning here because they took so long celebrating with Shea Bolton that they didn't really swing the changes straight away. Now they're sprinting. This has been a dominant final term.
Well, Marshall's stuck on the wing.
Everyone was swinging changes and they took forever. I don't know who you're warning because I think both sides were guilty. Ball back in the middle. Jackson jumps into DeConing. DeConing got a hand to it though. Hall, brilliant. Runs out of the middle. Shakes a tackle. Kicks inside forward 50. No mark taken in the back. Warner, no free kick.